Hi and welcome to this video. In this one, we're going to build an issue tracker. So hit that subscribe button and let's get started. So this is the third project of this tutorial series, React from Confusion to Clarity. And right from at the beginning, I have this feeling that this is going to be a great project. There is a lot of things, a ton of details that we're going to jump into and we're going to talk about. So what is this project? On the surface, I mean, the UI of the app is extremely simple. It's what goes into the app to make it functional or interactive that is really, really interesting. So in front of me, I have the browser opened up. We have three tabs. We have a tab that says TypeScript, another one that says React Router. So all issues TypeScript, all issues React Router, and then all issues React TanStack. Now, the same app, the same functionality, the same look and feel, we are going to build it through with three different methodologies or three different stacks. So the first one is using Vanilla Typescript. Now, I didn't go with Vanilla JavaScript because I feel like we need to, like the modern consensus is to move away from JavaScript and to just write TypeScript. But as you know, any valid JavaScript file is valid TypeScript. So you could argue for that as well. But I wanted to go with like a no framework tool, just TypeScript, no JavaScript. All right. So the first one is TypeScript. In this one, we're not doing any kind of React. So it's HTML and then TypeScript, and that's it. So it's going to be an imperative way of creating the app. And I'm going to go over what that means throughout this video. And you really are going to understand why React was created, why it makes creating these kind of applications easy. And you need to also understand that almost all of these applications, you could create them with vanilla technologies like TypeScript or JavaScript. But of course, it's more maintainable and more understandable if you do it with React. So let's take a look at the app. Now I need to finish that part that the first we're going to build this using TypeScript. And then we are going to build it using React and TypeScript. So we are going to see how the app is going to be different. And since there are 3 pages, we need to implement some kind of routing in React. And I'm going to talk about all of that, what that means throughout this video and exactly when we get to that point. And then when we talk about React TanStack, that basically means that we replace React Router with the TanStack router, right? So it's like the app, when it comes to the React, the app is going to be the same, but the implementation of the routing and a little bit of the querying is going to be different between React Router and TanStack router. So that makes it like a different application. All right, but the TypeScript is going to be the most different from the other two. So what do we have here on top? We have our navigation. It's a very simple application. We have all issues, we have open issues, and then we have closed issues. In all issues, we are at this URL. All right, I just paused the video and zoomed in the screen so you can really see that. So we are at the index.html in this file. In the open issues, we are in the open.html. So you can see that's a different HTML file. And in closed one, we are in the closed.html. And every time I navigate from one page to another, you can see the page actually reloads. It's a little bit quick, but nonetheless, a refresh happens. And you can see, you can take a look at this this refresh icon or this globe icon right there. And if I click it, keep clicking it swiftly, you're going to see that it actually flickers. That means that the page is being reloaded or refreshed. But when we go to React Router, we go from one page or one route to the next one, but the page doesn't reload. So essentially what we do when we go to the React part of this, or to the React version of this app, we implement the idea or architecture of an SPA, a single page application. So a single page application just has one page, but it could have several different routes. But when you go to every specific route, the page doesn't reload. That's why SPAs are faster. Then this is not an SPA. It has 3 different pages. So this is slower than the React version. That is one of the upsides of using React. And then we could implement the same thing with TanStack as well, which is gaining a lot of popularity. And we just have, you can see, we have the same idea. We have one page or one app, and then we go to different routes for that app, right? So what is the functionality of this app? We do have the ability to go to, sorry for that, the light mode or dark mode. The light is really, really light. So here is the light. You could implement that there. So the face of the app, the UI of the app, I've tried my best to make it as close, as similar for all 3 of them as possible. So when it comes to the functionality of the app, you can click here, you can write an issue title. So the aim of this is an issue tracker. You could call it whatever you want. You could configure this app to be whatever you want, but the functionality could stay the same. In here, I'm going to say this is a description for issue 1. And as soon as I hit that, we can see the issues added. So from now on, I'm going to talk about the functionality of the app. And the functionality is the same for all 3 different implementations of the app. When you create an issue, the issue is going to look like this by default. Now keep in mind, we are in the All Issues tab. We are in the All Issues page. In the All Issues page, you have an issue badge or status that either shows open. Now, if the issue is open, it means that the color is going to be red, so we can close that. We're going to have the title for our issue. We're going to have the description for the issue and the date created. So I just created this issue on this date. And then you have the ability to delete that issue. Now let's go ahead. I'm just going to say 1, or just say issue 1, some text, and then you can add that. There we go. Now, once this issue is created, now because it was just created, it is an open issue. So automatically it is going to go to the open issues. So it is in the all issues as well as the open issues. Now with TypeScript, since we're not doing any kind of it's very difficult to share one component with 2 different pages, right? So what I did was I actually committed this to the local storage of the browser. So if you reload the page, nothing is going to happen. It doesn't really matter. So if you go to the where is that application? If you go to the application, local storage, if you come right here, you should be able to see this. Let me just bring this down. We basically commit 2 things to the local storage. The first one is the list of issues that we have. So let me bring this down. We have the list of issues, and the second thing is the theme. So if you make it light and you reload the page, it is going to stay light. And you can see this changes. For every issue, we have several different information right here. We have when the issue was created, the issue description, the ID, so we know which issue it is, the status, the title, and then we are going to have some kind of information as to when the issue would be updated. All right. So when you go to the open issues, the first functionality you have is, well, we're not done with the all issues. So let's first take a look at all the functionality that the all issues has. Let's say we have another issue, but this is a long description. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it several times because sometimes some issues, they might have a longer description. All right. You might want to add several different paragraphs. Now, if it is more than 50 characters, we're going to truncate the text and we're going to add another button that is going to say view. If you click on this, this is going to show you the issue title as well as the entire issue description, the entirety of it. Now, this functionality is only related to the all issues page. We created a new issue. Since it's a new issue, the status is going to be open. If you go there, now here you don't see that functionality where we truncate the text. Here we just show everything. It doesn't matter how big the issue is. Cool. Now, I believe that is it for the functionality that we implement here. We could delete any of these as well. Perfect. Let's go to the open issues. You could mark any issue as closed. So if you just say, okay, I took care of this and I'm going to close this, as soon as you click close, it's going to appear right here. All right. And then you have this issue. So from here, you could delete the issue. So if I click on it, it is going to be deleted. And if I come into the all issues, it's deleted from there as well. So this local storage is going to allow us to smoothly implement this. Like we update the local storage, and then from local storage, we basically propagate our web pages. Now, in the closed one, you could delete the issue from the closed as well, and I'm going to delete it. I'm going to say like 4 and 4. Let's say this is just another issue. By default, it is open. So you could mark it closed like this. You could again mark it open, but then you could delete, you could edit it as well. So I'm going to say edited issue title. And let's grab this, put it right here. I'm going to say, come on, buddy, description. And as soon as I hit save, there is something else added here. And that is the date that we actually edited that. So the last edit date is going to appear right here. And the same result is going to be reflected in the all issues as well. Now, if you were to close this issue, you will still have that information. Now, if you were to have like several different issues, now, if you say add issue, you need to have a title, but then you need to have a description for that issue as well. Anything. Now, when you create these issues, the issue that was created the last or that was edited the last is going to be shown the first. All right. So if I were to mark this open, if you come right here, you can see that this is being shown first, because we edited that at this time, 5:31, but then we created this issue at 5:30, 58 seconds, and then this one at 5:30, 47 seconds. Now, if I were to edit this first one, edit it, as soon as I save it, this is going to go to the top, because now this is the last edited issue. All right. And that basically sums it up for this application. We have the same functionality here as well. It's identical. See, you have, this is the React Router version. You could mark it closed. From here, you could go mark it open. You could delete it, and the result is going to be here as well. And the same functionality here is here. I could say like 34, added. By default, it is open. From here, you can mark it closed, or you could delete it as well. And the result is going to be appearing here as well. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to close these two. I'm going to come right here. Let's put this back to 100. So it's a little bit zoomed out. Perfect. And we could keep this like that. And here, this is the TypeScript version. So I'm going to minimize that. You can see here I have 3 different folders. We have issue tracker TypeScript, issue tracker React Router, and issue tracker TanStack Router. I'm going to right click on this, and I'm going to say open with code, and I'm going to bring this right here. Now, if you take a look at this, there is nothing inside of it. I'm going to zoom this in because we are going to start from the absolute scratch. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to scaffold npm create a Vite project. Now, the reason that I'm adding this dot is because I don't want the I don't want Vite to create a different directory. I want the project to be created right here. We could go ahead and call the project this. Now, this is a vanilla project, but it's not vanilla JavaScript, it's vanilla TypeScript. And there we go, that is it. Let's install everything in there. And after everything has been installed, we're going to go ahead and we're going to implement Tailwind as well, and we're going to get started with the very first version of the app. We just installed TypeScript, so the next logical step is going to be to install Tailwind. I'm just going to paste this command. I'm going to hit enter. And after that, this is going to basically install Tailwind CSS. If you're not familiar with Tailwind CSS, I do have a Udemy course, but if you don't want to pay, I have like a short playlist here on YouTube where you can basically take a look at that and get started with Tailwind CSS if you have no prior experience. It's basically a utility framework for CSS. It allows us to write CSS faster and more intuitively. All right. It basically helps us apply CSS. And the reason that we add this -d is because if I were to take a look at this right here, you can see we have our dev dependencies, but we don't have any dependencies, any real production dependencies, because you need to keep in mind two things. When it comes to TypeScript, the browser does not understand TypeScript. Browser understands JavaScript. So if you were to actually publish this project or like upload it to some kind of a service, you need to come up with the production version of this app. The production version of this app will not have these dev dependencies. These are only the dependencies that we use, or the packages or tools that we use to create or use during the development phase of the app. So Tailwind CSS, the browser cannot decipher this. TypeScript, the browser cannot decipher that. So we convert everything into CSS properties when it comes to Tailwind, and we convert all TypeScript, we transpile it or compile it, however you want to call that, to JavaScript before it goes to the browser. All right? That's what Vite does behind the scenes. So you need to understand what Vite does here. Right? That's why we put in this D, because this is not required as a dependency for production. For production, we don't have Tailwind. We have pure CSS properties, and we don't have JavaScript, TypeScript. We have JavaScript. All right? That's why it's like -d. And then we need to come up with that Tailwind configuration. This project is going to have this TypeScript configuration right here. I'm not going to touch it for now. I might go ahead and change something. I'm not sure. I don't remember. This is a really big app. It's a small app, but we like the way we go about this, it's going to take a long time. And it took me a long time to actually make sure that it has the same functionality across the board. So with that command npx tailwind, we basically initialize this configuration. What I have is I have this page in the other screen, and I'm basically copying the commands. After that, we're going to copy this part. We're going to put it in here. Now, keep in mind, you need to make sure that this goes along with your project. Now, for this project, we don't have one index.html. We're going to have an index.html, which is going to be the all issues page. We're going to have an open.html. And then we're going to have a close.html. So we need to get rid of this and instead just put in a star that basically says any HTML file. And then within the source, we have a JS, TS, JSX, or TSX. It doesn't really matter. We could save this. Now, there is something that I would like to add here for our dark mode. So I'm going to say dark mode. We basically grab the dark mode functionality or ability of Tailwind to select that, and we give it to a selector, which is a class selector, right? So class selectors are going to be able to toggle the dark mode. And that's the only thing that you need to take away from here. And that's it. We are basically done with the setup of our app. If you go to the package.json, it says if you want to take a look at the, if you want to run this project, you're going to say npm run dev, and it's going to basically invoke this command for us. npm run dev, it's going to give us 5174 because 5173 is already taken. And there we go. This is a Vite plus TypeScript project. And where is the other page? I need to put that right here. And now we're going to put both of them side by side. Perfect. Let's bring this down, close this up. And yeah, we have some simple counter here. What do we have here? In the source, we have our counter main.ts. We have our style.css. Now I'm going to grab everything and I'm going to delete all of that. And in here, I'm going to say Tailwind base. And then we're going to have components. And then I believe the third one is utilities. Let me put that there. I hope I didn't make any mistake. Yeah, perfect. So this is style.css. I am going to rename it to index.css. Perfect. We don't need this counter, so I am going to rename this to index.ts. All right. No, and I'm going to get rid of all the code. Let's close that. For the main, I'm going to get rid of all the code and I'm going to rename this to open. Let me zoom this in a little bit. So we have index.ts, which refers to our index.html. So the way that I'm going to go with this app is we're going to build it with TypeScript. The app is going to have 3 pages, an index, which is going to have all the issues, an open for the open issues, and a close for the closed issues. And then for every page, we have 1 TypeScript file. That's how I'm going to go about this. And then we're going to refactor that, mimicking what React does. So I'm going to show you how to refactor a vanilla TypeScript project, how to create different components, put different logic, share it using the import-export syntax. Perfect. So let me get rid of that as well. I just need one more file here, and I'm going to say closed.ts. Keep in mind, this is .ts, not tsx. This is not a React project. Let me close these 3. What else do we have? Let me get rid of this public. And perfect. So we need to have 2 more HTML files. I'm going to have open.html. Now keep in mind, the HTML files are in the root directory, but the logic files or the TypeScript files are in the source directory. So this is how it is structured. .html. Perfect. We are going to get started with our index.html initially, all right? And I'm going to go ahead, let's just do that, zoom it out a little bit. This is going to be all issues, TypeScript. Perfect. Now we need to connect this to our, if we want the styles to be applied, I am going to get rid of this. We don't need this. Perfect. And if I were to click on this, it doesn't exist. So we need to connect it to our index.ts. Perfect. Here, I am going to go ahead and I'm going to say link. We go to our source directory and we grab the index.css. Perfect. And now if I were to just apply a simple background color to our web page, you can see we have our pop-up. And if I save this, there we go. The changes are being shown in the web page. So everything is connected. The only thing remaining is to go ahead and to write our HTML and our CSS, our Tailwind. Now, the way I'm going to go about this is not an HTML Tailwind project. We just want to talk about the TypeScript aspect. And then we want to talk about how we convert TypeScript into React Router, how we implement different pages with routing, and then how we implement React Router using TanStack router. So the HTML is not the main part of this. And that's why I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to copy paste the entire HTML, and I'm going to go over that. Don't worry. I will go over that. So let's save this. You can see we are already a lot of the ways there. Perfect. Oh, there is something else that I want to add here. And that's basically the font awesome. The icon that you see here for all three implementations of the app, that comes from font awesome. That's my favorite way of doing that. Perfect. Now let's see what we have here. So if I take a look at my HTML structure, if you have taken any of my CSS courses or any of the videos in which I talk about HTML, CSS, you're pretty familiar with my method, how I go about this. I hate adding a lot of divs. That's just, that doesn't work for me. I try to keep my HTML as simple and to the point as possible. So within the body, we have, if I come right here, there we go. We're going to implement this functionality. Don't worry about it. So for the body, I've implemented a dark version as well as a light version for background. So for the dark, if we are in the dark mode, we're going to implement this background. If you're in the light, we're going to implement that one. And the same goes for text. Now, if you take a look at this app, if you go larger than 1536, you can see the app is in the center. And the reason for that is because when we go on larger screen sizes, we want our web page to appear in the center. And that's what this class does. This is going to limit the width of the body element, and this is going to put it in the center. All right. So in the body, we have our header, and then we have our main. Within the header, we have this top part. The header is going to be almost similar for all three pages. Within the header, what do we have? So we have our navigation. Within the nav, we have a UL, which is going to represent all issues, basically these three buttons. Let me zoom this in, these three buttons. And then we have our div that is basically going to have two icons, the sun and the moon icon, and there is basically that cursor pointer, right? And you can see the app is fully responsive. It doesn't matter how small the screen size is or how big the screen size is. And I'm going to show you how you can make this responsive. It's basically these classes that we apply. Within the UL, we have three LIs. For every LI, we have one anchor element inside of it. Now, the way we implement or we simulate routing in Vanilla TypeScript is we have this anchor element. The anchor element has this href attribute that allows us to basically click the anchor element or the link element, and then it goes somewhere. Where we want it to go, we put that address here. So for the first anchor element, I want it to just go to the main page. That's why it says index.html. For the second anchor element, which says open issues, I want it to go to the open issues HTML. So if I hold Control and click on this, you can see it opens up this open HTML. We don't have any markup, but it does navigate to there. So if I were to click on it, you should be able to see that it changes from index.html to open.html. And the same goes for the third one, which is closed. Now keep in mind, depending on which page we are, we're going to have different styles for our basically for our pages. So if you're on the all issues page, we have this style. For the open, now we don't have any kind of markup, that's why we don't see anything. But if you take a look at our completed app, this is the style for all issues, this is the style for open issues, and then this is the style for closed issues. All right, so that's the header. In the main, the way that I've gone and I've created this application is that everything is going to go within the main, except for the header and the footer of the app. So within the main, we have our title, which says create new issue. That is the title of the app. We have our form. The form is simple. We have a label that says title. We have a label that says title, and then we have some sort of an input field to basically allow user to write title. We have description, and then we have a text area and a button to submit the information or to basically put it in the local storage so we can extract it. Now, if we were to take a look at the structure of the HTML, it's the same thing. We have one div which represents label and input. Now, keep in mind, this is going to be different when we go to React. And this is really a really good application if you want to know why React is important and how actually React works. So here we have the type, the ID, the name, the classes, that all the classes that we have applied. You can see it is required. That's very important. We have the same thing here, but instead of an input, this is a text area. All right. And then we have a button that has a type of submit that basically submits the form. Right. Now, where are the issues? The issues, they have a container here, and then there is an ID on this container, which is this section element. Now, we create the issues, the HTML, the Tailwind classes, as well as each individual issue, we create them dynamically. And what does that mean, creating them dynamically? It means there is nothing here in the HTML part. Everything is going to be created using TypeScript. Now, you could have not gone through that way, but the reason that I went through with this methodology is because when we get to React, you're going to see how this HTML is converted into JSX. I want to show you that. And then I want to show you how you dynamically create JSX. Right? So that's the way I've created the TypeScript version of the app is it's in TypeScript, but I've tried to implement as many best practices of React as possible. So to give you a better transition from TypeScript to React. So when you go to React, you're not very caught off guard, okay, what is this? I want to show you how that works in TypeScript, and then we're going to jump into React. So the main point of this video is the React version. TypeScript version is just to show you why React is beneficial. All right, so that's the index.html. We have all of this for the open.html. And what do we have? Let's go from the top. Now, you might see some kind of an error for favicon. I've added this, just get rid of that. We have our font awesome. There is a script here that basically selects the theme. It gets it from the local storage and basically allows us to set it again. The reason that I added this was because whenever I went to the next page, I always ended up with that flash of unstyled content. And that was really annoying. We don't have that when we go to routing in React. This is just for that. Don't worry about it. And I need to copy this and I need to put it inside the index as well. Right here. This is basically an IFI, an immediately invoked function expression that immediately invokes this function, which gets the theme text from the theme string from the local storage. If it is dark, it's going to add the dark, and that's it. This is our open. Now, when we go to the open page, if I reload, if I go back, this is our open page. For the open page, we don't have a form, remember. Now, the header is the same. Keep that in mind. For just one tiny difference. The difference is that when we are in the open page, the style for the open anchor element is different. That's it. The header is the same. And then we have our main, which has an h1 that says open issues. And then again, we have the same section element. And now the reason that we have the same section element is that we want to have the same UI. We want to mimic the same UI for all three pages. And then again, we create all the issues dynamically right here, right? That's the open. And then we have the closed one. Let me just copy paste all the HTML there. If I go to the closed one, aside from this change of color from red to green, everything else is the same. Everything is the same. So the open and the closed, they are more similar than all issues with the other two pages, because all issues has a form. The other two, they don't have a form. All right. the open issue, it does have like that edit form, but like initially they are the same. All right. Perfect. So we have our header, and then we have the same styles for the body element, and then we have our main element with the section. Perfect. We're going to go to the index.html. Let's open up the index.tsx, sorry, .ts file. Now we are going to talk about the application in the context of TypeScript. And when we talk about the app in the context of TypeScript, we need to create some type annotations or type interfaces, and we need to basically do things a little bit differently than the way we're used to doing it with vanilla JavaScript. And I'm going to assume that you have very little knowledge, or you have worked with TypeScript a long time ago and possibly forgotten how you create an app, how you make it functional or interactive using vanilla JS or TS. All right. So when it comes to TypeScript, to whichever element that we want to implement some kind of functionality, first we need to select it. So I'm going to say dark mode toggle. This is going to be the div that wraps both of the icons. And the way we select that is document dot. You could select it using the ID, you could select it, you could say get element by ID or get element by class, but the most, the most famous one is query selector. And within the query selector, if you put in a pair of empty quotes, within this empty quotes is the realm of CSS. So any valid CSS selector goes here. And I'm going to pass in here dark -mode -toggle. That's why it's different. So if you come right here, you can see this div, it has an ID of dark mode toggle. So we got the div. Let's jump right. I'm going to close these two pages, so we just have 2 pages. Now, when it comes to TypeScript, we need to type annotate this as well. This is going to be an HTML div element. We need to select the dark mode and the dark icon and the light icon, or the sun and the moon. So we show either of them whenever we click on that. So I'm going to say sun icon. Again, document.query selector. And then within here, we could just pass in any valid CSS class. And I'm going to pass in FA sun. Perfect. And we could type annotate this as well. This could be an HTML element. Perfect. And then we need to select the moon icon. FA moon. I believe that's FA moon. So here we have a class that is FA sun. And then we have a unique class that is FA moon. I could have given these icons different classes, but that's not really necessary. Perfect. So we have selected all when we have the same issue, the same warning that it is declared, but its value is never read. We're going to fix that. Now, I'm going to create a function here. Whenever you want to do something in a programming language, you need to create a function, as the name suggests. So it's going to be dark mode toggle. So here what I'm going to say is the first thing here is going to be we need to not have 2 icons at the same time. So I want to get rid of that. And I want to see, depending on our status, which of these icons I want to show. All right? So let's go ahead. Let's create a variable. This is going to be is dark mode. So it's going to be we need to jump back again to the document, because the document or the DOM is where all of our HTML elements there reside. We go there, we select a document element, we tap in its class name, and we check if it contains the dark string inside of it. All right, let's select our sun icon, and then we are going to apply a style on it. Now, within the TypeScript, you could apply CSS styles as well, and that is using the style property. And we're going to, when we say .style, all of these are the CSS properties, hundreds of them that we could apply here. We grab the display because we don't want to show the other one, right? Now, is dark mode, if this is true, it means we are inside the dark mode. All right. Now, when we are inside the dark mode, now you need to keep in mind how this works. If we are inside the dark mode, we need to show the sun because we need to show the user that the user can go to the light mode. But when we are in the light mode, we need to show the moon because we need to show the user that they can go to the dark mode. So it's like reverse of that. And in here, I'm going to say block, which means I want to show this. This is display block. Otherwise, none. I don't want to do anything. And I'm going to implement something like this for the moon icon as well. If we are in the dark mode, we don't want to see the moon icon, so I'm not going to do anything. But if we are not in the dark mode, we want to see the moon icon. Let's save that. All right, so here it says may not be an optional property. Let me get rid of these question marks. Let's save this. We have basically removed the error, but if I hover on this, this is an interesting thing that you're not going to face if you chose to write this app using JavaScript. Now, to fix this issue of something possibly being null, and that something could be an HTML element, there is a workaround this, and we basically add a symbol that is called the non-null assertion operator. This looks like an exclamation mark because it is an exclamation mark. This exclamation mark basically tells TypeScript that this element exists, so TypeScript can type annotate this element better. And what I mean by that is TypeScript just gives it one type, and that is an HTML element. Now, if I hover on the sun icon, we can see that it says HTML element. But if I hover on the moon icon, we can see it says HTML element. Now, this pipe character is a union type. It means this element could have one of these two types. It cannot have both of them, but it can have one of them. And when there is a null, TypeScript is not okay with that because it says, okay, it's null, so how can you change its display property if it is null? And once we add this exclamation mark or non-null assertion operator, now if I hover on it, it is just the HTML element when we are going to add it there as well. And this is basically going to help us get rid of this problem. And in here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this app update icons. Perfect. Let's go down there. Now we need to implement an event listener for this button because we are clicking. See? We are clicking. So this is what's called the imperative way of programming. When you want to implement something, you have to implement it step by step. There is no tool, there is no third-party library or tool that is going to simplify the process, apply like 50% of the things that you want to implement, and the rest of the 50% you apply. No. When it comes to JavaScript and TypeScript, these are imperative. So you give it commands different. If you want to do something, you have to give it a set of specific commands and then implements that. That's why it's called imperative. Like do this, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. All right. But React is declarative. You give it the endpoint or the goal, and it has some other tools behind the scenes that implements that end goal for you. Most of it, you just have to do some of the work still, right? So here I'm going to grab my dark mode toggle and I'm going to apply an event listener. The event listener is going to basically listen for anything the user does with our website. Clicking, hitting tab, hitting any key in the keyboard, all of those are events. Anything the user does with a mouse or a keyboard or touch screen, all of those are events, and we could select any of those. We are looking for a click event, right, on our dark mode. And as soon as the click happens, we select it and we implement some sort of a functionality based on that click. So I'm going to say HTML or element, perfect. And I'm going to say document. we go to the HTML document or HTML root, and from there we select document element, and we take a look at whether or not it contains the dark mode. So I'm going to say if HTML element dot classless dot contains what? Contains the dark string. If it contains the dark string, what do I want to do? I want to remove the dark. Now keep in mind, this is the event. So when I click on the dark, I want to get rid of the dark and I want to show the light. So HTML element dot classless dot remove dark. Remove dark. And then I need to set that to the local storage as well. The way we set it to local storage is we have this local storage dot set item. If you hover on this, it gives you like enough information. Sets the value of the pair identified to key by key to value, creating a new key value pair if none existed for key previously. This basically dispatches a storage event on window objects holding an equivalent storage object. Basically, if the key exists, if this thing exists, this theme in the browser, in the local storage of the browser, it changes its value. Otherwise, it's going to create it, right? So we select the theme and then we change it to light. All right. That's how when it is light, you refresh, it is still light, because in the local storage, it is light. Otherwise, what does otherwise mean? Otherwise means we just have two scenarios here. It could be light, it could be dark. So we talked about the dark one. If it is dark, we remove the dark, but if it is not dark, that means it's light. So we add the dark. And I'm going to say HTML element dot classless dot add. Let's add the dark theme, because we are in the light and we want to add the dark. And let me copy that. Now the theme is going to be dark as well. Now, after we toggle these two states, we need to go ahead and we need to run this update icons again, because after this we have basically toggled that. Now, so far nothing works. We are going to fix that. Don't worry about it. Now we need to take a look at our local, because we have said, okay, the item, the theme goes to local storage. We have set the item. Now we have not gotten it back from the local storage. We need to get it back as well. So the way we can get it back is we have another method. And can you guess, like a venture a wild guess what that method is called? When you have like setting for sending the item to local storage, what is the method is going to be called when you want to get it from the local storage? It's the get item. Very clever, right? So apply theme preference. And in here, what I want to do is I want to create a theme variable. This is going to hold the value of the theme for me. Local storage dot get item. Which item do I want to get? The item that's called theme. I want to get that. Once I get the theme could be dark or light, right? So if theme is equal to a string of dark, what do I want to do? I want to add the dark mode to my web page. I want to add the dark mode. So I'm going to say document dot document element document element dot classless dot add. Which one? The dark one. So if in the local storage we have a dark theme and the user closes the window, they come back, they open up the web page, they should still see that dark theme. They shouldn't see the light one. So we don't want to basically when they go and they set the dark theme, they reload the page, the theme shouldn't switch. It should always be dark unless they change it like by clicking on the dark. Now, if it is dark, we add the dark. Otherwise, we remove the dark. It's basically like we toggle between these two states. All right, and the last thing is we need to call this function. So it actually implements that for us. All right, let's take a look at this. We need to call this function as well. Setup dark mode toggle. Let's save that, and there we go. As soon as I implemented that, there is just one icon. If I click on it, now this icon is still the sun, so we need to switch between the sun and the moon. But you can see this logic has been implemented and it is working perfectly fine. So the theme is being set in the local storage. So if I refresh the page, we can see it doesn't change the theme. So if it is dark, it's going to stay dark. But if it is like light, it's going to stay light. But then there is this issue that it doesn't change automatically. When we click on that, it should change that for us. And the issue is right here. So this update icons, whenever we call it the first time, it sets in React terms the initial state for us. But then once we click on the event listener, we change that initial state. So this update icons, that should be within the add event listener. Let's save that, reload the page. I am going to keep this inspect console right here, just in case we have some errors that the app doesn't work. I'm just going to keep it there. So if I click on it, you can see it's for the light, we see the moon. For the dark, we see the sun. Perfect, exactly as I want it. Now, everything I've done here, I'm going to go ahead, copy it, come right to the open, put it inside the open, save that. And I'm going to go to the closed, put it in the closed, and I'm going to save that. Now we have this functionality in all 3 pages. And yeah, we have a lot of repetitive code. Don't worry. When we created this app by the time we finish this using TypeScript, I'm going to show you how you can refactor the code, but not now. Let's just take a look at what we are going to do next. So now that the app itself has the functionality for the dark mode and for the light mode, the next thing that we need to apply is we need to apply the functionality for us to add an issue to this issue board or to this issue application. All right. And the way that I'm going to go about this is, if you take a look at this, we have this form, which is very, very important. The form has an ID on it that says add issue form. So when do we want to add the issue? When the issue has some sort of a title and the issue has something inside the description. And then when we click on this add issue, that submits the form, hence creating the issue. So we need to have some sort of an event on this form element. And remember, everything the user does with the web page, we could select that and just append it with a functionality. In this scenario, when the user clicks this button, we could run some kind of a function that is going to create that issue and show it in the browser. This is the entirety of this application. All right. So the light and dark mode, that was like a very simple part of this. Now, the way this app works is that whenever the user adds a title or a description, we are going to trim it if there are like any white spaces behind before the text of the title or after the text of the title. First off, let's select our issue form. Again, if you're not so used to TypeScript, whatever you want to do with an HTML element, you need to select it here as well. So add issue form, document.query selector. This is going to be HTML form element. And then here we need to pass in that ID. Add issue form. Perfect. And then we need to pass in that operator as well. Let's come right here. We are going to grab our add issue form and we're going to add an event listener. What is the event going to be in this scenario? What do you think that is? Now, we click the button and the button submits the information. So it's a submit event, right? here. Now, each event is basically called an object, which is called, like the E is the event object. And I'm going to type annotate it as the event. This E thing, this basically has the information about the event that the user has done on our web page. Forms in HTML, they have a very specific default behavior, and that is whenever you submit a form, like when it has some kind of information, when you click on this button that submits it, it also refreshes the page. Now, this refresh of the page is not going to allow us to grab the data that was within the form. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab this E. If you take a look at this, if I were to log this E, which I don't really want to log this. So if I were to say 1 and 1 and add issue, you can see, we can see what this E is because the page is being refreshed and we lose the information. So there is a method that is called e.preventDefault. This is going to prevent the default behavior of a form. Now, if I were to save this 1 add issue, there we go. So here we have our E object. It's basically says this is a submit event. And there we go. So right here, we have our submit event. The submit event is basically triggered by this button that has these styles on this form element. All right, perfect. So that is the E object, and that is why we select it. I'm going to put it right there. Let me zoom out. Let me get rid of this. I don't want to like dive into too much details. Then there is like a ton. This is going to go like 20 hours, a complete course, which I don't want to do. So now that we have prevented the default behavior, I'm gonna create an element, and I'm gonna call a variable, sorry, and I'm gonna call it title. And I'm gonna grab our title input, and I'm gonna say dot value title input dot value dot trim. If there is any white space, we are gonna trim that, and we're gonna do the same thing for our description as well. And for this one, I'm going to say description input, DESC input. And if you're wondering where are these elements, we're just going to go to the top and we're going to select them. So let me just select it directly from here so you know which one it is that we're selecting. So for the title input, we select this input that has a type of text that has an ID of title. So let me copy that. And here I'm going to say title input document.query selector, and I'm going to pass in here this title, but this is CSS, so we need to have that hash sign. Is that a hash sign? Yeah, there we go. And what is this? We need to type on it. This is an HTML input element. Perfect. And the next one is DESC for short for description, and it is also an HTML element, but this is not an HTML input element. This is an HTML text area element, and the ID for that, if I were to come right here, the ID for it is description. IDs are very useful when we talk about JavaScript because it's unique. You can see there is like a ton of classes here, but these classes are not unique to this text area. We could use them anywhere else. So that's why we give it a unique identifier here, a unique identifier to this text area so we can implement some functionality on it. Now that we have selected, we basically trim those. Now keep in mind, whenever we have the title and the description, then we want to add the issue. So we need to come up with some sort of an if statement. I'm going to say if title input exists as well as the description. I should just description. Let me just write it in full. I'm going to copy that, put it right here. Now we're going to talk about just title. If title and description, both of them exist, we're going to invoke another method that is going to be, or we're going to invoke a function that is going to be add issue, right? We're going to create that function momentarily. And we're going to pass in the title as well as the description, right? And then as soon as we create an issue, what do we want to do? We want to make sure that the field for title and description, both of them are empty. So title input dot value is equal to an empty string, and then we do basically the same thing for description. Perfect. Now we need to create our add issue function as well. Function add issue. We called it there. We're going to create it. Now, we basically pass two arguments to this function. One argument is the title. The other argument is the description. The title is going to have a type of string. The description is going to have a type of, this is TypeScript. This is going to have a type of string as well. And this function is not going to return anything. So I forgot to basically type annotate the function return. Now, if you hover on this function name, you can see here it says void. This is being basically inferred by TypeScript, and that is correct. The function, when any function doesn't return anything, the return type in the world of TypeScript is void. That's what TypeScript says. Now, you could type annotate the function with void, or you could just leave it and don't do it, because TypeScript can type annotate that for you. But I believe if you type annotate it to void, it's better for readability purposes, because take a look at this large function, this setup dark mode toggle. Now, someone has to go from top to bottom of this function to know that this function doesn't return anything. It just implements some kind of logic. So they know that the return type is void. But as soon as you write void, no one has to sift through code to understand what does this function return. The function doesn't return anything. So this void is very good for readability purposes. It's just one extra word that you have to write, but it makes life a lot easier, right? So for the add issue, what do we want to do? Now keep in mind, when we want to add an issue, the issue has a lot of data bound to it. If I take a look at any normal issue, like if I were to delete these two issues, a normal issue has a status, it has a title, it has a description, it has a date created, it has a delete. Now, we just talk about the issue that are within the all issues. We're going to add an issue for the open issues and the closed issues as well. Now in here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say when the issue was created. So it is going to be a new date object. This is going to give us the time when the issue was created. And we're going to say to ISO string. This is basically going to convert the current time to an ISO string, so we can use that throughout our application, the same format. The reason that we converted to an ISO string is because this ISO string is used to capture the current date and time in standardized ISO 8601 format. Now, the good thing about this is that it is universally the same, it is machine readable, and it is ideal for logging timestamps, tracking updates, or managing date-related data. And later on, we're going to convert this ISO string to local string, which is basically the date that is readable by us humans. Now that we have created the date, the next step would be to actually create the signature for an issue. So const new issue, here we go. So everything when it comes to an issue, it has to be written here. Now we talk about TypeScript. So I am going to type annotate it to this issue type, which we are yet to create. So each issue is going to be an object, because each issue is going to have you will hear me say issue like 10,000 more times. So sorry for in advance for saying issue a lot. Each issue is going to have several characteristics, and the best way to capture characteristics of a certain thing in TypeScript or JavaScript is through an object. So the issue is going to have an ID. Now I wanted to have a unique ID, so there is a method available on this crypto object that is random UUID, random universally unique ID number. And this basically helps us not to write anything by hand like ID1, ID2, ID3. TypeScript is going to take care of that. Each issue is going to have a title. Now, when it comes to this, you could say title equal to title, but then if the key and the value are the same, you can just write one of them. Each issue is going to have a description. Perfect. Now, keep in mind, we're talking about the issues that are within the all issues. Each issue is going to have a status. By default, what is the status? The status is open. Cool. Each issue is going to have a created at time, which is going to be equal to now. And each issue is going to have an updated at. Now, keep in mind, when you update an issue in the open issue, the update date is going to come to the all issues as well. So if I were to say updated, save that, there we go, that's the updated string. And if I go to all issues, we see that as well. So we need to take that into account as well. And that is going to be equal to now as well. Now, the first thing that we need to do is we need to create this interface, this type annotation for our issue. I'm going to come right here beneath I could go on top or here, doesn't really matter. I'm going to say interface. Now, I love interfaces a lot. When I type annotate objects, I just want to go with interfaces because interfaces are just used to type annotate objects. You could type annotate objects in other ways as well, but an interface immediately tells you that you want to type annotate an object. So the ID is going to have a type of string. The title is going to have a type of string. What else do we have? We have description. Description. This is going to have a type of string as well. Next up, we have the status. Now keep in mind, the status can only have one of two types. So we need to come up with a union of literal types. One of the literal types is open. The other literal type is closed. All right. And since it could be only one of these two, this is a union type. This is how you actually know which type to use. We have a created at, which is going to be of type string. Even though it is date, it's going to be of type string. And then we have an updated at. This is also going to be of type string. And finally, we need to basically come up with some way or some flag that says whether we want to edit this issue or not. So if we were within the open issues, we would have to see that there is a modal, a pop-up for every individual issue. All right. So I'm going to call that was edited in open page. Now this is going to be optional for this page. That's why I'm just going to set it to that. And it is going to be of type Boolean. So it's either edited or it's not. Let's come right here. So we have type annotated our issue. The next step is to actually push all issues to the issue array. So we need to come up with an array that is going to contain all of our issues. And I'm going to call that issues. And this is going to have a type of an individual issue, but as an array. So when we create an issue and put 5 of them together, we have an array of 5 individual issues. So we could call that, so we could use the same type annotation. We could use the same interface. Let me just collapse these functions because we no longer need these. I'm going to keep this. So we have an array of this issue. So we could use the same thing here. By default, this array is going to be empty. But as soon as we submit something, we need the array to be populated. And so we grab the empty array and we push content to it. What do we push there? We push a new issue. Now keep in mind, whenever I write code, this is going to be for the initial state of our application. All right? So if I refresh the page, there were no errors. That's very good. All right, let's move forward. Now, when I push the issues to the issue array, I want to save them as well, and I want to render them to the screen as well, right? So I'm going to have a different method that is going to be save issues, and I'm going to pass in the issue array, and I want to render the issues as well. We are yet to create these methods, and we're going to create them one after the other. So what is going to be this save issues? This is going to save the issue inside the local storage. So we passed in the issues array. That's selected here. What is going to be the type of that? We already know this is the type. And what does this function return? The function returns nothing. So the return type is void. Now, if we were to send our issues to the local storage, we need to convert it to some format which is called JSON. So we have this local storage set item method, which we talked about. We set it as the issues, so the string where everything is going to be stored is going to be issues, and then JSON.stringify is a method that is going to convert an object. Now keep in mind, the issues that we have here, this is an array of objects, and it is going to convert it to an array of JSON objects. All right? At the end of the day, we just have objects. Cool. So if I were to say 1 and hit save, we are going to have some error because this render issues is not defined. So let me go to, where was that? I always mix this. We are in the app. So there we go. There is our object. I need to expand this a little bit more. Perfect. So if I were to right click on this, let's just say clear, right? New issue. Whatever. Let's add that. There we go. So it went to the local storage. Now if I reload the page, you can see we basically have, there we go. It works fine. Why did it went to light? It shouldn't go to light. Now we reloaded the page and the issue is gone because we sent the issue to the local storage, but we didn't get it back. We need to get it back as well. Don't worry about it. So we need to get the issue back from the local storage, put it in the UI. That's why we have this render issues function. So let me comment this one back in. And okay, so you can see here is the description. Let me put this, come on, buddy. So we don't need that. It doesn't go up for some reason. Here is the created at time. This is the ISO string. We have the description. We have the ID that was created using that crypto method. The initial status is open. We have our, let me just show. The title is going to be new issue, and the updated is, the updated and the created times, both of them are the same at the beginning. But then once we bring some changes, we're going to subtract these two, and it is going to give us the new time, right? So far, everything is, I hope everything is making sense. Now that we have put everything to the local storage, let's get it from the local storage. So I'm going to say load issues. You could call it whatever you want. Now, whenever we load the issue, the function is going to return something for us. What is going to return? It's going to return an array of issues. It doesn't have the void. It gives us something. right? It doesn't just implement something, it actually gives us something. So we're going to say const data, whatever data that we have, we're going to store it within this variable. The data comes from local storage get item. Local storage is extremely simple to work with. And we get this string that is called issues. Let me bring this down. Perfect. And then we basically implement a simple check. If we have data, we want to convert that to something that the user, or something basically the browser can understand. So that's why we use JSON parse. We parse the data. Otherwise, we return an empty array. All right. Now remember, I said render issues was the function that would show all of the issues from the local storage. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create this. Now, the load issues is going to give us an array of objects. That array could have one object, it could have several objects, depending on how many issues we have within the local storage. Now, we need to convert that array, each individual object within that array, to something the browser understands. Basically, we need to create HTML elements from that array. That's why if I come right here, it says we have a section element, and then within the section elements, we have each individual issue. So we need to create the actual elements. And this is where React really excels at creating this kind of, or implementing this kind of logic, because it's extremely simple to do this with React. And when we get to the React part, I'm going to show you what the difference is. So in here, we need to go step by step. But in React, we would just go ahead and we would just write the signature in JSX, and that is going to be our HTML. But in here, you can see, even though it will be simple, it's going to be a very long process for us to actually create an HTML element or a set of HTML elements. Now, this render issues, this is not going to return anything. This is just going to create an element, and then we show it on the screen. All right. If the first thing that I'm going to do is just some simple if statement. If the issues list is empty or we don't have that, we don't want to show anything. Issues list, we don't want to show anything on the screen. We just want to return from this. We have not actually created the issues list. We are going to create it. You don't have to worry about it. I could just commented this out so we don't have that error. Here is where I'm going to call our load issues. So I'm going to grab our issues, and I'm going to load the issues, all of the issues right there. And I'm going to save this. What is this issues? If you remember correctly, this was an empty array. So it's either going to be something or it's going to be nothing, and we don't render anything. Now, if I were to, let's go ahead. Now you can see it doesn't matter what I do, the issues, they're not being loaded because, let me just show it to you. Because we're not creating any HTML elements from the issue. So if I come right here, if I saved, let me add like keyword T and 1, 2, 3 and add the issue. There we go. So if I take a look at this, you can see we have the object. Now the next thing that we need to do, you can see there is the title, there is the status, there is the description, the ID, the created ad, the updated ad. The next thing I need to do is I need to put all of these into individual HTML elements, right? And then we're going to see the issue right on the screen. Let's just go to the top. What I'm going to do is I need to select this issues container so we can basically put all the issues right there. I'm going to say let issues list document.query selector. This is going to be an HTML element. I could just say HTML element. And then we select this. So this is going to have an ID, which is going to be that. And we need to provide that exclamation mark there as well. So let's come down right here. So whenever we select the issues from the local storage or we create them, we need to be able to basically sort the issues as well. All right, so I'm going to grab all of our issues and then we apply a method on this, which is going to be sort. The way that we are going to sort this is we're going to take a look at when the issue was created. And that's basically the only method that we need for sorting. So I'm going to give it 2 different points and we are going to basically subtract B from A. If this subtraction gives us a positive number, that means issue B or the time frame B is newer than time frame A. So that's going to come to the front. That's basically something that this sort method can do for us. So I'm going to create a new date and in here I'm going to say B dot. Now each of these A or B, keep in mind we are invoking this method on the issues. Issues is an array of objects. So A refers to one object, B refers to another object, right? And then we take a look at the time that they were updated at, not the time that they were created. Keep that in mind. If we don't update any issue, the created time and the updated time is the same. But once we change or update an issue, the created time stays in the past, but the updated time updates to the current time that we updated the issue. So at the end of the day, the most recent time is going to be stored inside the updated at. That's why we select the updated at. So it's going to be new date, b.updated time. Now from here, we need to get the time using this method, and we basically subtract from this the issue A. And whichever times, this is going to implement this logic on each 2 issues within the entire array. And whenever each issue is the newer, it's going to just bring it to the front. All right. So in here, we're going to say a.updated at dot get time. And this is basically going to give us this is just some sorting that I just did to help us get the newer issue at the top of the list. You don't have to do this, but I think this makes our application a little bit better. Now, getting back to our issues list, I am going to bring back our if statement, the issues list, and now we're going to create the HTML. So I'm going to say inner HTML. Now, initially, the inner HTML is going to be just an empty string because we don't have any issues. But then once we get more and more issues, then we create the HTML. So if there are issues, for issue let me just say const, this is a for of loop. So for issue of issues, we are going to create some HTML element. Let me, again, why am I doing so many typos? So initially the issues list is going to be empty, but in case there is an issue, for every individual issue, we're going to do the following. Now keep in mind, this is going to be a very, very long for loop because we want to create several HTML elements in here. We're going to create, let me just show you what it is that I want to create. So this is one issue. I'm going to say inspect. Let's bring it up. Now keep in mind, this is the section element. Let me show it to you. So this is the section element that is responsible for holding all of the issues. Each issue is going to be a div element that has the following styles on it. All right. So there we go. So this is one individual issue. Within the individual issue, we have a div, which is the container for that issue. We have another div that is going to contain the status and or the last updated time, if that applies. We have the title for the issue, the description for the issue. We have when the issue was created, and if the issue is longer, the description of the issue is longer than 50 characters, we give it a view button here as well. That's why this is a div. So we need to create all of these elements within here. So there is going to be a div. This is going to be the container for every individual issue. And now this doesn't exist inside the HTML, so we need to create it. That's why we're going to say create element. Document.create element. What kind of element do I want to create? I want to create a div element. I could call this issue div. That's better, right? This is a div for every individual issue. Now keep in mind, these elements that we create here, they don't exist inside the HTML file. They are dynamic elements. This is extremely different. This is starkly different from the way we do it in React. And this goes to show one of the other powerful features of React. It makes it so much easier for us to create this kind of element. And this shows you the imperative way of doing it. So I created the element. After that, I select the element, issue div, and I give it some styles. Since the styles are some classes, I'm going to target the class. And instead of just boring you with all the typing of the styles, I'm just going to copy paste them here. So first step, create the issue. Second step, give it some classes for styling. Okay, so that element is created. Next up, we need to create an element to hold the title. You can see how tedious this is, but you need to understand why we do this. Document.create element. There we go. For the title, since we shouldn't do an H1, we could do H2, H3, H4. I'm just going to create an H2. This title is going to have some text inside of it. So I'm going to say text content. The content of the text comes from the issue.title. All right. Now keep in mind, we are iterating over issues, which is an array of all the issues. And for every individual issue, we implement the block of this for loop. So whatever is within this block of this for loop is going to be repeated for every individual issue. So if you have 1,000 issues within your local storage, the block of this for loop is going to run 1,000 times, each time for one individual issue. So what you need to take away from this is whenever you are creating something within a for loop, you just have to think about the individual thing, because the for loop is going to grab that individual thing and multiply it for as many times as there are members within that array. And this is not class list, this is class name, exactly like React. Perfect. So that's going to be the title. So the title is the issue.title. And you can guess what the description is. The description will be issue.description. But first we need to apply some classes to this as well. Let me just copy paste this. It's simpler that way. We just give it a font bold. Again, this is Tailwind. We just apply some styles on this. So we created the div, we created the title. We need to create the description as well. Now keep in mind, we are within the all issues page. So the description, if it is more than 50 characters long, we want to truncate it. So it's going to be truncated description. We grab the issue dot, again, within the for loop, just think of individual, all right? One thing. That's why we use issue. We don't do issues, okay? So issue dot description, this is going to give us the description. Now this is up to you how many characters you want to limit it by. Initially, I limited the number of characters for the description to 100, but then I thought that was too much, so I just went with 50. So if there are more than 50 characters for the description, we show a different button that says view, and when the user clicks on it, there is going to be a modal that is going to show that. All right. initially, what we want to assume is it doesn't need the view button. So I'm going to say needs view button. Initially, these are what we are going to do with use state. So this is how you do states in pure. It's fun doing this, and I had a lot of fun creating this app. Just going back to the basics, it helps you appreciate React and how seamless React is, how powerful React is, right? So we need to create all of these states one after the other, right? So if truncated description dot length is greater than the max length, then we want to basically show a view button, right? Then we're going to grab the truncated description. And now, before showing the view button, we slice off the extra description. And instead of that, we just put 3 dots. So I'm going to grab this and I'm going to say truncated description dot slice. We slice it. We need to give it a starting point, a starting index, which is 0, and an ending index, which is going to be the max length. And then we're going to append it by this 3 dots. That is going to be how we can implement this, right? And then we're going to say needs view button. We are going to set it to true. See, this is again how you would do it with, you would just use state for this, and it would be real easy instead of like turning the state on and off here. So what do we have here? Constant, because it is a constant. We could say let. Yeah, perfect. We could just say let. Perfect. So that part is done. We basically say we show 3 dots, but we need to show the view button as well. Now, the way that I'm going to go about this, the rest of this is, there is a certain order to all of these elements. Right here, we basically implemented, if we want to truncate the description, what I can do is I can go ahead and I can see if we need the view button or not. I'm going to implement that, and I'm going to append it to our element, to the issue div. And then I'm going to show you what the problem with that is so we can fix that, all right? So I'm going to say if needs a view button, it is true, then we want to create a button. And again, the same process, the same tedious process. We are going to say view button. This is going to be document.create element. And what do we want to create? We want to create a button. So we created a button, and then we grab that view button. We need to give it some content inside of it. What was the content? It used to say view, right? Perfect. And then we need to give it some classes as well, so we can style it. So view button.class name, the following classes. Let me just copy paste it so I don't have to waste your time too much. Perfect. And then once we click this view button, we need to show the title as well as the description. All right. So I'm going to say view button.add. Again, clicking is an event, so we can select it here. Add event listener. That is going to be a click event. As soon as we click that, we are going to implement some sort of a functionality. What is that functionality? We show the full description. Now, we are yet to create this method. We're going to create it. Don't worry about it. The full description is going to have the issue.title as well as issue.description. So we show the title of the issue as well as the description for the issue. Now keep in mind, when it comes to putting this view button somewhere inside our DOM, where have we put it in the final part? So in the final part, we have put it right. If I were to create an issue, long issue, and then this is a long issue. Let me just copy that, paste it several times, create it. There we go. So the first issue, this is that long issue. So if I were to come right here at the top, we have that open status, right? Then we have the title, the description, the time that was created, and then we have this div. We didn't create this div, remember? Now, creating items or elements dynamically in Tailwind, in TypeScript is a little bit confusing because of the fact that we want to have some layouting options. I don't want this view button that I just created right here. You can see it is hover BG green 700 right here, this class. I don't want it to be a direct child of the issue itself. I want it to be I want it to be within this div. So we need to create this div. And this div, what I've called this is the actions container. Whoops. Actions container, because it has two actions. It has a view action and it has a delete action. I'm talking about the container for these two buttons, for the delete button as well as the view button. All right. So it is the actions container, and the way you can append an element to the DOM is you just say append. Which element do you want to append? We want to append the view button. Now we need to go ahead and we need to create this actions container. So I'm going to go on the top. I could come right here beneath the if statement. I'm going to say const actions container document dot. This is going to be a div element, right? As you just saw inside the browser, this is a div element. And it doesn't have like textual content. It houses two other elements inside of it. It houses a view button, which we just gave it, and then it is going to house the delete button, which we are going to give it as well. So actions container, let's implement some classes here for layouting purposes. There we go. And now the issue is gone that this didn't exist. Oh boy, so far everything is making sense, right? We don't have anything yet. I think we called that render issues, but we're not done with this. So let me see which one I'm going to create next. So we created the title, but we did not create the description. So let's go ahead. Where should I put that? I could put it right beneath the title. Const description element. For the description element, I'm gonna create a paragraph. So create element. Again, React is gonna implement this extremely smoothly with JSX, and you're gonna see that. The description element's content, text content, is gonna come from the issue that we have, from the description of the issue. All right, and then we need to create the date. So if I were to take a look at an individual issue, so we created the title, we created the description. Right after that, we have this the date. So I'm going to say const date element. All right, not date, date. This is going to be another paragraph document dot. This is imperative programming, so you need to go step by step. Create element. It's going to be a paragraph element. On the paragraph element is going to have some styles. Date element dot class name. Let me just copy paste the styles. But the text content of this, the content is going to be interesting, right? Now, the content of this is going to come from the date, all right? Now, what I could do is I could create a different variable, put the date there, and then I could just put it right here. That would make it a little bit easier. So I'm going to say const created date. Now, new date. And then we are going to grab the created date from our issue. This is available there, right? We store it inside the created date, and then we grab our date element dot what? Text content, because we want to show it as the content for this element. New date. Sorry, not new date. This is going to be a template literal. We're going to say created. Remember, it says created at some date and some time. So we are going to provide the date as well as the time, right? So here I am going to say, where is the $sign? Perfect. I'm going to say created date dot to local string. Now keep in mind, the created date, this is going to be in ISO format. We need to convert it to a local format, to a local string, so we can see it right here and we can understand it, we can read it better. And it was easier to just put it inside a variable and then just convert that variable to a local string. All right. And okay, next up, I want to create this last edited element. And if you take a look at the markup for this, these two are actually within a div. So we have a div that houses the status as well as the last edited. So I'm going to come right here and I'm going to say const, and the name is going to be extremely on the nose. It's going to be status and edited container. Perfect. All right. And in here, I'm going to say document.create element. This is going to be a div, of course, because it houses two elements. Status, let's apply some classes for styling purposes. Let me just put it right there. Okay, so that is, we created that. We are going to append these two to this div at the end of, because I want to show you how we order these elements. We want something to be on the top and then something after that, after that, after that, and after that. All right, so it's not like everything is all over the place. There is actually order to this. Okay, so the next thing that I want to talk about is if the issue was edited in the open issues page, we need to show that text here, right? But we need to come up with a way to understand whether or not that was edited in the edited page. And remember, if I come to the top, we actually had that was edited in open page, and I told you this is a Boolean. So if that Boolean is true, that means the issue was edited. How do we know that? Because index.tx has no idea that open.ts exists. The reason that we would know is because we put everything in the local storage, as well as the edited date, the updated date for that. And then when we select it from the local storage, we take a look at if it was edited in the open page, right? So it's like we have a central point, which is our local storage, and then the local storage like basically branches out into index, into open, and into closed. That's how these files know that the other file exists. So right here, I'm going to say if issue dot was edited. If this is true, this means that the issue was edited in the open page. We're going to create an element. This is going to be updated date. This is going to be new date. We're going to grab the issue dot when the issue was updated at. We need to select that date, put it right here inside this variable, and then we need to create an element. Now keep in mind, we created the container for the status and edited container. We created the container. We didn't create the actual paragraph that holds the last edited, that holds this text last edited. We didn't create that paragraph. So let's go ahead and let's create that const last edited element. And we only want to, now why did I put it inside this if? Because if the issue was not edited in the open page, why even create this element? This element is going to be created conditionally. And in React, this would be called conditional rendering. And we have talked about that in the previous video of this tutorial series. But this is how conditional rendering works in TypeScript. So you can see how it had evolved from TypeScript to React. Create element. What is this element going to be? It'll be a paragraph element. And okay, so the last editor, let's apply some classes, class name, just so it looks a little bit pretty. Now we don't see anything because we have to complete this and then we see some things. As long as we don't complete it, we're not going to see anything. All right. So this is the styles. What about the text inside of it? Last edited.text content. Now keep in mind, this is going to show the date for us. And it's going to be prefixed with last edited, as you can see in the browser. So if I go right here, you can see it says last edited right here. Last edited. It's going to be prefixed by that, and then we have the date, and then we have the time. Now, keep in mind, these are, I think these are in ISO. Yes, these are in ISO, as you saw in the local storage a while back, but then we need to convert them to local string. So this is going to be updated, date.toLocal string. Let's call that method, and that's it. And now that we have created this element is floating inside our TypeScript file. We need to grab our status and edit container and give this element a parent so we can see it in the DOM. Append, what is the name of the element? Last edited element. Perfect. That part is done. Now we have created the last element. We didn't create this badge. We need to create that as well. So I'm going to say const status badge. You can see all of these elements. We need to create them one after the other, right? So this is going to be document.create element. This will be a paragraph element. We need to give it some classes for styling, status badge. Class name. I am just going to copy all the way up to here, and then I'm going to explain why this plus. So let's go to our final application. Let's go to the open pages. I'm going to grab this updated and I'm going to close that issue. And if I go to my main page, now I have two issues. One of them has a status of closed, the other one has a status of open. But these two statuses, statuses, what is the plural of that? They have two different styles, but some of the styles are similar, like the padding, text size, the roundness of the corners, the justification of the text, whether or not they belong to a grid container. I'm not talking about the layout in this video. There is just too much that we need to cover. So some styles are shared, some styles are unique, but we don't want both of them to have the same styles. That's the main point. So from the start of this p-2 up until column start 4, these styles are shared. And after the plus sign, the styles are not shared, right? Now, after this plus sign, I'm going to add an empty space because I don't want two classes to be stuck together, because then the classes are not going to be applied. And then we need to check what the status of the issue is. Issue status. Remember, the issue has a property called status. If the status, you could check for closed or open. I'm just going to check for open because that is the initial one. If the status is open, we want to apply these classes. If the status is closed, I want to apply these classes. What are the classes? Let me just copy paste it for you. So if the status is open, that comes after the question mark. We apply these classes. And if the status is closed, we apply these classes. Let's save that. Prettier is going to take care of that. Let me just do it like this so you can see that better. See? So these styles are going to be applied no matter what the status is. And then we check the status. If it is open, we implement these classes. If it is closed, we implement these classes. Then what else do we want to do? We need to have some content for the status batch. So text, content. And again, the content is going to be dynamic because we need to see whether or not the status is open. What should we do? Should we write open or should we write closed? Let me bring this down. Let's go to the console. So you can see the text is dynamic. Again, issue.status. If it is equal to open, the text within is going to be open. You could capitalize this so you can have a difference. You can differ between the string that comes from local storage and then the text content. So the text content is capitalized. But in my final application, you can see it's not. I just thought of that. So closed. Let's save that. Perfect. So this is the element. Now we need to give it a container. Keep in mind, the container is going to be that status and edited container dot append child. Append child gives an HTML element to another HTML element as a child. You can think of it like this, that the status and edited container element adopts this status batch as well as that last edited element as children. It adopts them. Okay, so this is going to be status batch. Perfect. So now that that part is done, let's move forward. Let's see what else do I want to create here. So now we are going to get started by adding all of these elements to the main div issue div, the main div that holds all of the main div that wraps the issue itself. So that is going to have an order to it. All right. The first thing that we want to give to this issue itself is this show and edited. You can see that's on the top. So I'm going to come right here. Excuse me. I'm going to come right here. I'm going to grab our issue div, and I'm going to say append, and I'm going to give it status and edited container. We don't see that. Let's say, we still don't see that. Let's keep adding these issues, and I'm going to fix that for you as well. So we added that. Okay, we need to add this action container to our issue div as well. But before moving forward, there is one more thing that I need to add. We didn't create this delete button, so we need to create the delete button as well. So it doesn't really matter too much where we put that. So status badge, we could just put it right here beneath that. But since that's the last thing, I'm gonna put it after the view button right here. All right, this is going to be this is I think the last element that we create here. Delete button, and then this is going to be document dot create element. What is the type of this? This is a button element. Delete class. Delete button dot class name. There are going to be some classes that we want to apply for this delete button. Class name. Perfect. This is going to have some text. Delete button dot text content. What is the text going to show? It's going to show delete. And then it's going to have an event listener on it as well, because once we click on it, we want to do something. So delete button. Once we click on it, we want to delete that issue from the, not only from the page, but as from the local storage as well. The event that is going to trigger all of that is going to be a click event. And the click event is going to basically invoke a delete issue function for us, where we pass in the issue ID. This is why we use the issue ID. The issue ID is basically going to tell us which issue it is that we want to delete. Once we get to the delete issue functionality, the implementation of the function, I'm going to walk you through how TypeScript knows which issue to delete. Right? So that part is done. Let's go ahead and let's append the children to the UI. Okay, issue div dot append. Come on, append. I'm gonna call that several times. So the first thing that I want to append is going to be the status and edited container. After that, we need to give it the title, description element. We have the date element, perfect. And then we have the actions container. What else do we have? We have the delete button as well. Perfect. So far, so good. And then let me just go through this for a second. So we wrote a lot of code. Issue div, perfect. So remember, all of that was within this for loop. I told you that is going to be like a big loop. But if I were to collapse all of that, so within this for loop, we basically did something that would have taken us like 5 minutes in React. But it took us, I think, like 30 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes. But all of that should go inside this issues, all of that. But we don't want it to go inside the issues. We want it to go inside the issues list, because the issues list is going to be something that we put on the screen, right? That's something that we put on the screen. Issue list. Issue list. Let me just take a look at this. Add issue, push new issues. We grab the issue list. Okay. All of our issues are right here. Yeah, that seems logical. Perfect. So we're going to say issues list dot append I think we should have used append child. What do we want to append to this? We want to append the div that we created, that the issue div. Issue div. Issue. Oh, we need to call it within the if statement, because every time this loop runs, we want to append the children. Put it right there. Let's come right here. Let's open this up. We have 2 errors right here. Let me select all of these appends, and I'm going to say append child. Perfect. Do we have append anywhere else? We need to convert it to append child. Append child. Let's refresh the page. Let me add one save. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I was kind of worried about it. You can see there are some things which are different than our final application, but we are going to fix all of that step by step. I am going to create another item as well, and I'm going to call it 2. Let's create another one. Let's call it 3. Let's go ahead and take a look at our database. Let me just bring this here, open this up, bring this up. There we go. So we got 3 items right here, and they should be arranged based on the time that they were created. Perfect. So we have item 1, item 2, and item 3. Now, if I were to go back to the console, and if I click on delete, since we have not defined the delete, it is throwing this message. Now, I need to go to the elements because there are not really. We could just take a look at it and fix it. So let's take a look at this item number 3. So for item number 3, we have the status, which is open right on the top, the title, the description as well. Let me just say title. So we know that the title and description, they appear in their correct spot. There we go. So we got title, description, created at, and then we got the delete. So if I were to take a look at the delete, we should be able to see that the delete button should not be appended to the issue div directly. The delete button is part of something called actions container, if I remember correctly, where we had a long issue. We need to test for that as well. This belongs to the long issue. Let me copy that. Let's see if our truncated text works as well. There we go. We don't see the view. We need to fix that as well. So this action container, it actually has this delete button as well as the, let me fix the microphone, as well as the view button. So this action container is right there. We should see that if needs view button, delete. So we have the delete button here. I'm going to say actions container. Okay, everything is gone. Let's say long issue. And then this is some text. Let's copy that, paste it. So this is fixed, but we don't see the view button. Did we create that? The view button. So needs view button. This is the view button. Okay, we created that. We gave it to the action append child. It should be there. So if I take a look at this, bring this up, within here, we just have one button that says view. Okay, that says delete. So delete button, truncated. Description needs view button true. If view button is true, let me take a look at this. I think I know where the problem is. So here is our view button. We clearly create that. We give it some content, some classes. So here we say view button.add-event-listener at. So when we click on the view, then it should be appended. That's the problem. This append, that should not be within the add-event-listener. It should be outside of it. And we are basically running this function. We could just do an implicit return, and that would work fine. Let's just do that. Perfect. So I'm going to say long issue. This, I'm just going to say some text. Let's copy that several times. Let's click on it. There we go. So it's the order is reversed, but it does show. We don't see that view because we need to create that view modal. That's some different element that we need to create as well. But the order is reversed. This means that we add the button container first, and then to the action, and then we add the view first, and then we add the delete button. So here we add the view first, and then we add the delete. So what I could do is I could cut this, come right here. Now you can see this is why it's very important for you to understand the order. Issue, text. Let's just copy it several times. There we go. Oh, okay. Oh, this should be on top right here. Perfect. Now it works. One and text. There we go. So we got delete, we got view, we got the open. Now the thing is that if we go to our open issues, it is not there because the open issues, it doesn't read from the local storage. And if we just move back and forth, everything is going to go away. We need to fix all of that. Let's go to inspect. Let me take a look at our There we go. It's there. Since we have like 2 errors, shuffle description, delete issue, we're not reading from the local storage correctly. Okay, load all the data. Let me just move forward. Let me implement the delete issue as well as the shuffle description. But I feel like this should show it, right? So if we were to, where are we calling this render issues function? So let me collapse this render issues. This is a big function. We call this render issues function when we add a new issue, but we don't call it when we go to the page. So I need to copy this. Where are we calling the functions? I could put it right here, could cut all of them, put it at the end of the app, save that. There we go. Now, we don't have to add a new issue to show the issues from the local storage. I hope you're not getting confused. Now, the render issues is now being called in the global scope. Before, it was only being called, this render issues was only being called when we added a new issue, not in the global scope. So when you go to the app, this render issues, it has to be called. All right. Perfect. After that, let's implement the easiest functionality, which is the delete issue. If we want to delete an issue, we need to know which issue it is that we want to delete. This function is not going to do anything, so we are going to return void from this. We're going to grab our issues, and then we are going to filter the issues. So filter. So we're going to take a look at each individual issue. And for each individual issue, we're going to grab the ID and we're going to check if the ID is not equal to the ID. If we want to delete an issue and we click on that issue, the filter method is going to return a different array, a new array. And that issue is not going to be included in that, right? So I want to delete the issue, which is issue number 1. And if I click on it, and if I click on the same issue, how do I know I click on it? Because I'm checking the IDs. I want to delete this issue 1. And if I click on it, it's going to return an array in which that issue does not exist. So you need to keep in mind how this filter works. It's a higher order array method, and it implements some kind of a Boolean expression. It creates a new array, and it only puts within that new array items for which this Boolean expression returns true. When the ID is not equal to the ID, when the issue ID is not equal to the ID that I clicked on, it is going to put that item into the new array and return it. So when I click on item number 1, let's say I add, let me bring this down. Let's say I add 2, 2, and then 3, 3. So let's say I click on item number 2. So when I click on this item, it means that my click aligns with the ID of this 2, because I'm clicking on 2, right? You can see this delete is bound to the ID of this 2. So when I click on the delete that is bound to the ID of the 2, it excludes it, filter excludes it from the new array that it returns. So what are going to be the new items within the new array? It's the items for which the delete is not bound to that item. So when I click on the delete for the item number 2, this delete is only bound to this item number 2. It's not bound. Take a look at this. It's not bound to the ID of item number 3, or it's not bound to the ID of item number 1. So it returns item number 1 and item number 3 because the ID is different. I click on 2. 2 has a different ID than 3 and then 1. So it matches this delete to the item number 2. It deletes item number 2. It doesn't actually delete it. It returns an array in which item number 2 does not exist because the clicking was matched to the ID of 2. But it only returns the ones for which this match does not occur. And that's why it's a negative, because we return the ones that we didn't click on, right? It's very simple. This is how filter works. Filter is very much used in React, so you need to really understand how this works. And then we grab our save issues method and we update our local storage and we update our UI as well. Now, if I click on 3, 3 is gone. Now you need to make sure that it is gone from the local storage as well. If I click on this, you can see it's being simultaneously deleted from the UI as well as the local storage. And there we go, local storage is empty. There is only one thing in the local storage, and that is our theme, dark. Now if I click on this, you can see it's light, dark, light, dark. Take a look at that here, right here. So, see? But that's the second thing. The first one is the issues array. And as I said, it is an array. Initially, it's an empty array, and that's what you see there. So this delete functionality was simpler to implement. And if you're wondering about save issues, it's right here. We talked about that early on. Let me just collapse these. Perfect. Next up, what do we have? Let's implement the next functionality. We need to create the view modal as well. So when I have an item for which there is a lot of text, I want to show that as well. I want to show the text, but that's an element. Okay, so if I were to click on this view, you can see this is an element. It has some title, some description, and a close button. So we need to create that. View modal. It's not going to have anything. We are going to say view modal document.create element. What do you think this should be? You could say it's a div. I'm just going to create a section. Now we need to initialize this element as well. Let view modal be HTML section. We don't have section, so HTML element. All right. So we have initialized it as that, and then we are basically using it. Duplicate. Have I used it somewhere, or is it just talking about this one? View modal. Let me just Control F. Where have I used that? That's let the function. Oh, sorry. The function is create view modal. Yeah, duplicate identifier. Perfect. Now I'm going to cut this, go to the top, put it beneath this because I want all of my HTML elements to be in one place. Let me comment this one back in. So this is a section element, view modal dot class class name. It's going to have some classes, of course, and these are the styles that I've implemented on that. Feel free to work with them, play with them, and come up with your own styles. The inner HTML is extremely important in this scenario. So this is a backtick. And I'm just going to, because we don't have any code completion, I'm just going to copy paste this and I'm going to save that. Let me fix that. Okay, perfect. So within this section, I have 3 elements, as I said. We have a title, which I'm going to declare as an H2 element. We are going to have some kind of description, which I'm going to put within the paragraph. And I'm going to have a close button, which I'm going to basically put in within this close. Now, how I'm going to put content inside of this, if you take a look at between the opening and closing of these elements, there is nothing except for the button that says close, because close is not dynamic. It's static. For all modals, we're going to have close, but some modals, every individual issue is going to have a different title, and a different paragraph or a different description, right? So we select them using the ID that is right here. So using this ID, we select the title and we put in the title of the long truncated description issue. And then here we put the description of that. So the title and the content. Perfect. So now that we have created that, what we are going to do is we're going to grab our body element, document.body.append child. We're going to append it or give it this view modal because it's hovering on top of all other elements. It's the best place to put it. I'm going to create const close button. This is going to be view modal. Now keep in mind, we have created the element. Now I can just select it using query selector, using the ID of that. So put in the hash sign. There we go. So we have selected this, and I could type annotate this as well. But I think TypeScript can handle that. Close. It's an element, or it could be null. No, I want this to be an HTML button element. Perfect. Now, when I click on this, let me add the exclamation mark. What was this? This was non-null assertion operator. All right. So when I click on this button element, what do I want to happen? So let's grab the close button dot add event listener. What is the event? It is the click event. Once I click on this, I want to close the modal. How do I close it? How do I open it? When I open it, I basically say display block. When I close it, I'm just going to say height. So view modal dot class list dot add just a hidden class. That's it. So hidden, when you add it, it's just going to go away. Perfect. So like that. And let's see, what else do I want to do? I think that's it. We need to show the title as well. So this is where we created the modal. We need to call this function and show the title. I'm going to create a function. We have already created that, but we did not, we called that, but we did not create the actual function declaration. This is, if you remember correctly, it required a title and a description that was type of string. Perfect. When I am within the show full description function, what do I want to do? I want to check if we have the view modal. If we don't have it, we need to bring it. So we need to see the actual element. Create view modal. I'm going to call it right there. All right. So if we don't have any view modal, we're going to create that. Otherwise, let's just move forward. So I'm going to say here title element. Remember, we created that up above right here. So it's there. Now I can just select it using the query selector. There we go. This is the HTML heading element. We could type annotated as well. HTML heading. HTML heading element. Perfect. Let's add this. Let's move forward. And we need to select our description. Const content element document.query selector. This is the HTML paragraph element. Okay, let's select it from here. Just some very basic repetitive stuff that we need to do in order for this app to work. So we have selected the title and the description. We need to pass in the content to them. So for the title element, I'm going to say dot text content. This is going to be equal to the title. that this function receives, we are going to go back to where we call this full description, and we're going to see how this actually works. And for content, this is going to receive the description. Perfect. And then in here, we would want to see the modal. So we need to say class list dot remove heading. Perfect. So if I were to come right here, if I were to say long, this is a long description. Perfect. Let's save that. There we go. So if I click on it, there we go. Login, this is a long description, and then we should be able to close that. Now when we close it, we close the modal, we don't delete the actual thing. And if I click on delete, we deleted that from the local storage. Okay, that's perfect. Now I told you I'm going to show you where we actually call this show full description. Now the way you can actually go there is just double click on the name, Control F. It's going to show you that you've used them 2 times. If you click on it, it's just going to take you there. Now, if you remember when we created the single issue container, we called this there. When we basically had more than 50 characters, we said that when we click view button, when we click the view button, we run a function that is basically going to invoke this function, show full description. And we passed in the title and the issue. That's how we were able to select and to use the title and the description right here, because they were passed as arguments to this function. And using the parameters, we basically set them to these 2 elements, and we showed the model. Right? So far, so cool. I think we are done with the functionality of the this first one. So I'm going to add 1 click, 2 click, long. This is some text, and yep, let's we can see all 3 of them there. Perfect. Now the one that was created last, it shows up first. We can delete them, and we have already seen that, and there is the view. Perfect. Oh, it doesn't truncate the text. I just noticed that. It should do that. So if I were to go up, view button, we said truncated text. Actions container, there we go. So we said that. Okay. Issued a description. If max length was 50, we said the first state was false. That was the initial state, but then we checked if the truncated description length was larger than the max length. We added the 3 dots. Slice 0, and then needs view button. Logic seems to be okay. Everything else works except for this one. A view button is true. Needs view button. Issue that was edited. We didn't do the issue edited as well, because when we actually go to the open page, implement the edit functionality, we basically edit something. We should be able to see the text here. We didn't implement that. We should implement it here as well. I'm just looking at where I did a mistake. Issued a description. Item issued a description. Text content. Description, text content. This should not be equal to the issue description. It should be, oh yeah, we implemented that, sorry. So we implemented the was edited on that. Okay, that's perfect. So I'm just going to collapse that. Let's get back to the main point. The main point is this description element. I just cut that and I'm going to put it right here. Now this should not be equal to the issue.description because we put that inside our truncated description. Truncated description should be within the description element.text content. Now let's save that. There we go. As soon as I did that, the text is now truncated. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. So with this, I believe the functionality for this page has come to an end. So within the open page, we have, let's start from the top. We have the dark mode. We have implemented that. We need to have the issues. I'm going to put it right here. I'm going to put it right there. I'm going to collapse that. We need to load the issues from the local storage. That's the load issues. This is the same. It doesn't matter which page we are on. This is going to be the same. Yeah, we get all the issues, we parse them, but first we need to select all the issues so we can sift through the issues that do not have the open flag. Okay. So this is the same. And let's take a look at this render issues. This is the biggest one of all. This is the biggest of all of them. Now, what do we have within this render issue that we want to keep, and what are the things that we want to basically delete from here or change them? So in here, what we have is, if I go to the top of this, we have our render issues. First, what we do is we basically load the issues. I am going to get rid of this if statement right here. We no longer need this. We load the issues, we sort the issues. We need to select our issues list from the HTML representing HTML. It is issues list. I'm going to say document.query selector HTML element. Let's go back to our render issues. Now, we're not taking a look at all of issues. Remember, we want to have the issues that are that only have the open. So I should call this something else, right? So I'm going to call it filtered. Is that okay? Yeah. For issue of filtered issues, we need to filter the issues here as well. Once we load them, before sorting them, we need to filter the issues right here. So within the issues, we have all of the issues. Let filtered issues be equal to, and again, we use our filter method. Filter. Keep in mind, again, that the filter method is only going to keep the issues for which this Boolean expression returns true. If the Boolean expression returns false, it's not going to keep them. So it's going to return a new array, and it's only going to take a look at the status. And if the status is equal to open, it's going to put those issues inside the new array, and it's going to return them. And it's going to exclude everything that does not, for which this expression does not hold true. So now that we have filtered the issues, we have that. We create the issue div. Now we want the div to have almost the same look and feel. So we are going to have the same classes. Here we have the title, which is going to be the same thing. We have the date, which is going to be the same thing. If we were to go to the open, we don't have the status badge because the issue is already in the open page. Why should I show the user that it has an open status? It doesn't make sense. So I could just go ahead and delete this. Perfect. So we don't have that. We don't have this truncated description because in the open page, we show the entire thing. We show that entire thing. And instead of that, we could show issue.description. Perfect. If I go to the open, we don't see because we're not loading that. We are going to load that, don't worry. So what else do I want to fix here? Let me go if issue is, okay, this is the edited one, status and edit. Now we no longer have this status. Since we don't have the status, we don't have this container. We're going to get rid of this container. Okay, so we have the title, we have the date. This is the description. Let me put it beneath the title. The description doesn't have any classes. We don't style it. You could go ahead and style that. Since we no longer have this, I'm going to get rid of it, but I'm going to keep this. We're going to come to this. So on top of that, if you take a look at this, we have the title, description, the date, and then we have this container that has the close, the delete, and the edit. So here I am going to create const. I think we have an actions container, if I'm not mistaken. Let me comment this one out. We have, yeah, there we go. Here we have an actions container. The only thing else that we need to put in here should be the mark as close. That one that we should put here. So I'm going to say const mark closed button. This is going to be document. We don't have this element, so we need to create it. Document.create element. This is going to be a button element. We could type annotated, but TypeScript can handle that here for us. And this is going to have some text, mark closed button, dot text content. This is now within the open page, we're going to have almost the same thing within the close page, but within the open page, this is going to say close issue. Perfect. It's going to have some styles. As you can see, it's green and beautiful. Class name. Let me just select the styles from here. And then after the styles, it should have some event as well, because then it marks the issue as closed. Add event listener. Most of these are click because they just apply on click. I'm going to do an implicit return here. And for this one, we're going to say update issue status. And we are yet to create that. Now, which issue we want to update the status of? We're going to select that issue using the issue.id. The status update is going to be closed. And then we are going to pass in our issues list as well, so we can update that. So far, that is okay. Let's take a look at our delete button. It's going to delete the issue ID, but then we need to send that to the local storage. We need to update our issue list as well. Now here we don't see this view button, so I'm just going to get rid of this. Okay, let's delete that. Let's delete this. What else? What else? We need to create this update issue status. Let me create it. Update function update issue status. Just create the function signature. The delete issue is a simple one as well. I just want to get rid of these errors. If I go to the open page, we don't see anything because we didn't call the render issues function. So we need to call it down below. Render issues, and for this one we need to pass in the issue list, and there we go. It just shows that, but we need to fix this function to accept a parameter as well. This is going to grab an issues list, and the list is going to be an issue list, an HTML element. Correct. Okay, we'll reload the page. There we go. So in the open page, we have, sorry, in the all issues, we have long. Let me delete these. Let me delete this. I'm going to say 1, delete, add, 2, add. So we have 1 issue, 2 issue. They have status open. And when they're open, they are shown right here. Now, there are several problems. We don't see the mark is closed. We don't see the edit. And also, we created the second issue last, but in here, that's not the case. So we need to take care of the order as well. We need to fix these one after the other. For the edit, I am going to create const last edited container. And this is going to be a div element, document.create element, div. Okay, this is going to have some classes, .class name. The classes are important because the items inside of these this div, they should have some kind of layouting option. And we append this to this. Okay, now we need to give this last edit container to this issue div. That should be on top, right? Issue div. Let's just select it, add it, and if there is any problem, we're gonna fix it. Whoops. Last edit container. Last edit. We didn't edit it, that's why we don't see that, right? We didn't edit anything. This only is shown when we edit something. So class name, text content, last edited something. Right? Okay, append, this should be child. We need to have the edit functionality, the edit button. We need to create that as well. So I'm going to come right here. It's towards the bottom, so I'm going to create it here. Const edit button. This is going to be document.create element. The type is going to be button. Edit button dot text content. This should say edit. Edit. And there are some classes, of course. Dot class name. And then if I save this, we need to append it to our issue div, and then it is going to be shown. This goes within our action container. So I'm going to grab my actions container dot append child. I'm going to give it the edit button. And there we go. We got the edit button. I need to put that here as well. Before this, there we go. Perfect. So we have our close issue, edit, and delete. So where is the delete button? This should come in the middle. And now we need to have some sort of functionality for our edit button, because when we click this, add event listener, we want to edit the issue, right? So we are going to call a function. This function is going to be called show modal. In my opinion, the most complicated aspect of this app in TypeScript that is within the open issues page. It's right here. In the all issues and closed issues is the simplest one. In all issues, it's a little bit intermediate, but the most complicated part is in the open issues. There is just a lot of moving parts. And you can see how these like simple applications, they take too long to teach and to create and to test and to make sure that all of the functionalities, they work perfectly fine. So now we need to come up with 3 functions. One function is the edit function, this show modal. The other one is the delete issue. And the other one is the update issue status. I think aside from this, everything is okay. So I'm going to collapse this and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create all of them one by one. The first one that I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create is going to be this delete. This is like, it looks very, very simple. So for the delete, we're going to pass an ID, which is going to be of type string. If I were to take a look at where we used it, so we passed in as an ID and the issues list. So I'm going to come right here and we need to select it here. So issues list, this is an HTML element, and it doesn't return anything. It's going to be basically the same. We didn't call this function. We need to call that function as well. I'm going to go right there, put it right there, save that. Perfect. So we have our save issues, and now here we pass in the new list of issues, and then we need to basically do the same thing for render issues. The new list, we need to pass it the new list of the issues. Now keep in mind, the first issue is basically the array that holds all of the issues. That's something that we pass into local storage, because keep in mind, local storage accepts an array of objects. But the issues list is an HTML element that we render. That's why we put it in the render issues. This is an HTML element that holds all the issues. We cannot pass it to the local storage. So if I were to click on this, there we go. It deleted the first, so the second one came up. If I go here, you can see the first one is deleted. And if I go to the open, click on the delete, 2 has been deleted, come to the first page, or all issues, 2 has been deleted. So right here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, ID is going to be of type string. The status is going to be of new status. This could be any of these two types, one of these two, in fact. So it's open or closed. And then the issues list. Why list? Because that is the HTML element responsible for showing the issues on the screen. If I go to the function, what do I want to do here? Now this function is going to return void. Update issue status. Once I click on this button, again, let's see where we used it. So we used it as mark close button. So when I click on this, it should update the status. And how? You might be asking this question. How? When we update the status, how does the issue is removed? How is it removed from the open issues and it goes to the closed issues, right, like this? Because at no point in our application we delete it. We don't delete it. Well, if you have that question, that's a very, very good question. But if you even don't have it, I'm still going to answer it. Because once you change the status of the issue, what happens? Remember this. We said, okay, we loaded all the issues, but then we filtered based on the status. So when the status changes, it doesn't qualify or it doesn't pass this test. When it doesn't pass it, we don't load it here. Remember, we said for issue of filtered issues. That's how it is going from here, because the status is no longer open. And when it is not open, we don't render it here. That's how it works. Right? And it's very, very awesome. So we are right here. The first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to say const now. Let's get the now time new date dot to ISO string. I'm going to select all of our issues. We're going to map them, and basically what we want to do is we want to change their status. All right. So I'm going to grab our issues. Issues.map. Now the map method is going to return a new array, and it's going to implement one function for every individual item within that array. So every individual item is an issue, and it is going to do something for that individual item, right? I opened up parentheses that basically signifies an implicit return. Okay, so if the issue.id is equal to the ID, so if I want to mark issue 1 as closed, I don't mark issue 2 as closed. Okay, if this is okay, what do I want to do? Okay, I want to spread them inside this object. This is a new object, all right? And from them, I want to grab something, some property from there. That is status. And I want to set it to my new status. All right. And now keep in mind, when I do this, I want to update the issue date as well. Updated at now. Otherwise, we just return the issue. Okay, finally, we need to update our issues list. We need to update the local storage, which is save issues. And then we need to update the UI, render issues. For the UI, we pass in the section element. For the local storage, we pass in the array of objects. Save that. So we need to implement the edit issue as well. So the way that I'm going to go about this is we need to create some HTML elements because the modal doesn't exist in our open.html. It doesn't exist there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a function that is going to be called create modal. So this is going to basically return for us an HTML div element. And I'm not going to bug you with all of this code. We're going to go over that. So here, what do we have here? Let me just zoom out a little bit so you can see that better. So this basically returns an HTML div element. The div has a name that is modal element. It is a div element. All of these are the classes. Let me just select this. These are the classes. And then this modal has a ton of content inside of it because if we click on this, you can see this is basically a form. This is the same thing that we had in the first page. So we basically apply it again. That's why open page is complicated than all of them. So here, for every modal, we have a title that says edit issue. If I were to show this to you, there we go. So we got the edit issue. Within the form, we have one div element that has a label. This is the label that says title, as you can see here. And then we have an input element that is responsible for writing the title. And if you take a look at this, it has an ID. So the important part is this, edit title. And then we have a text area beneath that has an ID of, right here, edit description. So far, everything's clear. And what do we have next? Next, we have a div that has two buttons inside of it. One button has cancel with an ID of cancel edit. The other button has a type of submit, and that's basically the submit button, right? It doesn't have any ID, just it submits the form and the text is saved, as you can see right there. So that's what I did, and it returns that from this function. So this function basically creates an HTML element for us. So that's the create modal. Next up, we have the show modal. Show modal. All right, so this is going to accept an issue. The type of issue is above. We have already implemented that. And we are going to grab our issues list, which has a type of HTML element. For this one, first we are going to check if we have a modal. If we don't have a modal, we need to create the modal probably as well. So let's go. I would like to create them on top. So I'm going to say let modal. This should be an HTML div element, and I'm going to create another element. This is let edit issue ID. Edit issue ID. This is going to have either a type of string or null, but initially it's going to be null. Perfect. Let's come right here. So if modal is false, it means there is no modal. Then we basically create the modal. We call the create modal function right here. So it creates the modal, and then we grab the body, document.body.append child, and we append it on the body element. That's the if statement. The start of the if statement. So next up, what do we want to do? We want to grab the, now keep in mind that we have created an element a div element that is basically our modal. So we can select the different elements from inside of it. So just to save your time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste these. So we have our cancel button where we select it using the ID. We have our form, edit issue form. We select it using the ID. They come from here. Edit issue form. There we go. Cool. So we selected the items. What do we want to do with these? If the cancel BTN and the form are visible, what do we want to do? We want to grab the cancel BTN, add an event listener to it. The event is going to be click, and it is basically going to run a function for us. And it is going to close the modal for us. We have not implemented the close modal. We will implement that. Don't worry about it. So everything is clear so far. Let's grab the form. The form is going to have, now keep in mind, it's not a click event. It's a submit event. And when it is a submit event, we need to select our event listener as well. Because remember e.prevent default? There we go. So we have added that. Now, what we are going to do is we're going to select our title and description. So I'm going to put that there. I'm going to add the exclamation mark there. I've already added that there. So these come from the modal that we just created using the create modal function. We select the edit title and we select the edit description. After selecting these, we need to set the value for them. So I'm going to say const title is equal to title input dot value. But remember, we trimmed them in the previous page. We are going to do the same thing here as well. This is basically going to trim the empty space. And this is the description. This is going to be the C input. Perfect. So far everything is okay. Now, if we have the title as well as the description, what do we want to do? We want to edit the issue, and what do we want to pass? Edited issue ID, title, description, as well as the issues list, because we need to update the issues list. And then we want to close the model. Close the model. Close, come on, buddy, close model. So now what I'm going to do is, let me just see where I am. I am right here within this if statement. The if statement is done. I'm going to get out of the if statement. I am going to select our input and I'm going to select our description, and then we need to set them as well here. So let's just, this is something that we have already done in our previous page. So we basically select the title input and the description input again, and once we select them, we basically say if there is anything inside of them, we want to set their value to the issue title and issue description. All right. And then the edited issue is going to be the ID of the last issue. And then we remove the head and we basically show that. All right. So I think this function show modal, this is done. If I come right here, if I click on this, we still don't see that. Let's take a look at the error that we get. Console, it says modal is not defined at show modal 169. Show modal 100 and okay, modal. That was a typo. If I click on it, there we go. If I were to say edit it, and if I save that, it doesn't work because we didn't implement the close modal as well as the edit issue we didn't implement any of them. So the edit issue, so when I save it, it means I'm editing it. So we need to implement those as well. We cannot even cancel that. So we created the modal. We have shown the modal. Now we need a way to close the modal as well. So function close modal right there. We should just say if the modal is open, then we want to close it. So modal.classList.add. What class do we want to add if you want to hide the modal or close the modal? Just hit it. And then use edited issue. Whoops. Edit issue ID. What am I doing? Edit issue ID is going to be equal to null. So if I click on edit, close it. Perfect. So this functionality works. That is the close modal. And after the close modal, we should be able to edit the modal as well, or edit the issue. So where should we go? I'm going to come right down here. Function edit issue. The edit issue is going to have an ID. That is, it basically received an ID with a type of string. New title. The new title is the title that the user sets. It could be the old title. The user might just update the description. We don't know. We just select it. Description. Type of string. And then we need to update the UI with the issues list. HTML element. It's not going to return anything. I am a little bit tired. I have a little bit of a headache. So what do we want to do here? Now, once we edit that, remember, we want to know the edited time. So new date dot to ISO string. What is the best method to do here? It is the map method. Dot map. So it gives us one individual issue. For this individual issue, we first check if issue.id is equal to the ID. Then we implement the following thing. We return an object. So we spread all of them. The title, what do we want to change? We should be able to change the title. Description, we should be able to change the description. Perfect. And then the updated at, that's going to be equal to now. And remember, this was edited in the page. This was a Boolean, so we are going to set it to true. So we return the issue. Once we have the edited issue, we need to make sure that we update the local storage with the list. And what do we update the UI with? Render issue. We update the UI with the section element. Yeah, perfect. So edit, I'm going to say edited title and then edited description. As soon as I save this, there we go. Edited title, edited description, yes. We still have one problem here. Argument of TypeScript is not assigned to a parameter string. Line 189. Can't see it. Okay, line 189. Question mark. Perfect. Whoops. Now there is another issue. Expected 189. Oh, sorry. The non-null. It's not null. So I added by mistake the optional operator. Okay, so this is done. Perfect. Now, most of this is going to be the same in our closed issues. So the easiest way to go about this is to just select everything, copy that, and select everything and just paste it right here for the closed issues. And we're going to go from top to bottom and we're going to see what it is that we want to implement. The first thing is this modal. We no longer need the modal. We need our issue. This interface, we have the setup dark mode. We have the theme preference. We load the issue, but keep in mind, we load it based on the state that when the state is basically closed. So we load it based on that state. Again, we still need to sort our elements. That stays as it is. We filter the issues again because we want to have the ones that are closed. We have the div, that is the issue div, the title for the issue, the description. You can see we have a lot of repetitive code, right? So we have date, created, last issue, last edited container. Issue was edited, last edited, okay, actions container. Now here, instead of mark as open, mark as closed, we are going to have mark as open. This is going to open, and this is going to change the status to open. Okay. Show ID. We have the update issue status, the same thing. Delete button is going to be there, but the edit button is not going to be there. Edit button, .out event listener. Mark as closed is going to be mark as open. We're not going to have the edit functionality here, so let's just get rid of this. We have the last edited container, title, description, action, the actions container. Let's save this. So we can see it says close issue. It should say open issue, and the styles are going to be different, right? So let me just, because once you open the issue is going to turn red because it says open issue, right? I'm not going to click because we need to implement some content. Now create modal, show modal, close modal, edit issue, all these four are gone. We have the save issues, we save it, update issue status. We add the open or closed. We get the new one. We save the issues. Okay, this is something that we pass into local storage. This is an array of objects, and then this is the section element that we show on the UI. That looks perfect. And this is the same thing. I think that's it. I think so. Let me just save this. Okay, so if I click on open, it's going to open that. It's 10:06. If I click on close, it's going to close that. 38, so it should be a little bit longer. Perfect. So that works. Let's go here. Whoops. Let's close the issue. We should be able to delete it. Yeah, it was deleted. That's it. Now that we've created our application, there are some refactoring that we can do. Basically, we could tidy up our code a little bit so it's more readable, more understandable. And in the process, what we want to do is we want to simulate as though this would be a React project. So here, if I were to go inside the index, open, and closed pages, we have 3 pages. The first thing that I'm sure is very clear for you is this interface. We have the interface issue. We have that in index. We have the same thing in open, and then we have the same thing in issue. So what I could do is I could cut that, come right here into the source. I'm going to create a different folder, and I'm going to call it types. Why? Because we are putting specific types for our objects or arrays or variables right here. So we can reuse them. And the file name is going to be types.ts. This is a TypeScript file. I'm just going to put that there. Now, none of these files, none of these pages, index, open, or closed, they know about this types because it's not publicly available. So what we need to do is we need to export it. And this is going to make it publicly available. Now I can close that. So in here, I have a bunch of errors. I'm going to get rid of the interface from here. We're going to have a bunch of errors there as well, and here as well. Now, the way you can use that is you need to go, this is a best practice. You need to go to the top of your file, and in there, you're going to say import. And you need to specify what it is you want to import. So we want to import issue from where? From. So now here, this is a relative path. You need to say where you are, from where you are, where you want to go. So we are within the source folder, right? From the source, within the source folder, there is a types folder. And within the types folder, there is a types.ts file. All right. So this is the import statement. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to come right here. And I'm going to put that there on top, and that's it. Let's open up our console just in case we have some errors so we can fix them. If there is anything wrong with the way we import or export, there we go. So everything so far seems to be working. Perfect. That was the first thing. The second thing that makes a lot of sense would be the local storage logic. So for the local storage, what we had was we also have the dark mode that we could also implement. For the local storage, if you remember correctly, we have this function that saves the issues into the local storage, and then we have another function right beneath it that basically loads issues from the local storage. So these two. Now in here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a different folder, and I'm going to call it utils, short for utilities. And in here, let's create a file. This is going to be local storage.ts. Within here, I am going to cut both of these, and I'm going to paste that right here. Now keep in mind, inside of this save issues and load issues, we need to have access to our issue interface. So we need to import that here first. Import issue, just hit enter, there we go. So here, this is double dots basically indicate that we get out of the utils folder and go inside the types folder or directory. Now the errors are basically warnings that say you have created these functions, but you're not using them. So now that we have two things, it's a best practice to go to the bottom of your file and then write and export them from here. So we have load issues, or just in order, save issues, and then we have load issues. And now we need to use them right here inside of our file. So on the top, what I can do is I can say import. What am I going to import? I'm going to import save issues, and then I'm going to also import load issues, both of them. And I'm going to copy this import statement because the index, the closed, and the open are in the same directory. I could just copy that and put it right here as well. But first, I want to delete, we have the save issues right here. Let's delete that. We have the load issues right here. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to delete that as well. Perfect. And on top, let's just import both of them. There we go. No errors. And then the same goes here. We have the load issues. Before deleting it, you need to take a look at the function, like the body of the function, just to make sure you're not deleting something else. Okay, delete that, save this, go to the top, put it, save it, and there we go. So now that the local storage and the type is gone, the next thing that I would like to do would be the dark mode. For the dark mode, now keep in mind, there are a couple of other things that I will be extracting just in case we use them in the future. One of them is this full description modal that we created in the all issues page. The second one is going to be Let me mark this as open. So the second one is going to be this edit one right here, where we actually created inside the open page. So let's go ahead. Let's select the dark mode. For the dark mode, there are a couple of things. First off, in here, I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call it components. These are components, all right? Now, types and local storage, they're not component. They're like some extra things that we use, but the main breakup of our application goes inside the components. And then we could provide this closed index and open inside a pages directory, but I'm not going to go that far. So in here, I am going to create, now since this is a component, I'm going to capitalize the first letter. You don't have to do this. In fact, this is not a requirement. This is, again, something that we are basically mimicking React. So our transition from TypeScript to React is as smooth as possible. So in here, we have our dark mode toggle, the sun icon, the moon icon. Let's just cut all of that, put it right here. All right, next up, what do we have here? We have our two functions, or are they two? Yeah, we have the setup dark mode toggle and we have the all theme preference. I could just cut this, put it down below. There we go. And now we need to export them. Again, because we're exporting two things, it would be better if we just do it down below. We have the setup dark mode, as well as all theme preference. Perfect. So we export that. Let's import it in here. Setup dark mode from there, as well as all theme preference. Perfect. I'm gonna copy this line. We have the same thing here. So we no longer need these three selectors. And we no longer need these two functions. We could just import them. You can see the code gets a little bit cleaner. And yeah, let's delete them and delete the function. Just import that here. So dark mode works, and you can see it is being persisted to local storage. Perfect. So now that the dark mode is done, the only thing remaining would be the two modals that we actually saw. For that, I'm not going to basically do anything to the closed, so I could just close this. Now, there is something that you need to keep in mind. We have several functionalities that look almost similar in all three pages. The most important one is the render issues. But I am not going to extract it into its own component, because even though the name of this function is being repeated 3 times, the functionality of the function is extremely different. It's not extremely, it's different in each page. So in the all issues page, we show a status batch, last edited, the title, description, the date. Then we have the delete and view button. So this view button, if I were to extract this into its own component, the view button would appear inside the open issues and closed issues. And it's not React. It's a little bit difficult doing it imperatively. And you can see it's taken so long, more than 3 hours, just this app. And we could have built this in an hour or an hour and a half with React, but because we need to write all the steps. So since the name is the only similar thing, the implementation is completely different. In the open, in the all issues, in the open, we have the edit and close issue, 2 buttons that we don't have in the all issues. And then if I close this, in the close, we don't have the close issue, but we also do not have the edit. So this implementation is different. And it is going to make our lives a lot difficult if we were to extract it. And you can see it's like a big function, this one right here. It goes from line 10 to 81, so 70 lines of logic and code. It's going to get very complicated very quickly. So what to do? We don't extract it into its own component. What else do we have inside the closed? We have the update issue status. Now this one is specific to this file. So let's close this. Let's move along. I have the full description modal.ts. Within the full description modal, what we want to do is we basically want to create or basically pass along the logic that is responsible for creating the modal. So here we have this create view modal, and then we have the full description, show full description. These two refer to that. So I'm going to cut them. I'm going to come right here, paste them there. All right, so what do we need here? We need to have our view HTML, view modal right there. Cut that, put that right here as well. What else? The only thing remaining is just exporting this. Create view modal, we call that right here. So I could just export the single function, and that would be enough. Here I'm going to say import. What was the name? Show full description. That was that. I think we are done with the index page. The only thing remaining is extracting the modal from here. Now, the way I'm going to go about this is I'm just going to extract the this HTML element from here. We could just extract this HTML element, because if I were to extract this show modal, this relies on a lot of other functions that I need to then extract, and then that component is going to become too specific to this open, and then there wouldn't be any need for us to actually create a component out of it. So I'm just going to say create modal. Yeah, I'm going to cut this, come right here, and within the components, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it create modal.ts. Paste that there. Everything is here. We just need to export it. Export. And then here, I'm going to say import create modal. So with this application has come to an end. We're done with this. Right now, we are getting started with the same application, but we're going to code it using React. And the pages that we had in TypeScript, we're going to code them using React Router. All right, so let's go ahead and let's say npm create vite latest. And the name could be issue tracker React Router. We go with React, but then we go with React and TypeScript. Perfect. So here is our project. This is our package.json file. Let's take a look at that. So for this one, I'm going to select everything, delete it, and I'm going to paste this one in, because we want to, basically it's going to save us some time doing all of these, the commands for Tailwind CSS. That was what I was looking for. And also for React Router. So let's go ahead, let's save this, and let's say npm I or npm install. This is going to install everything from this file for us. Let's say npx Tailwind CSS init, where it is. There we go. Let's just paste in the configuration. This is the configuration. Now keep in mind, since we are inside the React ecosystem, we just have one index.html file, right? But then we have several routes which we are going to implement here, right? So what else do I have here? I think that's it. So yeah, I need to change this. Let's grab everything, delete everything from there. And then I'm just going to paste in these three commands for Tailwind CSS. And yeah, let's say npm run dev. There are some things that we need to delete from here as well. Let me just put it on the side. This is our environment. So what do I want to delete? I want to delete this public. I don't need that. I want to delete basically this app.css. I'm going to keep the main, and let's just delete the app.css. App.tsx is just going to say export default function app return hi. There we go. That's the hi. And you can see the Tailwind styles have already been applied on this. We could replace this with an h1 and we could say hi. That's the h1, and we should have class name bg, I don't know, like Slate 600. There we go. So you can see everything is hooked up. So we need to have our application open. So I have it right here. This is we are way too zoomed in. So this is, you can see this is the React router version. And another way for you to know is we have routing. That's why it's so smooth. It's a lot smoother than what we had before, right? So this is our app. This is that. Let's go into the index. In here, I'm going to say issue tracker. And yeah, let's just save issue tracker. And then we are going to generate the title dynamically, depending on which page we are. React router. Perfect. So what else do I want to do here? So I forgot to actually open up our project from TypeScript because there is going to be some code that we would want to copy paste from that project into this one. Let me just open that up. So in here, the first thing for the React project that I want to implement is the dark mode. The navigation, which also includes the dark mode. So for the navigation, if I go to index, if you remember, a few hours ago, we had this header. We had this header section right here, which was basically the same thing. Let me just collapse this head. So this header was basically almost the same for all three pages, except for some basic styles. So I'm going to copy this header, and I'm going to come here. Let's just minimize that. So now that that is done, in here, what I'm going to do is let's get rid of this assets as well. Let me zoom this in so you can really see what's happening. So in here, what we could do is we could create a folder that is going to contain all of our components. And one of the components has a very, very important name. It is called layout.tsx. And the reason that it is called layout is because it's going to contain the layout of our website. This layout, you can think of it as the main layout of the app for all three pages, or in this scenario, all three routes. So in here, what we want to do is we want to create a function, export default function, and the name of this function has to be the same thing as the name of the file. And we want to return something from this function. What do we want to return? We want to return this header. Let me collapse that. Now, there is a lot of things that we need to fix so we can get it to work. So the first thing that we need to fix is that the class has to be class name. And you can see the error is gone. Now, whenever we're working with React Router gives us some kind of components, that we can use. And a component in React, you can determine the shape or basically the look of a component by taking a look at the name of the component. So if the name of the component, if the name of the thing or that looks like an HTML element has a capital letter at the start of it, that is a component. Much like this one, this layout. So this layout is a component. Now, in React Router, we have something called a link, a nav link that allows us to basically navigate from one link to another, or from one route to another. So in here, what I need to do is I need to import that. Remember, we basically installed React Router. So when we install that, it gives us a lot of functionality. One of the things that we need for now is nav link. Okay, the nav link, this is a component for navigation links when we want to provide styling support based on which page we are on. I'm going to come back to that. All right, we want to import outlet as well. Outlet, this is a placeholder for rendering child routes. All right, and we use this for nested routing, and I'm going to show you how this works. And the final thing that we need here is use location. The use location, this is a hook that React Router gives us, and it allows us to access the current route's location object. And the location object, it contains several properties or members like path name, like search, that we need to know if we want to know which page we're on. And we are going to use this use location. It's going to give us a way to also toggle the title of the web page depending on which page we are on. So right here, the first thing that I want to implement is this nav link. So the nav link, as you can see, it says nav link. When we have this nav link, we no longer need our anchor elements. So we can just replace our anchor elements with this nav link. So in here, I'm going to click and I'm going to write nav link. And I'm going to copy the same thing. So that was within the opening tag. And then we have the same thing inside of the closing tag. Now, when we talk about the nav link, we no longer have this href. We say to. Where do you want to go? Now, since we copied this from HTML, you can see it says index. Now, the first link goes to the index. When you're routing, index is signified or is shown just with a /. That's it. That is our index. So let's just get rid of the dot. This is our index. Now, if we are inside the index, we want to show some styles for our navigation. If we are not, then we want to show some other styles for our navigation. So these styles, they are going to be different for this if we are inside the nav link. And now if I were to go to this file, now you can see we are inside the index.html. Inside the index.html, if I were to take a look at the first link, the text is blue. But if I go to the open page and open up this header, you can see the text is no longer blue, it is gray, even though it's the same thing. The reason for this is because when we are inside the index.html, we are in the active state of this page. But we are inside the open page, we are no longer in the active state for the index. We are in the active state for the open page. All right. So every link toggles between two different sets of classes. All right. And you need to keep that in mind when you're working with React, because React handles all of that in place. That's how powerful React is. So what I can do is I could just cut this, and we're going to start from absolute scratch. So here, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create an object. Now, the reason that this is the object notation, this is not actually an object. This is something called escaping back into the world of JavaScript. Because as you can see, we are inside JSX. So JSX is almost HTML, aside from these functionalities that JSX has. Now, if we want to target some kind of an expression in JavaScript, from JavaScript inside our JSX, we need to have this object notation. It looks like an object, but it is in documentation of React, it's called escaping back into JavaScript. All right, you can think of it like a gateway or doorway or a window for JavaScript. Cool. So why did I do this? Because I want to conditionally apply some styles. So conditionally applying some styles, that is some kind of a ternary operator. And ternary operator is really, really used in React applications because it's sweet, it's simple, and it is concise. So in here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call a function, all right? And this function is going to give us an attribute that is called isActive. IsActive. Now, this isActive is very important because if the link is active, we want to do something. If the link is not active, we want to do something else. So we're going to say if is active is set to true, we want to apply these styles. But if is active is set to false, we want to apply these styles right here. So let me just copy all of that, come right here and put it right there. So now that we have our is active, we are going to fix all of this because there is still a lot of things that we need to basically put inside of our layout. We need to do a lot of functionality until it actually starts working. So now that the nav link is done, we could go to the second one, which is this open one, and we basically do the same thing. We have nav link, we copy that, put it right here. We no longer have the href, we have the to. Now, when it is to, keep in mind, I told you that we want to have nested routes. So we have one gigantic mother route, and from the mother route, you branch into different routes, and you branch into two other routes. One is the open route, the other one is the closed route. Right? So the open route would be shown like this. So we go from the mother route to the open route. All right, so I hope everything is clear. And if I were to just do the same thing for the closed one, we would do it like this. So we first have our nav link, which allows us to go from one route, aka page, to another one, and then we have this too. So again, the closed is also a child route, so that's why we prefix it with that /. So / is like the tree, and then whatever comes after it is the main branch. So we have two main branches here. You could have several more routes, but for now we just work with two. All right. So we need to conditionally implement these class styles as well. Now, this style that has been applied here, this is the inactive state. This is not the active state. So I'm going to cut that. We basically have the same kind of implementation. So I am going to cut that, open up the doorway for JavaScript. We are going to get the is active. Is active, and then we basically want to implement if is active is true, we want to do something, otherwise we want to do this. So let's get the styles from here. Now, to get the styles, the active styles for the open page, you need to go to the open.html and get the styles from here. These are the active styles for the open route, and you need to put that right there. All right, so that part is done. We need to do the same thing here. Again, keep in mind, this is the inactive state, so we need to put that there. And let's grab is active. And when we get to, what is it called? TanStack router, I'm trying to type and think. It doesn't work. When we get to TanStack router, this is going to be completely different, right? And I'm going to show you how that is going to be implemented as well. So let's put the styles there. Now, if I were to grab the active styles, I need to go to the closed.html and navigate to the third part and just copy the styles from there, minimize this, and just put the styles right here. All right, so keep in mind, this is the navigation. The navigation is so far completed. So I'm going to close this UL, but we are still here inside this div. Now, what was this div? The div basically gave us a way to click and change the theme of our website. Now, when we are in React, we no longer need IDs. Instead of this, I am going to implement an on click. Now, keep in mind, in Vanilla Typescript, what we did was, so the idea of, again, this video is to cross-reference these technologies so you understand how they work. We had this issue form. No, not that one. We need to go to our dark mode right here. So what we did here was we selected that element and we implemented an event listener, an on-click event listener. Now, this is not how you do it in React. In React, what you do is you say on-click, and within the on-click, you run a function or you pass a reference to the function. So in here, I want to create a function that would be called toggle theme, and it will toggle the theme. Now, the reason that we don't call the function here, now keep in mind, a function has two parts. It has the name and it has the parentheses. The name is to refer to that function because you have more than one function in your project, and the parentheses, they invoke the function, they call the function, they basically wake the function up. They say, okay, wake up, do this. So until you don't pass the parenthesis, the function is not going to be called. Now, whenever we load the page, we don't want to call this function. We want to call this when we click. That's why we only pass a reference, and then the click is going to call the function for us. All right, so now that that part is done, we need to conditionally show one of these two. Let me just make it smaller, put this right here. So we have a moon and we have a sun, and we need to conditionally show this. And now that I'm thinking about it, I actually forgot to put the font awesome link. So let's go ahead, let's put that right here. There are a lot of libraries that handle icons. Lucide, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. React is one of the more famous ones, but again, most of the times I do font awesome. It's a habit from the early days of HTML. The years and years back into HTML. So in here, what do we want to do? We want to conditionally show this. So what did I say? Conditionally. So that means JavaScript. And when it is JavaScript in JSX, you need to open up these curly braces. So if we are in the dark mode, I want to do something. If we're not, I want to do something else. So remember, if we are in the dark mode, we want to show the sun icon because we want to allow the user to be able to go to the light mode. And when we are not in the dark mode, it means we are in the light mode, we want to show the moon. So when they click the moon, they go to the dark. It's the reverse of it, but that's how the logic works here. All right. So now this is the header. Remember, this is the layout of our website. So we created the header. What is the next part? It's the main part of our application. So if I were to take a look at our app inside of here, what do we have? We have the header, which is right here. We created that sort of with React. What is the next part? The next part is this main. So we need to create that as well. All right. So what I am going to do is I am just going to, we don't need the things that are inside of it. We just need these classes. Right. So I'm going to copy the classes. Now, the structure is like this, that after the header, we have a main element, right? And within the main element, we have the children. But then this has a class name that I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna paste right here. Now, why do we have an error here? Because we are returning two things from a component. You cannot do that. You cannot return two things. So what is the solution for that? The solution is to just use fragments in React. All right, I've talked about all of that at the beginning of this tutorial series. So this is a React fragment. Okay, what seems to be the issue now? We have, it should work. Let me just go back. Perfect. So we have our header. Let's collapse the header. And then we have the main. Let me put it on one line. So what do we have here? We have our, let me cut this. Let's create our fragment. And let's put that there. Let's save that. There are some oh, sorry, I forgot the quotation there. Perfect. So this is done. Now, all of the information when it comes to the form, the issues, all of that, they go inside the main. That's where we're going to put our outlet. Now, outlet is another component that router gives us. This basically signifies all the children are going to go inside. Now that we have configured a little bit of our routing, we need to create a file that basically centralizes this entire routing for the entire application, right? And that's something that you need to do. You need to configure in a React router. So right here, what I'm going to do within this source folder, I'm going to right click and I'm going to create a new file. Now keep in mind, that is not within any component folder, that is directly inside the source folder. That's going to be neighboring the main.tsx. And this is going to be called router.tsx. Now, again, the idea behind this is basically providing a central point from which all of the routes for our application originate from. Now, what we did in the layout up until this point was we basically provided the structure of the application, the layout for our application, but we did not configure the actual routing capabilities. And that's what we're going to do in the router. So in the router, now keep in mind, since we are, if you take a look at the package.json file right here, we are actually using React Router DOM version 7 or above of that. So starting from React Router, I believe it was version 6.4 that we were introduced to another function or another method for creating routes for React application. Prior to that, we would use the browser router. And then what we do is now we use create browser router, which is going to create a routing for the entire app for us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go with create browser router, the new API that was introduced in 6.4 and above. I just wanted you to know that. So what we need to do is first I am going to go ahead and I'm going to import that. It is create browser router. All right. And what this is going to do, this is going to give us an object, and that object is really, really important for us. So let's just move forward. Now in here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an object and I'm going to export that as well. So it's going to be export const. The object is called, typically it's going to be called a router, right? And this comes to us from the create browser router. Now, the way this works is that the router in this code, this is an object created by the create browser router, which defines the navigation structure of this app. How does it define that? Let's move forward and I'm going to explain this step by step. So in here, the first thing that we need to pass in is an array, since we are talking about routes. Now, since we have just one application and then within that app, you need to keep in mind how we want our routes to be structured. So we have one parent route. Remember that. I should keep this open. So we had one parent route right here, which was the /, and then we had two children routes. One was open, the other one was closed. And that's exactly how we are going to go ahead and implement this here. Let's create our object. Now here, this object is actually our router object. Now, in most cases, what we do is we basically have one router object that centralizes or basically provides like a starting point for all of our routes. In rare cases, you might have multiple routing objects. It's extremely rare. Sometimes you want to divide them into different routes because you want to test them, or you want to provide routes for specific sections of some kind of larger applications. But in most cases, it's just going to be one singular object, and within the object, we provide basically the path, the children routes, the pages, and I'm going to go over all of them one by one. So the first thing that I'm going to provide within this object, keep in mind, why is this an object? object is extremely powerful when it comes to almost any kind of programming language because it has the ability to store information in key and value. So we have some sort of a key, which is our path, and then the value is the /. Why is this? Because this signifies that this is, in fact, the main routing of our application, right? And then we need to give this an element from which it can basically take our routing or take the actual layout of the application. And we have already created that, haven't we? And it is the layout. Let me import that as well. It's the layout element. It's the layout component. I guess you could call it element as well. But the actual technical term is the layout component. That's the why, because that there we have specified the entire blueprint. So this is what the blueprint of the routing of the application is. And now remember what I said earlier. We have one parent route and we have one or more child routes. So we need to specify them as well. And since we have multiple of something, the best thing is to use arrays. And then again, the child route, it could have multiple characteristics. So what is the better data type to use for any kind of object that has several characteristics? Again, an object. Perfect. So in here, we need to specify the first page, which is going to be index, and I'm going to set it to true. And then now here is where it gets interesting. Once we talked about the actual TypeScript, if you remember, we had 3 pages and we said, okay, we want to convert these 3 pages into 3 different routes. But we did have 3 pages, so we need to create those 3 pages here as well, because each page is going to have its own JSX, its own logic, as you know very well from our TypeScript version. So within the source, I'm going to right click and I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call it pages. This is how you would see it in real world as well. So within here, the first page, I'm going to call it all issues. Now keep in mind, these should look like components. So that's why they're Pascal case. TSX, this is all pages TSX. And then from here, what I can do is I can say export default function, all issues, and then just return something, all issues. So we just get it to work. That's the all issues. We have open issues .tsx. Let me just copy this, put it right here, and change these to open. So we have our open issues, and finally we have our closed issues. Now keep in mind, I'm not trying to actually refactor our application into different components. I'm just trying to get it to work, and then after it's done, we're going to break it up into different components and basically manage the application better. But for now, we just separated just enough to get it to work. We don't go crazy with it. TSX. And in here, let's paste that as well. This is going to be closed issues TSX. But now that we have those, we need to specify them here as well. So the first page is going to be which page is that going to be? That's going to be the all issues page. And as soon as you write the name of the component, you hit enter, it's going to import it on top, but then you need to close that JSX component as well. The second one, now the first one is index, but the second one is not an index. The second one is the open issues. That is a child route. So index does not basically, what was the word, the verb? Index doesn't apply here. Forgetting my English. This is going to be called open issues. And we need to just either do control enter. No, it didn't work. I think if I just remove the last character and add it, there we go. We entered that as well. And now we need to have closed issues. Let's import that as well. And what is going to be the path? The path is going to be closed. Okay, so far, so what is wrong? Oh, we forgot the commas. After doing this, what I want to do is I want to go back to here. There are a few issues here that we need to address, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to address all of them one by one. And during the process, what we are going to do is we are going to implement the dark mode as well. So we are done with this, so we can move forward with our application. But before moving forward, I feel like I've made a few typos. So right here, if I hover on this, it says, did you mean navlink? You can see this is a component, so the L has to be capital. I'm going to basically select it everywhere. We'll come right here, just change it to capital L. There we go. That part is done. What else seems to be the issue? We don't have our toggle theme. We don't have the is dark. All right, so if I were to go back to our TypeScript version, here is the TypeScript version. And in the TypeScript version, this is how we implemented the dark mode. I just want to go over this for a quick minute, and then we're going to jump into React, because what I want to show you is imperative versus declarative. What does that mean? What we should do about this? So in trying to implement the dark mode and the light mode, we did two things. We did a setup dark mode toggle, and then we did all theme preference. So the all theme preference, what it basically did was it accessed the local storage. I am talking about this part. So this part, what it did was it accessed the local storage, and then it basically checked if the theme was dark, it added the dark. If the theme was not dark, it basically removed the dark. All right, so that is the first part. The second part, you could say, the first part was right here. So in this first thing in here, what we do is we check if it is the dark mode. We basically switch from one icon to the other icon based on two different ternaries. We basically create a document element.class list. We check that if it contains the dark, and then we switch. We call the function right here, right? And after calling the function there, we add an event listener to the dark mode toggle, which is that container for the icons. What do we do there? In there, first we check if the element has a class of dark. If it has a class of dark, we do these two things. We remove the dark, and then we set that. So when you remove the dark, it means it's light. So we set light to the local storage. Otherwise, we add the dark, and then we set the dark to the local storage as well. This is called an imperative way of programming. So you go step by step. The first step, we basically on click, and then we call this update icons. The first step was which icon do we want to see? And then which string should go to the local storage? And then which class should we add? So you can see step by step. But if you come to React, that's not how we do it actually in React, because React is not imperative, it's declarative. And what it means is that there is going to be some code that is going to be similar to the way that we have implemented the dark mode inside TypeScript, but then there is going to be some code that we're not going to basically write it, because React gives us a wrapper to convert our declarative code into our imperative code from TypeScript into declarative, which is React. So let's go ahead and try to implement this in React, and then we're gonna basically cross-reference which parts React actually left off. If I come to the bottom of this page, the reason I'm pausing and I'm explaining this is really important for you to understand. Here we have is dark, and it seems from this context, it seems to act like a Boolean. If the Boolean is true, we show the sun icon. If the Boolean is false, we show the moon icon. It seems to be a Boolean, and it is actually a Boolean. Let me just close this UL so this navigation is a lot easier for us. And that is going to be our very first state, our very first hook, I would say. So I'm going to use useState. Now, when I do useState, what is it that I want to do? I want to toggle the dark mode and the light mode. the only sensible way for me to be able to toggle dark mode or light mode is I need to first check what we have set inside our local storage. Because if the user sets the mode as light, they close the window and then they come back like after some time, they open up the page, it still has to be in light mode. It shouldn't switch to, again, it should reset and switch back to dark mode, or vice versa. So what I need to do is I need to give it some initial state. So if you know a use state, you know that in use state you could provide any data type, or you could just do a function. So in here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const theme. I need to take a look at my local storage, and I'm going to get I want to get an item. What item do I want to get? I have two items. I have an issues array, remember? And then I have a theme string, which basically says it's either dark or a light. I want to get the theme. And I need to check. If it is theme, if it is dark, I need to keep it as dark. If it is not dark, I need to keep it as not dark. So I'm just going to return 1. So in here, what you could do is you could say light, or you could say dark. If this is true, this is going to be returned. The Boolean, this basically returns for us a Boolean, because remember, is dark, it requires to be a Boolean. So if the theme is dark, the Boolean says true, and we return from that. And when we return true from the Boolean, we show the sun icon. And there we go. You can see in this page, this is in dark, so we show the sun icon. Now, when it is in light, we show the moon icon. And that's why we do it like this. Now you understand what this is. Even though this is a function, it returns a Boolean expression for us. And then what does useState give us? Remember, useState gives us an array with two things inside of it. All right. The reason that we use useState is because we want to change the UI. When you want to change the UI in React, you need to keep this in mind, that you always use useState. You want to increment a number. The simplest example that even Vite gives you, count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You use useState because you want to change the UI. All right. Now, of course, theme is going to change the UI. Now, since this useState is basically revolving around the true and false, we need to write some things in here. So we need to have a holder for our initial state. Now, as I said, the initial state, it could be dark or light, but we check that conditionally. Like we check if it is dark, then it's true. If it is not dark, then it is false. So it's a true and false. All right. Now, where should I store that true and false? So I can reuse it somewhere else. I can store that inside the array. Now, inside the array, we first write the state variable. The state variable stores the initial value of that state. What is the initial value? I don't know. I get it from the local storage. And then it could be dark or not. So I could call this is dark. That's a fitting name, right? So if we get it from the local storage, it could be dark. Then I'm going to set it as is dark. Now you know where is dark is coming from. And the second thing that useState gives us is an ability to change that state variable, because UIs are always changing. Sometimes the UI is light, sometimes the UI is dark. The initial value, if it is dark, you need to have some sort of a functionality to be able to change it. That's what useState gives us. And typically we call that set is dark. Whatever the state variable is, the setter function is going to be set that variable name. Now these two names, they could be anything. You could call it like, let's see, you could call it Earth and the sky, whatever. It's going to work, but it has to make sense based on what the useState wants to do for you. So when it makes sense, when you come back after 6 months, you know exactly what this is. Now for useState, we have an error because we have not imported that. We just did. For set is dark, we still have an error because we need to implement that as well. All right, so here, let's go ahead first implement set is dark. Now, when we say set is dark, if it is dark, then it is dark. Otherwise, we want to change that to light. So we are always switching between two states, light or dark, true or false. All right. So in here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do function toggle theme. And this is going to toggle the theme for us. And what is it going to do for us? It's going to basically flip the value of is dark. If is dark is true, it means let me rephrase this. So if is dark is true, which theme it is? It's the dark theme right here. We did that, right? So if is dark is true, it means it's the dark theme. If is dark is false, it means it's the light theme. And that's exactly what we have represented down here in the bottom as well, right here. So you can see if is dark is true, we show the sun icon. And we show the sun icon when the theme is dark. Otherwise, we show the moon icon. So now that that part is clear, we need to do something to actually see something inside of our application. So right here, this is what we have. The reason for this is inside the main, we have not actually implemented anything. So we have our strict mode. This is our application. Now, remember, we created a router for our application. So it's no longer the app. It doesn't come from the app. In fact, let's go ahead and let's delete the app. We no longer need the app. So how can we go about this? Let's get rid of this as well. Here, instead of the app, remember, we have a central point that is a router. We need to actually grab that. So in here, what I'm going to do is we have a router provider a component that is given to us by the React Router DOM. And this is basically going to provide the entire application. It's going to encapsulate it and provide the router for it. Now in here, remember we created a router object. We need to pass that here as well. And in doing so, we need to import that. So down here, I'm going to say router. Remember we exported that from where is it? So it's adjacent. There is it's adjacent to this file. Perfect. So it's router. Perfect. Let's save that. Now in here, and there we go. You can see already everything it's almost working. We have our pages. Oh yeah, the navigation is working. The routing is working. That's perfect because we set everything up. And this text, I don't think the icon changes works, but the theme, we need to do some things with it for it to work. But you can see that this one works. We have in all issues, we have all issues text, open issues, and then close issues. Already you can see how smooth this is. I'm going to go to the console just in case there are any errors. Now, what is this? This basically tells the React Router how our app's navigation should work. The router contains a list of the paths that we provided in the router file and the components that should show up when a user clicks or visits any of these routes. So if the user clicks on the open issues, it should go to the component responsible for that. And the same goes for the other two as well. This router also manages things like nested pages, data loading, and error handling. And whenever we pass it to our React provider, to the router provider, it ensures that our app can handle navigation properly. For example, if a user clicks on the open issues page, we want to make sure the user goes to that page. If they click on the closed issues, we want to make sure they go to that page. And that's what this router gives us because we have implemented that. All right. Now that you can see everything there, it's time for us to go ahead and to actually implement the dark mode here. So when it comes to the dark mode is something that basically talks to some other part of our application. And the best way for us to be able to actually implement this in React is using side effects or using the use effect hook. So in here, I'm going to do use effect. Now, why am I using use effect? Again, because the app wants to talk with the local storage. We didn't do that with our use state because we just wanted to see what was there in the local storage. But if we want to do something with the local storage, like set something to the local storage, all right, or read from the local storage and change the UI, then we would use effect. All right. So in here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a function, right? And we need to check basically. And then we're going to cross-reference this with our TypeScript code as well. And we're going to see which parts are different. So in here, we're going to check if is dark is true. It means we are in the dark mode. So we're going to grab document element dot class list, class list dot add dark. We add the dark class to the body element. Now document element, this is going to give us the body element. If it is dark, so we want to set that theme dark as well inside the local storage. I'm going to grab our local storage and I'm going to say set item. We want to grab the theme object that we have set there and we want to change that to dark. And else is basically the other way around. So let me just copy this, put it there. So if it is not dark, it means we should remove it. All right. So I remove the dark and I set the theme as light. We know that whenever we don't have a dependency array in use effect, what it does is basically it just runs once, and that is when the component is first mounted. So take a look at this. What kind of styles do we have here? So if I click on, now we should be inside our dark mode. If I click on the moon, you can see the style just changed a little bit. The style of this button. Take a look at this all issues. We are in the light mode. You can see all issues looks like this. This is our completed app. So if I change the theme inside the completed app from light mode to dark mode, how does it appear? It appears like this. So if I go to the dark mode, you can see it appears like this. What about the open issues? It goes like that. So you can see both of them are the same. But where is the problem? The problem is that the color on this main page is not being applied. And if we take a look at our page, let's first take a look at what we did in our TypeScript. So in the TypeScript, if I come right here, we basically copy pasted this. Oh, and then we have some classes for our body element. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this. I am going to come to our index.html page. You can see we don't have those classes. So let's just put it there. Let's save it. And there we go. So there wasn't an issue. I didn't copy the page. You can see if you take a look at this URL, it is changing. And this change is so smooth. It's like ASMR for me. And there we go. And this is the light mode. Perfect. Now that that works, the problem with this is we want to check whenever the theme changes, we want to store that theme inside the local storage. So now I can see that the theme is light. If I refresh the page, it is still light. It shouldn't be. Let me check that inside the local storage just so I am sure that it works. Okay, let me delete this, clear this. I set it to light. I set it to dark. Light and dark. And it works. That's good. What about this one? Let me go to the app for this one. And there we go. That's very good. Yeah. What I wanted to do was basically provide it with a dependency array. So we run this use effect whenever the isDark changes. Because I don't want to have any surprises down the line, I'm just going to pass it there. Because we want to check this whenever the theme changes, right? That's when we want to check this. So that part works. The next part and the only part for now that I want to do inside this app is take a look at this app. So if we are in the all issues, it says issue tracker React router, and the title doesn't change. But in here, you can see we are inside all issues, open issues, and then close issues. So I want to change the title of our application whenever we go from one page to the next page. Let me cut this function. The effects should be the top dog in our file. So the hooks, I mean. So for that one, because whenever we click, we want to change the title of the page. Now keep in mind, we're not doing something to the UI of the app. We want to change the title of our page. So we need to talk to some browser APIs. And whenever we want to talk to some browser APIs, the best thing that we can use is a reuse effect. But first, we need to have our location, because the use location, it's going to give us the current route location object. We need to know in which route we are. So depending on which route we are, we want to show some text on the title as the title of our web page. So in here, I'm going to say const. This is going to give us a location, right, object, and this is available to us from the use location. And these basically come from our React router DOM. Okay, so we are right here. We are going to have 3 different titles because we just have 3 different pages. So I need to have some kind of a variable to hold that value for me. And I'm going to call this titles. Now, since we're in TypeScript, what we can do is we can use something called a utility type. And we're going to use the record utility type that basically is going to create an object type with a fixed set of keys and their corresponding value types, because I just want to have one or the other. I don't want to have anything else, right? So in here, I'm going to do record, and this is going to have the key is going to be of type string, and the value for that specific key is also going to be of type string. And let's create that. So this is going to be the forward slash. We know that this is the main page. So what should be the title? The title is going to be all issues, React router. I could just add, I would add a W, like working React router, like we are working on it. So the 2 apps that we are working on, they look different. This is the main page. Next page would be open issues. And where is the open issues? It's a child route. So we need to have the parent, which is the forward slash, and then the child. And then the same goes for the closed one. Closed. And yeah, so this is the object, or this is the variable that is basically going to hold all of our titles for us. We need to grab our location, check the path name, and set it dynamically. That's it. So document.title. This is going to give us access to the title of our web page. And after this, we are going to compare how we implemented the dark mode in here and in TypeScript. Don't worry, I didn't forget that. We're going to come back to it. So location is going to give us something called path name. If we have the path name, we're going to grab it. We're going to set it something from our titles. But in case we don't have that, we're going to just set it as React router. You need to keep in mind that this is the use effect hook. So whenever we don't have a dependency array, the use effect is going to run every time the UI changes. It's going to run every time the UI changes. And that's exactly why we added the isDark right here. Because once we didn't have that dependency array, it did work, but anything that we did with the UI, even adding the issues, that would have triggered the use effect. Now, in the small application, that's okay, but in larger applications, you want to make sure you trigger as little or as little number of hooks as possible, because every hook that is being triggered and runs behind the scenes unnecessarily, that's going to put a burden on your app and it's going to make it slower. That's why we set a dependency array. So when the dependency array is empty, it's just going to be run once the component mounts. But when we set, okay, whenever the theme changes, then we want to basically add we want to run this use effect. And then we want to add that to the local storage. All right. So the only time that this use effect is going to run is whenever we change the theme, not when we add issues or delete issues or edit issues or anything else. Because in those scenarios, UI changes as well, but we don't want our use effect to run. And the same goes for this one. The use effect that doesn't have a dependency array, it's going to run every time the UI changes. Again, you can see in just one file, we just have 2 use effects that we could run infinitely, which is again going to put a lot of burden on our application. But then we don't want this to have an empty dependency array as well. Why? Because we want to change that. When do we want to change that? Whenever the location dot path name changes, then we want to run the use effect. Otherwise, if I change the dark mode, if I change for this specific use effect or is side effect, I don't want to re-render this use effect. I don't want it to be run when I add an issue, delete an issue, edit an issue, mark it as closed or open, or any of these operations. I just want it to run when I change the path name. That's it. So now our app is a lot more performant. It's a lot more focused with these dependency arrays, right? Let's save this and hopefully save that and hopefully everything works. So let me open that up. Here you can see already it works. We are in the all issues and there is that little W right there. And if I go to the open, it says open issues. And if I go to the closed, it says closed issues. And our app looks beautiful. I can just keep clicking and clicking and clicking on it. So with this, the layout of the app is finished. The router is finished. Let me just take a look at this app here. Yeah, this is finished. For now, until we complete this entire application, the layout is finished. The router is finished, but once we complete the app, we're going to do some refactoring, some cutting some code and putting it somewhere else. That's something that we are going to do after we're done with the app. For now, after the layout is done, we're going to go step by step. And yes, I just remembered I need to compare these. So in the dark mode that we implemented for the TypeScript, what did we have? We had some sort of a method that basically showed one icon and basically didn't show the other one. I believe we implemented the same, and now I should put these side by side. Let me get rid of this browser and just put these 2 side by side. So here is on the right hand side, we have the TypeScript. Let me do that. On the left hand side, we have the React. I'm going to zoom it out a little bit so you can really see what's happening. So we did implement this, which icon we want to show, and we implemented the same thing here as well, right here. So this is the same thing as this one. It's a little bit cleaner because we actually use a more comprehensive approach using JSX. But in TypeScript, we needed to select the element and then apply something. You can see this is actually the declarative way of it. You say, okay, if it is true, do this, otherwise do this. You don't care behind the scenes what happens. But in this approach, we actually care what happens behind the scenes. I am going to come back to this, but for now, let's say all theme preference, because we implemented this inside our use effect right here. We basically got the value, whatever it was, we changed that, whatever it wasn't, we just kept it as it was. We implemented that. Now this part is extremely important, this up part and the down part. What we did was basically we simplified our functions when we migrated to React. So in this top part, what we do is we basically add some strings to the local storage because we have our set theme, but in the bottom part, we get them. So whenever we got the strings from the local storage, we needed to check what the theme was right here. So we did this step by step. So we said, okay, give me the theme. If the theme is dark, I want to grab the body element and I want to add dark. If the theme is light, I want to grab the body element and remove the dark. We simplified that using this use state. Why? Because at the end of the day, we just want to check some Boolean expression, right? And if the Boolean is true, it means we just set the initial value to dark. That means the Boolean is true. And if that's true, then we want to set it to the local storage. You can see with React, even though it's not step by step, it's more concise, it's more, it's shorter, it's understanding the syntax is way better than understanding this. You could come up with like some sort of refactoring with this, but it doesn't matter how much you refactor it, you still need to go step by step. What do I mean by that? So you added an event listener, we added an onClick in React, we selected the body element here. Okay, take a look at that. We selected that there once. Let me just do this. So we selected that twice, the classless, that's 2 times. We did the same thing here, that's 3 times. We did the same thing here, that's 4 times. And we did the same thing here, that 5 times. Document.document element, document.document element, 5 different times. And how many times did we do it here? And not to mention that we used that here as well, that's 6. We grabbed it and then we basically checked that several times. We just do it 2 times. So instead of 5 different checks, we just have 2 different checks. This is this is the value of declarative over imperative, not every single step. Right? And how many times did we use local storage? So we set local storage once here. We set local storage once here. That's 2 times. 2 times for the set. And then let me, so we don't have any, we have 1 time local storage for the get. So we have 3 different interactions with the local storage. Do we have any other interaction? No, we don't have. Let's take a look at here. I believe the interaction with the local storage is the same amount because here we have 1 interaction with the local storage and then the other 2 are actually within our use effect. So 1, that's 2, and then that's 3. So in this scenario, we basically have the same amount of interactions with the local storage, but we don't have the same amount of interactions with the browser. Right? I'm not like beating on TypeScript, it's just I'm trying to give you the different perspective, like how React works, how TypeScript works, just different perspective, how each one of them work. It's not like one is better than the other, it's like one is more efficient than the other. That's it. That's the only difference. Everything you can do with React, literally you should be able, I shouldn't say literally, I should say theoretically, you should be able to do that with TypeScript or JavaScript. That's what people did before all of these all of these frameworks and libraries. But at the end of the day, no one is going to hire you if you just write stuff in TypeScript. That is real world. React has more popularity. If you learn it, that is better. And at the end of the day, React is easier for us as well. It's more dynamic. It allows us to write code in a more sensible fashion. And the best example of that is this one, the icon. So if I were to take a look at the readability of the code, this is extremely difficult to read, but this is extremely easy to read. We say, okay, if this is true, do this, otherwise do this. But then for you to understand this implementation, it's extremely simple. You could just take a look at it for 2 seconds and understand it. But this one, you need to spend at least 30 seconds reading through the code so you understand it. And that's exactly the imperative nature. So take a look at that here. So we have the sun icon. What is the next step? The next step is get the style. That's CSS. What is the next step? The next step is get the display property. Okay, I got that. What is the next step? Check the dark mode. Okay, if the dark mode is true, set it to block. Otherwise, set it to none. Okay, I did all of those. I did step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, and then step 4 gives me either this step 5 or this step 5. So 5 steps for one icon. And then I do the same thing for this one as well. So that's 10 different steps I need to implement just to show one or the other icons. Just one icon or the other one. But how many steps is there? Is dark? Okay, show this one. That's 2. Otherwise, show this one. So it's exactly 2 steps. True or false. You can see this is actually one of the other differences between them. Declarative, which is React, which is this one, and then imperative, which is TypeScript, which is this one. I feel like I've talked about this a lot. And this, as I told you in the beginning, this is a longer video. It could go above 10 hours. I don't care. I just want to explain this so you really get the fundamentals. You really understand how React works and why we use it. All right. So in here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to close this. Let's go to our all issue page and we're going to get started with creating the issues. Before creating anything within the all issues page, we need to jump into our TypeScript version. So in the all issues page, we have completed, if I were to go to the index.html, we have completed this part in our React application, this part right here. And then if I go to the open page, we have completed the header as well. So as far as the header is concerned, we have completed all of that. Let me just collapse this very quickly. And now here, if I were to basically expand the main element, we have several elements here. Within the main, we have an h1, a form that basically has some form input. And then we have our section that basically encapsulates all of our issues, all the issue array. So I am going to copy this. Let's minimize this. I'm going to come right here. Let's open up a React fragment and I'm going to paste that in here. Now, as soon as I paste that, we get an error. The first thing that we need to change is going to be class, should be class name. And then for labels, whenever there is a 4, we need to change that to HTML4. HTML4. Get rid of that right there. Let's save that. And okay, so what else do we have? It seems like this is not being styled by the, okay, this comment should go away. There we go. Everything's perfect. So what do we have here? Again, we have our main element, the h1, the form. We basically converted all of that to the TypeScript, to basically the React version of our app. There seems to be one issue in our file, but there is one more thing that I need to make sure. So if I go to my layout.tsx, come right here, we already have the main element. So we don't need that main element again. So let's just get rid of the wrapper because the applet is going to account for all these elements and it is going to put it right here. All right. Let's save that. There we go. Next up, if I come right here, if I go to the problems, it says type string is not assignable to type number, line 27. It should be around here, row 3. So what I could do here is, instead of this being a string, we could just put it in as a JavaScript expression. Let's save that. There we go. So that part is done. So now that all the elements are inserted, everything is okay. Let's go ahead and let's try to implement the functionality. Let's see what it is that we want to do. We want to be able to change the title, change the description input, and then we need to have some sort of a container to contain all of our issues. So basically, we are making 3 kind of changes. We bring a change in the title, we bring a change in the description, and then we populate this area, this bottom area where the section element is. So in that scenario, what I could do is I could just go ahead and I could create 3 hooks here. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. So the first hook is going to be responsible for all of our issues, all right? And the way we implemented that in TypeScript, where is the TypeScript version? Here is the TypeScript version. The way we implemented that here was we basically added an event listener to our form. The event listener had a type of submit, and then we selected the elements right here, and then we said, okay, whenever the form is submitted, we want to trim the title and description, and then using a method called add issue, we want to put the title and description inside of our UI. And then we used this render issues, which basically loaded the issues from the local storage, and it created a bunch of elements. And you can see the imperative way of doing it. We go step by step. We create the element. We created one element. We gave it specifically a title. We gave it specifically class, and another element, and another, and another. But you don't have to do it this way when it comes to React. So with React, what we can do is we could do all of this using our useState hook, which is responsible for changing the UI. So in here, what I want to do is basically I want to end up with an array of issues. Remember, we need to set this to local storage. So every issue is an object. We have already talked about that. But then all issues are going to be in the form of array items. So initially, we are not going to have any issues right here, okay? Because we have not actually read anything from the local storage. And then once we read them from the local storage, each issue is going to have a type of issue because we're working in TypeScript. Now, what is this use state going to give us? Every use state is going to give you the same thing. It's going to give you a state variable, which is going to hold the initial value. I'm going to call that issues, fitting name, right? And then it's going to give you a function to change the initial value of that state variable to the next value. So the next value is going to be the value that this issues state variable is going to hold. And then we need to initialize this as well. Const, there we go. So we have our use state. We need to import that from React. Now, the first thing I need to create is this issue interface. This is going to go exactly like the way we did it in our TypeScript. So what did we do in the TypeScript? In the TypeScript, we had this types, and in here we had an issue interface, which had an ID, title, description, status, created at, updated at, and then we had the was edited in open page. So since we're not exporting it, I'm just going to copy. I could just copy the inside of it. And I'm going to paste it right here. You can see so far both of them are the same. And there we go. You can see the type annotation is the same in React and in TypeScript because in TypeScript itself. So that's responsible for populating the section element to contain all the issues. But then we need to have some sort of state to change the title for us. So this is going to have a title, and then the method to change the title is going to be set title. This is also going to be a use state, but keep in mind, initially, what is the title? The title is, we don't have a title. So here I could say null, but with TypeScript, this is going to be a little bit difficult to manage because null is a different type than when we have a title, we are going to have a title type of string. So string and null are two different types. It would be better if we just put it as an empty string. This indicates that the type is string, and in the future, it is only going to get a string. And now if you hover on this use state, you can see right here, it says it is a type of string, right? And that's exactly what we wanted to understand. And then we have the description, and then the function is going to be set description. And again, initially we don't have any kind of description, so we put the description as an empty string. Now, I told you that we need to load the issues from the local storage first and then populate them here if there are any issues. So let's jump into our TypeScript version. The local storage functionality we implemented right here. Now, the funny thing is the same thing is going to work in our React app as well. So I'm going to go to the top. I am going to put that right there. But we still have this save issues and load issues that we need to utilize inside our application. Now, what did we do in TypeScript? Well, once we loaded the items or the issues from the local storage, we sorted them because we want to know which issue was created first, which issue was created later. So if I come to my index, let me just close this. This is too big of a function. So right here, where did we put that? Local storage. I'm not sure. I don't remember. Create modal, full screen modal, dark mode. Where did we sort? I think we sorted that inside one of these functions, if I remember correctly. Render issue. There we go, right here. So we loaded the issues from the local storage, and then we sorted that. And how did we sort that? We already talked about this. Whenever one of these has a newer date, that is going to basically come to the front of the other items. And the same goes, we are going to go almost the same implementation inside our React as well. So this part, I am just going to go ahead and copy this, come into our React application. And now this is going to be something that is still going to happen outside of our function, outside of our component. We're not going to put that inside our component. I'm just going to, so here, what I'm going to do is I need to have some sort of a function to call this sorting for me, right? Because I want to sort the items once I get them from the local storage. Because when it comes to useState is going to change the UI whenever we do something with the UI. But we don't want to call the local storage every time we call it. Perhaps we don't call it a second time because all the issues are loaded. When we create a new issue, we don't want to call everything from the local storage again and perform this sorting. So in here, I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to create a function and I'm going to call it sorted by updated at. And in here, we're basically going to call our function. Now, this is going to receive all of our issues. All of our issues, they have a type of an array of issues, right? What we can do in here is we can basically do an implicit return. So as soon as I paste that right here and provide the fat arrow, everything is going to work perfectly fine. There we go. So basically we have our issues and it just happens to be this issue has the same name as our state variable. All right, so now that we have created our functions, let's go ahead and let's implement the first one. So the first one is going to be this form. In here, I am going to get rid of the ID. I'm going to say on submit. Why am I saying on submit? What do you think that is? So just think about it for a second until I write this name and I'll submit. The reason that we do on submit on this, so whenever you click this button, since this button has a type of submit, it is going to submit the form. Once you completed the title and the description, we only want to add an issue once the user clicks the submit, not once the user changes the title or changes the description. We don't want to add an issue because the title may not be finished, the description may not be finished. Once both of them are finished and the user clicks, then we want to add that. All right, so that's why we do it like this. Let me just save this. All right, perhaps I shouldn't have reloaded that. Or let me take a look at, do we have our, npm run def. Handle submit is not defined. We're going to define that. All right, so let's go ahead and first off, let's define our handle submit method. In here, I'm going to say function handle submit. So whenever we want to submit the event, submit the form, it means that we have received all the information. All right, but you remember from our TypeScript, when we submitted something, we needed to prevent the default behavior. Let me close that. right here. So we did this e.prevent default. We do the same thing in React. Here we're going to have our e, which we need to have actually type annotated. So it's going to be the form event. And we handle the prevent default behavior of that. Remember, in TypeScript, what did we do? Again, we go back and forth. We got the title. We basically trimmed the title. We trimmed the description. And then we called a method, something like add issue, and we added this. And then by the end, we basically put all of them. We emptied the title and we emptied the description. So we could do this almost the same thing here. Let me just copy this. The implementation is going to be different. So I am going to put it on top and let's just comment it out. And then we're going to go one by one over that. So the first thing is that if I have title, I am going to trim that title. Keep in mind, title is a state variable, right? And then if I have the description, I am going to trim the description, meaning I'm going to get rid of the empty spaces at the start and at the end of the description. All right. After I have done that, what do I want to do? I want to put the title and the description inside of our UI. All right. I want to populate the UI with that. So in here, I need to call some sort of a method that is basically going to add the issues for me. And that method is going to be the same, add issue. And let's pass in the title here. And let's pass in the description. Again, description here. All right. Now, we have not actually created this method. We are going to create that, so don't worry about it. Now, what did we do after that? So we did this, we trimmed that, we trimmed this, we passed that there. What did we do next? We basically emptied the title. We made it to equal to an empty string, and we also cleared the description as well. So where is the title and where is description? It's right here. So we have title and then we have description. But the title and description are state variables. We need to target their methods that set the state variable. So I need to get the title, and I'm going to set it as an empty string. And then I'm going to get the description and I'm going to set it as an empty string. I think before adding it to the issue, we need to trim that again, because here we said, okay, if the title.trim exists and the description exists, which are trimmed down already, then we want to add them there. So just to make sure, let's put them here as well, because whenever we want to persist them to the local storage, we want it to be there as well. All right, so let's go ahead and let's create our add issues function. I am going to go on top of there. I'm going to come right here and I'm going to say add issue. So whenever I want to add an issue, what kind of an information the issue has? The issue has a title, which is going to be of type string. The issue is going to have a description, which is going to be of type string. So the same implementation, if I were to take a look at our React version, let's collapse that. We do have that here. So let me just copy everything and let's see which one we're going to keep and which one we're not going to keep. So I'm going to copy paste that. Const now new date. This is going to be the same as in React as well as in TypeScript. And then we create a new issue. The new issue is going to have a type of issue, which is the interface that we created. We generate a unique ID. We put in the title. We put in description. Initially, keep in mind, initially the status is going to be open. That's very, very important. And then the created time as well as the updated time is now. But when we update it, the time is going to change to that newer updated time. All right. Now here, instead of getting this and pushing it to this array, we're not going to go this way. So instead of this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new variable that is going to be updated issues. I am going to get all the previous issues, and onto them, I'm going to add a new issue. Keep in mind, whenever I do the spread operator, what I'm actually doing is I am creating a new array in which I'm populating, basically I'm creating a new array and I'm populating it with all the previous issues in case there are any, and then I am adding one new issue to it, because at each time we click the form button, we basically add a new issue. The save issue method is going to be the same thing, because this basically calls our set item, which is on the local storage, so it is going to stay the same. But then we don't have a render issues method, because here we're rendering the issues using the hook, which is the useState hook. So instead of this, which of these state hooks should I use? I'm gonna take a look at this. I'm gonna show you this. So let me highlight this. You can pause the video right now. Instead of render issues on line 45, which one of these state hooks can I use? Just pause the video and then think about it and then come back. All right, I hope you have paused the video and you have thought about it. It's really important for you to understand why we changed this implementation. Now in render issue, why we change it? That's the first question. This question is answered by taking a look at our render issue. Why don't we implement the same functionality, the same kind of functionality that we had in TypeScript? Because as I said, this is imperative. We go step by step. This is not how React works. And this is not why React was created. React was not created to copy what TypeScript or JavaScript does. It was created to make this process smoother. So what is it that we do step by step? We create an element step by step. We give it a class name. We create another one. So we go step by step through all of these. And then this render issues is going to render all of these issues to the UI, to the local storage. It's going to basically take care of all of that for us. But it contains so many different steps from line 40 to 130. So like literally 90 lines of code right there, because we go step by step. But then once you have a React application, the only way that you can change the UI is for you to use some sort of a state hook, right? It could be a user reducer or it could be a use state. Since we want to keep everything simple, we just want to talk about use state here. That's the most used one anyway. So use state is the only way that you can change the UI. So you can change the UI using this render issues. That's issue number one. The second thing is that we don't go step by step. We just tell something to the React. React is going to do some kind of methods behind the scenes, and it's going to basically update the UI for us. We don't have to tell it step by step what to do. So I'm going to get rid of this. Now, what is the best representation for instead of this render issues? Which one of these states best represents this render issue? The title. It is responsible for only creating the title and updating the title. The description hook is just responsible for creating and updating the description. But what about this? Issues, set issues. This is responsible for creating one issue and updating that issue. And that's exactly what render issues does or did. Right? So in here, we're going to use set issues. Now you know why we use useState. It's very simple. Now, whenever I do set issues, if I hover on this, it says expected one argument but got 0. An argument for value was not provided because we initialized this to an empty array, but the array has a type. It has to be an issue type. So we need to pass in some sort of issues here. Now, when I update the UI, how do I update it? I bring the newly created issues towards the top, and the older issues by default they're going to go to the back. So we add some sort of a sorting. That's where this function comes into the picture. So I'm going to double click on it. I'm going to put it right here. But then this function requires something. It requires an array of issues. So where is the array of issues coming from? And you need to really think about this. So this requires an array of issues. right? I called the setIssues functions right here, and I am passing a list of newly created issues, and I'm sorting them. But then where are the issues right here? If I were to take a look at that here, you can see this updated issues. It contains all the previous issues and it contains the new issues. So we pass all of that to the sorted by updated at, and then this sorts it and then sets it to the and gives it to the set issues. So let's just pass that updated issues. Save that. Everything is working a little bit better for us now. All right, so let me just check just to see if anything works. So far, nothing works. It doesn't change the UI. We don't have any kind of errors here anyway. So let me just take a look at this. All right, so we have our handle submit, which we call right here. But then why is the UI not being changed? Why are we not at least clearing the title and the description? That's something else that you need to keep in mind, that whenever you are working with forms, in my opinion, are the most important part of web development, because it's when you collect money from customers. It's when you have customers sign up for your products. It's when you send them emails. So everything, the most important aspect of websites, working with them, is forms. All right, especially if it is like some sort of an e-commerce website, some sort of a product, some sort of a SaaS product. It is forms. So when it comes to forms, forms are really tricky. That's why there's like a lot of libraries and talks around it. But there are some fundamental things that you need to keep in mind. And the fundamental thing is that whenever you want to update the UI, you have to pass that value to that state variable. And then the setter function for that state variable is going to update the UI. As far as React is concerned, with our current implementation, take a look at this input. How does React know what is being typed inside of this input? React has no idea, because all of that is hard-coded. We have the type, which is hard-coded. We have the ID, which we no longer need, is hard-coded. We have the name, hard-coded. We have the class, hard-coded. We have the required, hard-coded. And then we can write anything inside of here, and now React doesn't know what it is that we're writing. So what is the solution? The solution is that we need to pass whatever we write here to React. We need to give it to React. Why? Because once we give it to React, React is going to give it to this title use state hook. And then using the set title function, we can update that title, right? Until you don't pass the value of this input to React, nothing is going to work. And how do you pass the value of this input? How do you pass it? First, you need to get the value of the input. On this input, there is another property that we can basically utilize. So in here, what I could do is I could get rid of the type, which is of type text. I could get rid of that. I could get rid of the ID as well. And I could also get rid of the name. We no longer need that. But we have another property that is value. And then we need to pass this value to the use state variable. And this is the easier way of doing it. Save that. Let's refresh the page. Now here is something really interesting, and I think I've already talked about this in one of our previous values. It says you provided a value prop to a form field without an onChange handler. This basically means you said, okay, this title, the value of the input is going to go to this use state variable, which is this title. But then if you give this to the use state, you need to provide some sort of a functionality for use state to change this title from this to something else. So if you want React to control it, React has to know the initial value, and then React has to be able to change that initial value to something else. And how does React change it? it changes that using an onChange handler. And in here, we basically say, now, which of these setter functions was responsible for the title? That's why we use these kind of simple names, set title. There we go. And then what do we pass here? Remember what it was, e.target. And then since we are already on the input element, we just get the value. And now everywhere, every time you see this, you know, okay, what value is what onChanges. Value is what we pass to React. We say, okay, whatever is written inside of this input field, that is the title. And once the title changes, you need to call this function setTitle. And then it's going to populate that for us. We need to do the same thing for our text area. We no longer need these two. The same thing, we have our description state variable, remember? And then we need to have onChange. Now, onChange happens whenever the keyboard is tapped. So every time a key is pressed, that's onChange. We want React to basically be able to know that. And which setter function is responsible for the description? It's setDescription. And again, e.target.value. First off, let's make sure that when we submit this, when we add the issue, it goes to our local storage. Now, we want to communicate with our local storage directly. And which hook we use for that? Simply, we just use a useEffect hook. Did I import that? Yes, right here. So for our useEffect hook, the only thing that we want to do is we want to make sure we load the issues from the local storage. So in here, I'm going to say const loaded issues, and let's say load issues right here. And we did all of that inside the TypeScript version. We did all of that right here inside our render issues. Right here, we said, okay, load the issues, then sort them. And we do it using useEffect. We loaded the issues, and now we want to set them to the UI. We want to put them inside of our website. And again, which state is responsible for it? We have one for title, one for description. These are smaller states, but we have one that is set issues. So we get our set issues. And now, once we put them inside the UI, what do we want to do first? We want to sort them, right? Sorted by updated, and then we're going to pass in loaded issues or loaded issues. Save that. We seem to have some kind of maximum update. This can, the issue with this is because we don't have a dependency array, and that's really important. My computer is going to crash any second. You can see how fast, let me just comment this one out. This is going crazy. In like a few seconds, it ran 1,234 times. Why? Because I called the useEffect, I saved my file, but I didn't give it a dependency array. When the useEffect doesn't have anything to depend on, it is going to be called as many times as React is rendering the UI. And you can see React is rendering the UI almost every second, like several times every second. That's why in like a few seconds, it rendered the UI 1,234 times. That's why the dependency array is important. If there is no dependency array, useEffect is going to depend on the use state, and it's going to run every time the UI is updating. And is that okay? Do you want to do that? No. We want to use useEffect once the component is loaded. We get all the issues, and that's it. We load the issues once the component is loaded. So let's add our dependency array, an empty dependency array, because we just loaded once. We don't want to load the issues from the local storage. In other words, you don't want to talk to an external API several hundred times per second. Your application is going to crash. Very simple. We know that the section element is the container for all of our issues. Now, for every individual issue, we need to have several elements, as I just showed you in the working version of the app. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to render a simple component that is basically going to have all of those elements. So we're going to have issues.map. The issues state variable is going to be the variable that holds, that is basically the array of issues right here. So we iterate over it, and in each iteration, we grab one issue and we show it on the screen. But we show it in the form of a React component, which we are yet to create. So this is going to be called issue card. Now, for each individual issue, we are going to have a key that is going to be equal to the issue.id. Remember, the key is issue.id. We need to pass the issue itself. And then inside of our main page, the only functionality that each issue has is the delete functionality. So on delete, we are going to create the delete function first, and then we're going to jump and we're going to create the issue card. And this is going to be delete issue. Perfect. I shouldn't have saved that. Then you're going to see all of these errors right there. So what we need to do is we need to create this, and we need to create this function as well. So the delete issue is going to be very, very simple. I could just come right here. Now this function, I believe if I change the name from handle submit to create issue, is that going to make more sense? What do you think? Create issue, right? I think it makes more sense. I feel like. So here I'm going to say function delete issue. So whenever we want to delete an issue, we need to make sure that the IDs match. So if the ID is equal to the ID of the issue that we want to delete, we're going to remove it. And it's going to be almost the same as our TypeScript version. We'll collapse that, delete issue. So we filtered, we only kept the issues whose ID is not equal to the ID that we click on. In other words, if the ID is equal to the ID that we click on, we don't keep it, we remove it. So let me just grab all these three functions. And come right here. And what we are going to do here is, instead of this, I'm going to say const updated issues, const updated issues, and then we basically filter through all of our issues. As soon as we find the issues, we put the issues right here, right? And then do we have this render issues? No, we don't have it. We have these set issues, use state setter function. And there we go. So we created all of that. Let's jump into right here. Inside the components, I'm going to create a new component that is going to be issue card.tsx. I'm going to say export default function issue card. And for now, this is basically going to say return issue card. Let's save that. Let's go ahead. If I come down here, if I remove the last one, save it, there we go. That has been inserted right there. I think we have not closed this actually. That's why there is like that. The first thing for our issue card that we need is this interface, this issue interface right there. So I'm just going to go to the top and I'm going to put it right there. The second thing that I'm going to do, if you remember inside of here, we created one issue. So how did we create the issues when we were in TypeScript? We used this render issues method, which we did basically step by step. It's very difficult for me to convert this into JSX, but it's easier if I were to grab it from here. So within the section, we have this div. I'm going to right click. I'm going to say copy. Now, make sure you click on this copy outer HTML. Just click on that and create a React fragment. Put it right here. Let's save that. There we go. That's one issue for us. And then we're going to swap the hard-coded data with the data that we want. And that's basically our issue card for us. So in here, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to class name. So each issue is going to have a div. You know the structure. We talked about all of that when we were creating it using the TypeScript. So the thing with this issue is, let me just bring this down. There's just a lot of errors and we're going to fix that. And there we go. We got both of the issues right here. Now, the thing with this is we have one issue card component that should show the issue inside the all pages, inside the open pages, open issues, and inside the closed issues. But the thing is, these pages are different. Inside the all issues, we just have a delete and a status patch. Inside the open, we don't have the status patch. We just have the delete from the all issues, but then we have two extra functionalities, close and edit. If I close this, we don't have the edit, we don't have the open, we don't have the close, we have the open. So the thing is, this issue card is going to be different in all three routes. So we need to make sure that this one component is flexible enough to show one issue in all three different pages, and it should show it depending on in which page it is. There is one more thing that I need to do. Let's open this issue and let's say edit. I'm going to say edited. Let's save this because there is actually another element here as well that we show in all issues page as well. So let's first try to make sure that we show the same issue on the all issues page, and then we're gonna gradually implement the open and the closed ones as well. So for the all issues page, what I could do here is I could go again to inspect. We have this div. Now we have a new element. Let's just get that, put it right here, save this. And there we go. So now we have this paragraph that says the last edited. I should have done that the first time. So now that we have that, where is this last edited coming from? So if the issue was edited inside the open page, then we show this. And otherwise, we're not going to show this. So I am going to cut this so we show it conditionally. The previous video was conditional rendering. If you have, in this tutorial series, if you have any problems or you're not sure with conditional rendering, you can just pause the video here, go ahead to the previous video, conditional rendering, and I talk about all of this in there. So if issue dot was edited on open page. If this is true, it means the issue was edited in the open page. Then what do I want to do? Then I want to show this paragraph. Otherwise, I don't want to show this paragraph. So I'm going to provide some spaces. There we go. We're going to fix all of these. Don't worry about it. So I only want to show the last edited paragraph whenever the issue is edited inside the open page. And then this text, this is not like this. This is not going to be hard-coded, this date. So this is going to be a new date. So new date, we get the issue, and from the issue, we get the updated at property, and then we change it to local string, just to local string or locale string. We change it to that. And we have talked about all of that inside of our TypeScript. So now that that part is done, let's move forward. Keep in mind, for now, I'm just implementing the changes that I wanna make sure that I see inside of my app, inside the all issues page. For all pages, we're gonna have the title. So I am gonna keep the title for now as it is, but we're not gonna have one edited. So it's gonna be, the title is going to be dynamic. And where is the title coming from? The title is coming from issue.title. Issue.title. And you might be wondering, okay, where is this issue coming from? Remember when we called this issue component, we passed in the issue there. So we need to grab all of these inside this function as well. So let's grab it before moving forward. So I actually get rid of or remove all of this confusion. In here, I am going to say, okay, we have an object that is going to have an issue. And then what kind of functionality did we pass in for this issue card? We passed in the onDelete. And we do have the ID, but the ID is going to come from this file. It's not going to come from there, right? So for now, we're going to have an issue, and then we're going to have onDelete. But when we go to the open pages, we're going to have a mark as close, and then we're going to have the edit. But we are going to talk about that later. Now, I am going to type annotate this with our issue card props. And now I am going to create this interface, issue card props, and this interface is going to have an issue. The type of this is our issue. And then we are going to have an onDelete. Remember, what did onDelete actually require? It required an ID, which was a type of string, but it did not return anything. So return type is void. Okay, so now you can see where this issue is actually coming from. So I hope everything is getting clearer and clearer as we're moving forward. Now, we are on this status. When do we want to show the status? We only want to show the status once we are in the all issues page. We don't show it when we are in the open or closed. So I'm going to cut that, and again we're going to do some conditional rendering. So if is all issues page is true, then we want to show this. So we handled the last edited, we handled the status, we handled the title. What about the description? How are we going to handle the description? The description is going to be very, very simple. But remember, if the description is longer than 50 characters, we don't want to show all of that. We basically want to truncate this. So again, this is going to be dynamic. That's why we're going to open up this. We're going to escape into JavaScript. We need to make sure we are on the all issues page first. Let me just copy that, put that here, just to make sure I don't make any mistake. So if we are on the all issues page, then we want to show a truncated description. And where is this truncated description going to accept? What is it going to accept? It is going to accept the issue.description. Otherwise, it means that we are not inside of our all issues page. If we are not, we just show the issue description as it is. There we go. Now, the reason that this is throwing an error is because we have not actually created the truncated description. We're going to create it, don't worry. First, we need to fix all of these elements. Now, keep in mind, in TypeScript, we created all of these elements step by step by hand, manually. But in here, they are all created using JSX. We just add the functionality that we want. So what else here? Here we have created this date. Again, this should not be hard-coded. This should be dynamic. So I'm going to say new date, and I'm going to grab the issues. The issue.created at, and then to local string. That part is also done. And finally, what do we have here for our all issues page? Keep in mind, we're going to come back to this more and more, but for now, we just want to have a button that is going to handle the delete functionality for us. So when we have a button that is going to handle the delete, we need to have an on click on this. And whenever we click this button, we want to run a function that is called onDelete, right? Remember? And we pass in the issue ID. Where is this onDelete coming from? It's coming from here because we passed it here. And we talked about the deleting functionality. I don't need to basically bore you with the details. Let's reload the page. There is still all issues page is not defined. We're going to define all of that. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to say I need to define the all issues page. And how am I going to define that? Well, remember this app is actually created using the routing for this app is created using React Router. And the React Router is going to give us some method for us to know that we are within which of these routes. So if I come right here, I'm going to create a variable that is going to be called location. This is going to basically have a use location hook. This use location hook basically tells us on which page we are. This is going to give us a location object, and the location object is going to have the path name, the search, and the hash. You don't have to worry about those. We just need the path name. So in here, I'm going to say const. If we are on all issues page, what does that mean? That means the location dot see hash, key, path name, search, and state. That means the path name is equal to a /. And now it says truncated description is not defined. Let's go ahead and let's define the truncated description. And how did we do that inside TypeScript? Truncated description, where is it? This is the if was edited. Truncated description. So we got the description. We said, okay, if it is, we created a different variable. We said, okay, max length. Let me just copy this so we can actually see how the React version is implemented. So first off, I am going to say const truncated because since I've already created the function, truncated description. The truncated description, if I take a look at that, it is going to accept and issue that description, right? So we need to pass that. It's going to have some sort of a text that is going to have a type of string, or it's going to be a description, just to make sure it is understandable, type of string, and it is going to accept a max length, which is going to be equal to 50. So we need to check if the description is larger than the max length, then we basically we slice the text, provide some dots in there. But if the description is not longer than that, we don't want to call this method. So I'm going to say if description.length is less than or equal to 50, just return the description. Don't do anything to it. If it is 50 or less than that, just return it. But if it is larger than 50, what do we want to return? We grab the description. We say slice. We have already talked about slice, right? The starting point for it is 0, and it is going to get an ending point, which is going to be max length, which is 50. And then it's going to grab the starting point and the ending point, cut this from the original text, and then it's going to add 3 dots at the end of that. And I feel like I did a mistake. So we created this max length. Let's copy that. Let's put it right here. And there we go. Now let's refresh the page. There we go. We have our status, which is open. We can delete the issue. But I feel like there is something else here as well. So let me just say issue 1. This is some text. Copy that. Let's check our truncated description. Yeah, we do have the truncated description, but we don't have that view button. So we need to create the view button here as well. All right, so let me come down here. Now, the view button comes next to this button, to this delete button. And in here, I am going to say, this is going to be a button element. The button element is going to have some classes. I am just going to go ahead and I'm going to paste the classes so I don't waste your time too much. There we go. And then this is going to have an on click because whenever we click it, we see the full description. What is the on click going to do? It's going to say set show view modal. And you can see this is actually a setter function for a state variable, right? And we set it to true. But I don't want to see this button every time. Let me just give it a text view. But I don't want to see this whenever like the issue is not even like that many long. So even in here, you can see the description is just 1 character long and we see the view. So again, we need to render this conditionally. Let me cut this. When do we want to show this? Whenever we want to render this conditionally, we have to escape back into JavaScript. So is all issues page, if we are inside the all issues page and the issue.description.length is larger than 50, then I want to show this button. And as soon as I did that, you can see this view is gone from these other issues. Let me delete all of, I feel like the delete functionality doesn't work. There is a typo length. Let's save that. Let's delete it. There we go. There was just some typo and some of these items don't work. Anyway, but still you can see we have more than 50 characters. We see the view, but we don't see that because we created that first, but then we see that here. It's a little bit jumpy. It's a little bit buggy. Let's delete that. Issue 1, some text. Let's add the issue. There we go. But then if I have like a shorter description, we don't see that. We have seen that our app is acting a little bit buggy. So what I'm going to try to do is just to get rid of all the errors and make sure the all issues page work. On this onclick, I'm just going to comment this one out. So there are no issues inside of our issue cart. Let's close the layout and let's go to our on issues. All issues. So in here, we know what we have. We have our input with the value on change. We have this text area with the value on change. We have our description. We have the button. We map over the issues. We can see all of that. But the problem is that the issues are being, you can see it's like this. We had several issues. I reloaded. Some of them went away. I clicked that. I deleted that. But then it rendered another issue 1. If I reload the page, now there are 2 issue 1. If I delete one of the issues, it deletes both of them. If I try to add another issue, you can see it creates 2 issues. Let's reload the page. Now we have 1 issue. And in here, we seem to have incorrect use of label form element. How labels for HTML does not match an element ID. This might prevent the browser from quickly autofilling the form. Okay, I think we should bring back the IDs, right? Because the label, it says HTML4 description. So I should bring back the ID. We need that actually. Description. Let me just copy it from here, put it there. Let's save that. Let's reload the page. Now we have 1 incorrect use of that. And that's right here. We should do ID title. Save that, reload the page. Now you can see we don't have any errors. We don't have any errors here. But then there is the issue of creating 2 issues at the same time, like this. And then I reload the page and then it goes away. If I reload the page, we don't see that. So let's take a look at our implementation. We didn't change anything here. We basically loaded these from the local store. We copied these from our TypeScript. This also from the TypeScript. We created 3 states: an issue state, set issues title, description, and the setter functions respectively. We have our use effect where we basically communicate with our local storage and we load the issues. We call this load issues function, and then we set them and we sort them and we set them to our set issues. In the add issue, this is the function that is responsible for adding an issue either to local storage or to the UI. This is the most important function. So we created the date, the new issue, the ID. We didn't change anything here. Then we have all of our issues. We push that. But why do we need this? This is the TypeScript implementation, because we set the issues right here. We don't push them from here. So let me just get rid of that. Let's save that. Let's reload the page. Let's say issue 1. And as soon as I add it, there we go. So we basically push the issues twice. But then the issue was I copy pasted this add issue. And then we basically set that twice to the issues. Once using the TypeScript method, the second time using the state. That's why we had that problem. And now if I say 1 add issue, let me bring this here, bring this up, go to the local storage. If I select this, we don't have anything inside of our local storage. We're not setting that to local storage. We're not saving the issues. Save issues, even though I'm saying set item issues. Let's bring this down. You can see this is empty. Let me clear this. Reload the page. Okay, so it's light. Make it dark. It is dark. Let's add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, and something here. Let's save that. We have our issues. We show them inside of the UI, but for some reason we're not persisting the content to the local storage. Some text. Let's copy that, add it several times. You can see the trim works because I added a little one space at the front of it, and now we have the view. Okay, that works fine, perfect. But then we don't have that inside of the, okay, there we go. We got this one. Which one is this one? It's the title, it's the first one. It's this one. And this is the description for it. Okay, so once we reloaded the page, the issue was gone. It wasn't stored like this one. Like this, the one that has title 1. This, if I reload the page, this is going to be gone. But if I do something with the UI, it is going to remain. For example, if I change this, if I delete this, I deleted that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. But then in the process, the UI was rendered and I added the other one, this title 1. Let me tell you what I mean. So I have issue 1. I'm going to say long. And then here some text. Let's add some space at the start of it. Copy that, put it like that. There we go. You can see we changed the UI. The issue is not there. As soon as I create issue 2, short description, I make some changes to the UI. And now, which of these issues was stored? The first one, this one. That's why it says long right here. See, it says long. And then some text. And the start of it was trimmed. That's good. But then the problem is that the UI is not being changed every time we create an issue. I think I found where the problem was. It was when we were saving to the local storage. It's right here. It says save issues. That's the method that is going to set the item to the local storage. But then we pass in the previous state variables state, or the previous state. What is the previous state? The previous state is always one state behind. So in here, instead of that, we should say updated issues, because we spread all the issues first, as many as there were before, we get them, and we add on to them a new issue. Let's save that. I didn't test it. I feel like that is the problem. And there we go. Yeah, that was. So deleted. It is deleted from the local storage. I'm going to say issue 1 short description. Hit click. There we go. The issue has been added. Issue 1 short description. And then I could say issue 2 long. And then let's add some space at the start. Long description. and then some space at the end, and now copy this several times. If I add that, there we go. The second one has been added as well. It says issue 2. Even though in the local storage it goes one by one, but once we retrieve them from the local storage, the new one is always added first, right here. You can see it says issue 2 long description. And now there aren't 50 characters, but since there were some trimming at the start and at the end, that's why it's like short like this. And now we could delete them. And the effect you can see right in the local storage, if I click delete, the item is deleted. Perfect. I wanted to get rid of all these issues before jumping into our open issues page, just to make sure that the functionality for this one works. And of course, there is one more functionality, and that is to show that view, for that view to actually work. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to jump into the issue card. I did jump there. Let's comment this one back in. This is going to be a state variable. So let's come, where is our function? There we go, right here. So inside of this function, I'm going to say use state because we are changing the UI in some form. Now this use state is going to have an initial value of false. We want to show the view. Is the view initially open? No, it's not. Once we click on the view button, then we show that. We show the full description for that specific issue. So I'm going to say show view model, and then copy that, put it right here, set show view model const. There we go. So we have already used the function down here. What we need to do is we need to use the show view model as well. So we implemented this the way this button appears, but then we need to actually show that model as well. So if I were to delete this, I say long issue. Let's come say some text. Whoops. I could just copy paste this one. Yeah, add issue. See, if I click on this, we see this model. And this model, this is a very good opportunity for us to put it actually inside its own container. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get out of this issue itself, the issue card. So here is the first div and here is the second div. I am going to get out of there. And in here, again, a doorway or escape back into JavaScript, we're going to say show view model. If this is true, what do we want to do? We want to basically render a component that is going to say view model. Let's close the component first. What do we want to pass to this view model? Let's take a look at that. So for this view model, we have a title. So I need to pass in the title. We have the description, so I need to pass in the description, and then I have some sort of a closing functionality. So 3 things. Title is going to be equal to title. Perfect. It's not title, it's actually issue.title. Then I'm going to have description is going to be equal to issue.description, and then some kind of an add event listener. Right? How did we handle that in TypeScript? Let's close this. Full description model right there. So we created the model right here, right? But this is something that we're going to do very, very soon. And then we added an event listener. We said, okay, when I close on the close button, when I click on it, I want to have a hidden class added to the view model. We're going to do something like this. So here I'm going to say on close. I want to do some kind of JavaScript. So in here, I'm going to say set show view model to back false. See? So state is going to do that for us, and it's going to basically set it to false, meaning we're not going to see it. Now we need to go ahead and create this component. So inside the components, I'm going to create this .tsx, export default function this, and then we could say return you know what, let's just go ahead and create it instead of passing a string. So what do we have? First off, we are going to have our fragment. So if I were to take a look at this, what is this? The actual model itself. This is the element. So I could just say copy outer HTML, put it right here, and there we go. So we got all of our description. Let's get rid of it because we want to show that description dynamically, right? We don't want to hard code that. Get rid of the title, but the close button is going to stay saying close. Class name. So far, everything is okay. What did we pass to this component? We passed in a title, we passed in a description, as well as on close. So here we need to grab those. We said title, description, and then on close. Now, I am going to type annotate this to view modal props, and now I'm going to go to the top and I'm going to say interface view modal props. We have a title that is of type string, and then we have a description that is of type string, and then we have some sort of a method that basically doesn't have anything, doesn't have any parameters, and doesn't return anything. All right, so title, we need to use the title, the description, and the onClose. So the title comes inside of this h2, and if you want to use some sort of JavaScript expression, you need to open up curly braces. So in here, I could just pass in title. For the description, I could just pass in description. For the onClose, we need to call that onClose method. So onClose, onClick. When I click on this, what do I want to do? I want to run that onClose method. So this part is done. Let's jump right here. Let's import this first off all. I did import that. There is one more thing. Let me just see if this works. So if I come right here, I say long, and then some text. Okay, save that. Let's click on it. There we go. Perfect. And close it. You can see it works. And it seems a little bit magical, but because it is magical, you're working with React. Oh, you can see I bring this code from TypeScript and I'll leave it here, and then I'm confused as to what that is. Max length. This should be the name here. Perfect. See, it seems magical because it is, because we're using state. State is extremely powerful. So we're just saying, okay, view model true, set view model, we just set it to false and it goes away, and that's it. Like literally, I didn't do anything else here. Like, what is this onClose? What is this? This is just a function. But this is the setter state function, and it's a true and false. Like, how in the world does React do this? And you can see that in TypeScript if you want to know how React does it. So React does all of this behind the scenes for you. It's like we have implemented the functionality for setViewModel in some other file, and then we import it using useState. And that's exactly what we're doing here. And again, it is magical, right? So easy, so much easier to work with this. With just setting true and false, you can implement this. But in TypeScript, I have to say, okay, it has to add a class of head into it. Let's actually see what kind of class is being added. So if I were to select this, this is the element. If I close it, it is actually being unmounted from the DOM. Very cool, right? There is no class. We just unmounted from the DOM. But if I were to run this one, npm run dev, just run it. Let's see what happens here. Okay, so this is our issue one, some text, long. I'm just writing some gibberish. So if I were to go to inspect, view, let's just click on it. Here is the view. Here is the section element. I say close. You can see the section element is still there. We're not unmounting it from the DOM, but state is actually doing that. And I think React way is better because now we have this section element that we don't use. We have it inside. Which section is this the section that, yeah, it is, because it says position fixed. We have the section element that we don't use. Why should we have it? See, so much easier working with React. I might keep this TypeScript version open as well. Perfect. So we implemented the view model. We implemented the entire all issues page. It is time for us to move to our next page, which is the open page. So I'm going to close this all issues page, but I'm going to keep these. I'm going to close this view model page as well. I'm going to keep this issue card. Let's go to our open issues. If I go to the open issues, we don't have our issue. So I'm going to keep this. This should go to the open issue. And for our open issues, the first thing that we're going to do is to actually bring in all of the HTML. And we can do that by just going to our TypeScript full description model. Let's close that. The index, we need to close that as well. We need to close the index page, close the types, close the local storage. So here we have already implemented the header. Let's grab the main one, the main element. And we are going to paste it here. So create our fragment, paste that here. Now, remember, we have already implemented the main. So let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of the comment. Let's just say class name. The issues list, we don't need this ID. All right, so it says open issues. This is the title. All the issues should be rendered right here. So we know where the issues are, right? The issues are within our, we could say they are within our issue card, but because if I go to our issue card, this basically gives us the structure for all of the issues, right? For every individual issue, we have all of this HTML, right? And we want to repurpose that HTML or JSX. We want to repurpose it for the open issues page. To get all of our issues working in here, I am going to create the same kind of hook that we did for our all issues page. Perhaps I should keep this open. Where is our hook? It's right here. Now, don't worry about the repetition of our code. As I've said before, we're going to make this app work first. And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to show you how to create a custom hook that is going to encapsulate all of this so we can test it better. We can know it works and we don't have to repeat ourselves and we don't have to worry about all of these states or all of these hooks scattered around in our files. But for now, we just want to make this app work. Let's import that. So within the section, we are going to open up curly braces. We're going to say issues.map. We're going to map all of the issues. And for every individual issue during this process, what are we going to do? We're going to basically call the issue card component, exactly like the all issues. And that is going to help us to create that issue for us within the open. But remember, the issue, the way it looks in the all issue, in the all page or in the index page is different than the way it looks in the open page. So it's going to have some things different, but it is going to have something similar as well. For example, issue.id is going to be similar because the same issue we show from the index to the open page, it's going to be the same issue. So the ID has to be there. We target the same issue, but then we give that issue a little bit different properties, right? It's going to still have the onDelete, which is going to be delete issue. But then what else does it have? Let's come right here. Let's close this, close this. If I go to the open, we have the title, which is basically wrapped around inside the issue. We have the description, the date. We did the delete. We need to add the edit, and we need to add the close. So I'm going to say on status change, we are going to call a method that is going to be update issue status. And then it still needs something else, the edit. On edit, we're going to call a method that is going to be called edit issue. We are yet to create these, and we are going to go ahead and exactly do that. But first, we need to populate this open page. That's what we have to do first. Okay, the title is going to stay the same for the page itself. We're not going to change that title. Let's take a look at our all issues page. So what did we do here? We had an interface. First, we inserted the use effect, use state. Doesn't matter. We inserted the issue card. We need to, did we insert that? Yeah, we did insert that. So we had the interface for every individual issue. We had the load issue, the save issue, and the sort. So all of this is going to be the same in our open page as well. So let's just paste that here. We need to load the issues from the local storage, right? Remember? So here we have this method that we basically used in order to load the issues from the local storage. So I'm going to put that right here. We didn't insert this. Let's save that. It says delete issue is not defined. I think we have already implemented delete issue here. So let's just get that and put it right here. There we go. What else? Update issue status is not defined. This is something that we need to actually go ahead and create. So I'm going to say function update. What is the name of the method? Update issue status. Let's put that right here. So this method, what is this going to have? This is going to have an ID. So we need to specify which item it is that we click on. Now you need to know what it is that you want to do. You want to click on this close issue, and then you should, by clicking on it, you should update the status of this from open to closed. And that's it. You need to update the status, and you need to let local storage know. Because once local storage knows that this issue has been updated, the status of it has been updated from open to closed, it's no longer going to show that here. But if I remember correctly, we loaded all the issues, but we didn't sift through them by their status. So if an issue is closed, we should not show that here. So first off, I'm just going to comment this line out. Let's just implement that inside of our use effect. So when we load the issues, we need to filter them because we only want to show the issues for which the status is actually open. So I'm going to say open, give me the issues for which the issue status is equal to open. If it is not open, don't give it to me. All right. And for now, I am just going to set the dependency array to just run once the component is mounted, but we are going to do some changes just in a few moments. Okay, later on, we're going to do some changes. So let's come back to our function. Here, we're going to pass in the ID. We're going to say, okay, there is going to be some sort of a new status. Now, keep in mind, the new status should be open or closed. Why are we talking about closed here? Because once I click it inside the open page, it is going to be closed. So it's going to have one of the two. Okay, let me get rid of that. So first off, if you remember correctly, once we close this issue, the date of it, I think, is also going to change. So it says 6:55:15. If I go to the close and if I open it back up, 655.15. Let's edit this. So if I say edit it, I believe I've implemented that functionality. So it says 716, close the issue. 716.16. Let's open the issue. There we go, 716.21. So we change this last edited time. We don't change the create, of course, we don't change the created time, but we change the last edited. So we need to grab the date, const now. By now, you know how you do this. So new date, dot to ISO string. Let me jump into our TypeScript version. We had an update issue status. Let me just copy everything from here and jump into the JavaScript, to the React version, just put it right here. So we have this one, then we sift through all the issues, but this one I'm going to say const all issues, right? Const all issues. In here, let's load the issues first and then load issues, and then we are going to map through them. So let's bring this down. So we load the issues. Let me run this function. We load the issues. Once we get all the issues, we're going to create another variable. I'm going to say const updated issues is going to be equal to all issues.map. So we map through all of the issues for every individual issue. If the ID is the same, what do we do here? This is an object. Okay. Inside the object, we spread all the other issue properties. So what are the other issue properties? It's the last edited, the title, the description, the created, the delete, the edit, all of them. But we change two of them, two of those properties. One is the status. The status is going to be equal to the new status. And the other one is the updated, because you can see as I switch between these two pages, 716.21, if I go to the close page, it is 718.48. So once I switch between these two pages, I update as well. So I don't change the other properties of this object. I just change this property and this property. Otherwise, I am not going to do anything and I'm going to return that. If we don't do anything to the issue, we're not going to do anything here. Now, the save issue is going to be the same function, but now we need to pass in here update issues. And remember, we don't have this render. We don't have this. Now, we need to update the UI in some way. I'm going to comment this one out for now. Just comment it out. I am going to come back to a method that is considered a hack, but once we get to our custom hook, I'm going to get rid of that hack and I'm going to show you how you do it in a real world context. But for now, let's just move forward with our lesson. So I've created that. We have on status change. It's not assignable. We need to basically add these to the issue card. We're going to add them, but first we need to create our edit issue function as well. So for the edit issue, let me jump into my TypeScript. Where is the edit issue? There we go. Here is our edit issue. So I'm going to copy this and we're going to convert it to React. I could put it beneath this. So what do we have here? We have as parameters, we have the ID, we have the new title, we have the new description, because we are editing that, right? We don't need this issues list. Why? Because this issues list is that section element that we selected in TypeScript. See, HTML element. We don't do that in React. The return type is going to be void because we don't return anything from this. And what else do? We get the current date. We take a look at all of our issues, but now keep in mind, we do the same thing. Const updated, right? So this is the edit issue. Let me just copy all of that. No, I'm just going to modify this. So this is going to be updated issues. updated issues. From the updated issues, we get the issues dot map. Update, and let me fix the const issues dot map. That is our state variable. Very good. We map for every individual issue. We check if the ID is the same, then we want to add, because if I click on any issue, okay, it's already there. Let's open up. Okay, this is our completed app. This is not the completed app. Okay, so if the ID is not the same, I don't want to do anything. If the ID is the same, it means I'm clicking on this item and I want to edit the item that I clicked on. I don't want to edit the item that I didn't click on. And the only thing unique in our perspective and in the perspective of React is the ID. So the ID is unique. So we check that. That's why for these kind of array items, we always use ID, and React really emphasizes on that. So we spread all the issues. We change the title to a new title. We change the description to a new description. We update the date. And then we say, okay, was edited in open page. Because remember, we had that here somewhere. Where was it? And it was inside, where was it? It was all issues. Okay, it was inside the issue card. We said, okay, if issue was edited in open page, then we want to show, okay, last edited, right? Everything is coming together. So far that is okay, but then this is when it is, this is an if statement. What I could do is I could change this to a ternary operator to make it look more React-y. So I am going to say, if this is true, we're going to do this. Otherwise, we need to stay inside of there. Otherwise, we are going to return the issue. So let's put it right there. Let's get rid of this return. Let's save that. Okay, I think it's okay. So if ID is equal to ID, we no longer need that, because if I add that, then I'm going to return it as well. So we say if ID is equal to ID, we do this. Otherwise, we just return the issue. Okay. Let's get rid of this as well. I just had to do a little bit of formatting. We save the issues, but remember, we save the updated issues to the local storage. But then here we still have that render issue. I'm going to comment it out. Keep in mind now that there are 2 times that we have these render issue that I commented out, and I said I'm going to come back to it. But here, when I edit the issue and I save that, I need to make sure that I update the set issues as well. So down below, I'm going to say set issues updated issues. So if I come right here, let's reload the page. Now you can see this says open. Since we sift through that, let me zoom it out. Since we sift through this, it shows open, but then the text is completely like this. It shows the entire description. But then where is that edit? The problem with that edit is this on status change, and this edit is because we did not actually handle that inside our issue card. Remember a while back when I said that this issue card is going to be different in index, open, and enclosed routes. It's going to be different. So we need to bring some changes inside of our issue card to reflect all of that for us. So let's see what we can do here. This button, this edit button, if I remember correctly, that was part of this div, which was called in our TypeScript the actions container. So we need to arrange this as well. We have the delete button. So if I come right here, we have the status, the delete, and then the edit. Right, so we need to go in this order. We have the delete, before the delete button, we need to add our status button. So right there, I'm just gonna go and I'm gonna say, okay, I need a button. For this button, I'm gonna add some classes. I could actually go over this so you can really understand what it is that we want to do. So this button, what kind of classes do I want to add? It depends, because I want to use the same button. I don't want to create two buttons, one for the open and close. So I want to use the same button for our open page and then change its color. And then I'm going to use the same button for our close page. So the same button, I want to use it twice. So the styles are going to be different depending on where the button is located. But a couple of styles are going to be the same. For example, PX3, this is the padding on the horizontal, a value of 12 pixels. And then PY-1, and then rounded. These are similar classes. But the remainder of the classes, now keep in mind, if you want to do some kind of conditional styling here, you need to convert this into backticks. And then after converting it to backticks, you need to put it inside of the JavaScript doorway as well, or gateway, or whatever you want to call it. Now, I want to do something or something else. So let's grab our template literal, and inside of here, if the issue status is equal to open, then I want to show these classes within this string. Otherwise, which means that the issue status is closed, I want to show these classes. So what are these classes? I am not going to hand type them. I'm just going to paste them here. So this is when the issue is in the open. This is when the button is in the open page. And this is when the button moves to the closed page, these styles. If I come right here, there we go. But why don't we see anything? Because I forgot to actually add the text. This is going to say, now in here, again, this is going to be conditional, because if the button is in the open page, when it is conditional, remember you have to have those curly braces. So if issue.status is open, then what do? I say close issue. Otherwise, it means that because status switches between two, open or close. Otherwise, it means that the actual button is inside the close route. So I'm going to say open issue. Save that. There we go. So you can see it says close issue because we're inside the open. And if I close this issue, and if it were to come here, it would say open. And now what we did was we handled the same button. We used it in two different places. But now, take a look at this. If I were to change the issue, if I were to go to the close route and implement the functionality, will we actually see this closed inside the closed, this same thing inside the closed? No, we're not going to see that because we're not actually rendering this conditionally. Now, the only time that we want to see this button and we want to make it work is whenever we change the status, right? So in here, I am going to render the button conditionally on status change. The reason that we don't have that IntelliSense is because in here, I passed in on status change on edit, but inside the issue card, we're not actually accepting them. So we need to go ahead and we need to accept them. So if I were to come here, see here I need to say on status change. And then what was the other? On edit. And now I need to modify my props in the same way as well. So on status change. This is going to be a function. This is going to be an optional function, right? ID. It's going to have an ID with a type of string. Status How many stati do we have? We have 2. Open and closed. And what does the function return? Void. And on edit. On edit. Take a look at the function signature. On edit. On edit, it had ID, new title, and new description. So we need to add those here. It had an ID that was of type string. It has a title that was of type string. And it had description that was of type string. And what does it return? Void. We did that. We have the on edit. Let's come right here. Where are we? We're right here. So on status change. If we change the status, then we want to show this button. So now this button is only going to be shown when we are actually changing the status. Why did I do this? Let's go back. I'm going to go back 2 steps and I'm going to save this. Let's come to the all issues. Oh, I have this close issue inside the all issue. Whoa, do I want this? Is this the functionality that I want? No. I just want to show this close issue or open issue. I want to show the status change functionality when I have some method to work with it. I have some method to work with it in the open issues page and in the closed. I don't have a method to work with it in the all issues. That's why we show it conditionally. And 2 steps. There we go. Now from the all issues, it's gone. It is here. Once we implement the closing functionality, it is going to come right here as well. The same button, but the styles are different. And this is why it's easier to implement it with React rather than TypeScript. We just have one button and we can repurpose it and reuse that several hundred times, no matter. Next up, if you remember correctly, we have this on edit. So we need to show that on edit button here. And once we click that button, we need to be able to edit this. So the same with this on status, the same goes to this on edit. I don't want this on edit button to be shown inside the all or the index page because the index page doesn't have a functionality to handle that. Only the open page has that. So I just want to show it inside the open page. Now, if I come right here, if I say edit, you can see this is a modal. We already saw something like this in here. So we need to go ahead and create a different component and put that functionality inside of that component. So in here on edit, I'm going to come down here. Here we have we have view model on top of that. What I'm going to do is we are here. First, we need to have that button. Doesn't really matter which way we go. Or we could go both ways. So conditional rendering again. We want to see this modal whenever we are on the open page. So we need to have some sort of a state that turns this modal on and off. The same with our full description. Show edit modal. This is our state that is going to handle that for us. If this is true, it means it exists. And the edit functionality is also true, then we want to render a component. The component is going to say edit modal. Let's close that first. And then what do we pass to this component? We pass the issue that we want to edit, the function. Let's take a look at it here. So if I'm inside the open, we want to pass the issue. See, what does the issue contain? The issue contains the title, the existing title, the existing description. This title, it's going to say edit issue. This comes when we create the actual component. And then we need to have the saving functionality as well as the cancel functionality. So if I say cancel, it should just revert the state to false. So when we see this modal, the state is true, meaning it's on, we see it. And when I say cancel, the state is off, it means false, we don't see it. That's what this show edit modal is going to do for us. So let's pass in our issue. The issue is going to be issue. That's going to be the issue. And then on close, this is going to be our functionality. What do? We call this show edit modal. We call the state variable and we turn it off. And again, the same magic is going to happen. Set show edit modal. Set show edit modal. And we set it to false. Okay, after that, what do we add? Remember the saving functionality. So I'm going to say on save. On save, what do I want to do? I want to grab the title and the description. Description. And for the title and the description, I want to call the onEdit. What does the onEdit require? It requires an issue.id, an issue or title, as well as the description. We pass it there. I think we have already handled the onEdit. Okay, delete issues. This is the open issue, edit issue. We have already handled that. This remains to be seen. This part, why did I comment this render issues out? This remains to be seen, but we basically copy pasted the same functionality from TypeScript and we put it there. Okay, that part is done. Has an any type. Oh, once we create the model, this error is going to go away. And finally, we close the model here as well. Set show view model, set show view model, we turn it off. Why? Because if I click on save, the model goes away. If I click on cancel, in both ways, the model goes away. Perfect. So now that this part is done, first I need to create the state. Okay, where am I? We are right here. So on top, I'm going to go const. We have show view model, and then we have set show view model. And then this is going to be a use state, basically to turn on and off the model, but initially the model is going to be off. Set show edit model. I think I made a mistake here. So let me copy that. Let's come here. Show view model. See, this is incorrect. This should be show edit model. Now it's better. This is the view model. Let's create the button. This button that is actually responsible for showing the model for us. And again, we need to pay attention to the order. We have the status button, then we have the delete button, then we have the view button. The edit button. So here I'm going to say button. For this button, what am I going to do? There are going to be some classes that I'm going to be adding. Classes. And what is this? Let me just copy this better. Let's just put it right here. So what is this button going to do? This is going to basically turn on the edit model, the model itself, the general container for the model, or it's going to turn it off. So it's going to switch from one state to another state. So for this one, we just need our state variable. And this is going to basically set show edit model. And it's going to basically set it to true for us every time. And where is the text? This is going to say edit. So whenever I click on edit, I should see the model. And that's it. That's the only thing the edit does. And when I click on it, we see that there's an error. It says edit model is not defined because we did not create this. Let's go ahead. Let's come right here. Let's create that TSX export default function this. And then what kind of parameters did we pass into here? We passed a lot of things, right? Not a lot, I'm just kidding. So let's grab our object, and in here, I'm gonna grab the issue. So we passed in the issue here, and then we passed in the onClose, as well as the onSave. That's what our model is gonna do. We need to type annotate this, so I'm gonna say edit modal props. This is our function, return hi for now. Just say hi. I need to import this now here. Whoops. I've imported that. There is a little bit of errors. We're going to fix all of that. Don't worry. So I am going to come right here. Let's say interface edit. Let me take a look at our TypeScript file. Do we have like an interface like for the edit? The edit issue, no, we don't. We have just create modal. Okay, this is edit issue. So this is what the model is. Okay, we don't have any type because we create the actual elements right here. Right, so this is going to be edit modal props. And what do we want to do here? In here we have an issue, which is going to have a type of issue, like that big issue type. We have an onClose. The onClose is very simple. It's not doing anything. It's just returning void. The onSave requires some stuff. The onSave requires the title, which is of type string, the description, which is also of type string, and then it returns void. All right, so now we need to copy paste this issue interface right here. Let's just copy it, put it on top. What seems to be the problem? Oh, we have 2 commas there. Okay, we're not using that anymore. Let's reload the page. All the issues are gone. So if I click on it, we should see hi. There we go. We're seeing hi. Now, again, some copy pasting. So right here, I'm going to say inspect. I'm going to go to this form, not h2, this div. So this div is this entire thing. I'm going to right click, I'm going to say outer HTML. And instead of that, let's open up our fragment, put it right there and save it. And we get a lot of errors. It didn't even, okay. Let's put it there, save it. Oh boy, this is going to be difficult for me. So let's get rid of this. This is our text area, and the div, the button, one button ends here, the form ends there. Let me see what the problem is here. So first, let's convert all classes to class name. Still doesn't work. We have required. We don't need this in front of our required. Where is that coming from? When we created the model input, what did we do here? We said required. Yeah. Okay. We didn't do required. Okay, this is a Boolean attribute. Required. So that part is also done. We have the input. ID class name, we no longer, I think we still need the ID because, oh, the fours, they have to change to HTML4. That part is done as well. All destructure elements are unused. Export default function. Okay, what am I doing wrong here? So we have input, required type text value, And then there is that div. We have another div with a label. This ends right here. And then the rows. Yeah, the row is the problem. Okay. That is okay. What else? What else? We have the required. Let's put the div there. Let me just close it. Okay, it should be there. Okay. What else do we have here? Let's put that below input. Input has no corresponding closing tag. I think it is talking about this one. Oh, we were missing something. Okay, we are doing that. So the input, yeah, I do have it here. I'm not sure. Anyway, so there we go. This is everything that we want to show to the user. So nothing works so far. See, that's why we can't close it. But the modal is right there. Okay, so we're going to start from the top, much like anything else that we actually do. But in here, we need to actually have some kind of states because we want to change the title. We want to change the description. So right here, I'm going to say use state. And then for this one, we need to have some initial state because the initial state is going to be the existing title for that issue. And that existing title is something that we want to change. By now, you know how this use state works. So for this one, we have our title. And then we need to have some method to set the title. Let's say const. And let's do the same thing for description. So instead of these, I'm going to say description. And this is seat. This should be set. This should be capital. All right. So we have issue.description and issue.title. So on the form itself, what do I want to do? On the form itself, I want to apply an on submit because as soon as we click save, it should submit the form and it should change the title for us to the new title that we actually created. So in here, we're going to say on submit. I'm going to say edit issue. Can I call it the issue or I can just say handle submit? And let's go up. Let's come here. I'm going to say function handle submit. What do I pass in here? We're going to grab our E, which is react.form event, because we want to say, okay, e.prevent default. And then on save, what do we want to do? We want to save the title, but we want to trim it as well. And we want to save the description, but we want to trim it before saving it. So now that we have created that, remember what I talked about the input? We need to keep that in mind, that we need to pass the value to React so React can keep track of it and update it for us. So this is going to be, the value is going to be for the first one is going to be title. And let's get rid of that hard-coded one. I don't think we need that one either. This is the label. This is our text area. Okay, right here. I'm going to say value, description. And there we go. So we got the previous value for the title. We got the previous value for description. We should be able to cancel this. And we are going through this. We are making very good progress. But keep in mind, so if I go to the console, there is going to be an error or a warning telling that you want React to handle this, but you don't give it an onChange handler. Remember, we talked about that. So we need to give it the onChange handler as well. OnChange, we call a method What is that method? Set title e.target.value. Now React can change it. React knows what it is, and after it knows what it is, it can change that as well. So let me copy that, put it right here. Instead of set title, we're going to say description. Let's save that. And now that error is gone. What else do we have here? We need to apply and de-enclose this functionality for this one. So this is type button. I'm going to say on click. When I click on this button, I want to run the on close method. Okay. And this is the type of submit. This is basically, this button is going to invoke the handle submit method that we created right here. This is going to invoke that for us. Okay, let's save everything. So if I cancel, there we go, it's canceled. So let's show it. Let's say edit it. Let's save it. And there we go, edited. And it does show that as well. Let's decrease. So edited description. Save that. There we go. Edited description. I should be able to delete that, and it doesn't show it here as well. So let's add this 1. Oh, we see the edit here. That's what this problem is. Remember this one issue, we see the edit. So what is the issue? What is the solution here? The solution lies inside here. But what is it? How can we solve that? You could go ahead, pause the video, think about it for like a few moments, and then just come back. So the issue is that we're showing this button whenever this card is being generated, but we need to show it conditionally, right? And how do we show it conditionally? When we implement that edit, whenever we implement the edit functionality, there we want to show it. So when conditionally, we need to open up our curly braces, and I'm going to say on edit. If on edit is true, then I want to show this button. On edit, yeah, on edit, okay, on edit. Why is there a problem here? It says this condition was run true since this function is always defined. Did you mean to call it? Did you mean to call it instead? Said show. No, I didn't mean to call it. This is always going to show on edit, but we did the same thing here. Am I mistyping this? It's the same thing. It's always going to be true. It did go away from here. It's still asking for it, but it went away from here. But there is that issue that it says issue on delete, but required in the issue card props. Property on edit is missing in the type. We don't need this. On edit. It is gone from here, but it is required. I think we could go around this. So this required. So if I come right here, if I go to the edit, you can see this on status change is optional because we don't have this on status change in all pages. Now, if I were to get rid of this optional flag, now there are two errors. It says on status change is also true. So the quick fix for this one is just adding the optional flag. It means it's not necessary to be shown on all pages. It's optional. So it could only be shown where we implement that. There we go. So if I close this, the closing doesn't really work. The deleting works. Let's add 2, add it, delete it. It does work from there. 3, add it, refresh it. It doesn't matter. Come here, we could say edited description. Okay, and you can see we don't have that. We actually trimmed the content. Perfect. If I come right here, we have that last edited date, the same date. So these two pages, aside from this close issue, where the functionality where when we click this, it goes to the close page. Everything else has been completed. So of course, what we're going to do next is just be able to handle this. So let's delete this. I'm going to create a new issue. I'm going to say 1 added. Come right here. We know that we could delete it. 2. We could edit it just one last time, just to make sure everything is working. Edited 2. But if I click on close, refresh the page, okay, it is still here. I wanted to take a look. Okay, so this edit is working perfectly fine. That's okay. All issues, I could close it for now. The issue card, we're moving very good with this. The open issue, if I come right here, we have the edit issue. Okay, that's the edit issue. Update issue status, save issue. Let me take a look at my, let's take a look at the local storage, what the status of this is. So status is open. It doesn't change the status inside the local storage. It should change that. So there could be something wrong with this functionality. So I'm clicking on this, refreshing the page. This is still not working. Render issues, set issues. Let's see. So we have our issue. We're loading the issues from the local storage, all of them. Okay, we are saving to it. We are ordering them here. In here, if I were to call our issues, or let me create a new state. Just bear with me. Use state. This is going to be a simple state. It's going to be just a number state, just to keep track of some numbers for me. I could say some number. I don't know what it is. I'm just going to say set some number. Let's say const. All right. So here, what I want to do is I want to call my sum number, right? And I want to set that sum number when I update the issue. So I'm going to get rid of this render issue. I'm going to say set sum number. I am going to grab the previous value of that number, right? So I'm going to say previous number. And then I'm going to add something to the previous number. Just add 1 to it. This is going to just make sure that the UI is re-rendered. That's it. So if I click on this, let's reload the page. Click on this. Still doesn't change anything. There are no errors. The UI is being re-rendered. So I just wanted to re-render the UI once I click this button. Let me console log something. Log some number. Let's reload the page. This function is not running. Why is it not running? Because you can see we are not logging anything. Even if I were to like just get rid of everything else, save this, reload the page, it's not working. We're not calling this function. So the function is right here. We say on status change, the status change is right here. But where do we call the status change? The status change goes there. Close issue. Where is the close issue button? On status change. Open, close issue, or open issue. Oh, we didn't actually add that functionality to this. We didn't add it, right? So it does need an event handler. Where is the event handler? It doesn't, that's why we are not calling the function. So in here, I'm going to say on click. When I click on this button, I want the issue to be closed. I want the status to be closed. So let's take a look at the status. The status is open for now. That's the problem. On status change, and on status change, I am going to pass in the issue.id, remember? So what does the on status change require? On status, it requires the ID and then the new status. It could be one of these two types. On issue ID. Now, when it is closed and I click on it, it should be open. When it is open, I click on it, it should be closed. So it's one of the other. So I need to check something. I need to check the current status. If the current status is open, I need to close it. Otherwise, it means, where are we? Otherwise, it means that the status is closed. So we need to open it. We need to open it. Let's save this. There seems to be no issues. Let's click on it, and there we go. It re-rendered the component, and the status is closed. There we go, right there. And now inside the console, we have 0. And we don't have that item here because inside the open issues, we don't render closed issues. Remember, we filter that out using our use effect. We're using like that. So what was the point of this sum number? Let me comment this one out. Let me get rid of that from there and get rid of this console log. Get rid of that there. All right, so let's refresh the page. Let's close that one. Let's say 1 and 1, add issue. So it is open. Let's bring it down. We say close the issue. We said, okay, the issue should be closed, right? If I come right here, you can see the status is closed. But because we didn't render the UI, it is this remnant is still showing. So if I reload the page, it is going to go away. It doesn't mean that it is being deleted from the UI. It's just it goes to the other route, to the close route. You can see it is still existing here. The idea behind this state is because we want to re-render our load issues. We want to re-render our use effect, but we only want to re-render the use effect. We want to run the use effect only when we change the status. All right. So that's why I created another state. And in here, I just set some number because I didn't know what that state was for because I was just looking for a number. And now we can see we need that state. And that state is needed so we don't have to refresh the page. So it's going to be a refresh key for us. Again, once we put this inside our custom hook, we're going to get rid of this extra state as well, right? So instead of some number, we're going to call this one. And this is going to make sure that it is working properly. So this refresh key is something that is going to rerun this use effect for us. And we just say +1 because it doesn't really matter what you do here. I just increment the number, meaning that I'm actually re-rendering the UI. I have to do something with this function. And just incrementing the number is, in my opinion, the best thing. So I'm copying that. And I'm going to put it inside the render issues as well. And let's just save it for now. Let's see why do we need it. So let's delete it. I can see there is another problem inside our all issues as well. And that is once we close the status, this should say closed. This should not say open. So why is this showing open? I'm not sure. Let's go to the all issues. Let's actually fix that. So we are rendering the card, so we need to go to the implementation of the card for the status. So we have done something like this. We are going to grab this. We're actually hard coding that. So if the issue status is open, we're going to say OPEN, capital. So OPEN, come on, OPEN. And if the issue status is otherwise, it means it is closed. And yeah, and we should show different styles as well. It shouldn't always be this. So column start 4. Up until here, I'm actually having these styles repeated for both of the buttons, but this one, I'm going to cut that and I'm going to fix it. So I want to render some styles dynamically. I need to have my backtick, and before the backtick, I need to have my window or my JavaScript gateway, or escape back into JavaScript. So we already did something like this. If the issue.status is equal to open, we are going to render these styles. Otherwise, we're going to render these styles if it is closed. Because if it is closed, it means it's done. It is, whoops, it is okay. Let's remove that. There we go. It says closed. Let's delete this, refresh the page for a clean slate. 1 add issue. It says open, capital. We come in here, we say close issue. We come in here, it says closed. For the closed page, we are going to do almost everything similar to the open page with just some changes here and there. So it is good if we just open that up again and then just get started with copy pasting. So we are going to have our interface. We need to have the load issues, save issues, sort them. We need to have, okay, here. We need to have all of our issues because we need to load them to the UI. Perfect. We need to have this refresh key, and I'm going to show you why. Then the same use effect, except we look for issues that have a status of closed. This is going to be almost the same. We're not going to have this edit issue. And this is going to be almost the same. So let's just copy everything, put it right here, and start removing what we don't need. Okay, so let me just get rid of that. We need this one, comment this one out. Get rid of it from there, comment this one out as well. We no longer need this edit issue because in the closed pane, we no longer want to edit this, but we still want to be able to delete it, right? And that one as well. This is going to say closed issues. And the structure and the semantics is the same. Let's go into our closed issues. Yes, it does say that. So reload the page. There we go. Closed issues. We got it. What else do I need here? We want to grab all the issues that are closed. So let's create an issue. Let me make this a little bit bigger. 1 add. The status is open. 2 add. The status is still open. So in here, we say you can see 2 comes before 1. Close that. Here is the 1. The status is closed. The status is open for this one. In here, there we go. We got it. We should be able to still open that. So if I come here, you can see it is open, but then it didn't show the changes immediately. That's why we need this refresh key. I could show that to you again. So let's close this one. The 1 comes to the front because we're actually doing something to it. And in here, I'm saying open. The issue is now open, but it is still showing here. Let's take a look at our application. There we go. So it is issue that has a title of 1. You can see the status is open. And for this one, the status is also open, but it is still showing here. And if I refresh the page, it goes away. So we need to have some sort of a re-render to handle that for us. And we're going to get rid of it once we get to our use custom hook. We're going to get rid of that. So let's open this, close it and then open it. And we don't seem to have any kind of problems. And we should be able to delete issues as well. So if I were to keep my local storage on, close, and from here delete. So this is the one that has title 2. Click on it. There we go. So title 2 is gone. And now we are at the issue that has title 1 right here. If I click on it, that one is gone as well. Okay, everything is working fine. So I believe our application has come to an end. It is time for us to actually go ahead and try to refactor all of the code, because we have a lot of repetitive code, a lot of it. So the way I'm going to go about this is going to be extremely step-by-step and simple. And at all times, I want to keep this console open just in case there are any errors. And the first thing that I would like to do is open up all 3 pages side by side, because here what we have is the first thing that I need to get out is this interface issue. And after that, we're going to get out this load issues. All right. So I'm going to delete it from here. Actually, I am going to come to my open page, delete it from here as well. And I'm going to come to my page and I'm going to delete it from here as well. Now, inside the source, I am going to create a new folder, call it types. Within the types, I'm going to create a new file, types.ts. In here, let's paste this and let's export it. So this is created. On the top, we are going to say import issue from there. And now I could just save this, copy that, put it there, save that, put it there, save that. Okay, that's the first part. The second part is actually getting the local storage. So we have this local storage. Let me take a look at this. So we use this sorted method everywhere, and this requires access to the issues. What else does it require? It also requires our issue status. So I cannot, without moving the state, I cannot actually get this out. So let me get this local storage, cut it from here, and then delete it also from here, and then delete it also from here. Create a new folder. It's going to be utils or utilities. Within there, we're going to create local storage. Keep in mind, these are not components. These are some functionalities that we extract. And this is going to be of type TS. Let's paste that here. And in the bottom, we're going to say export load issues and then save issues. Save issues. We need to insert or import the issue itself. So import issue, not issue cart, issue here. Okay, so here I'm going to say import load issues, and then save issues. Save that. Let's copy this, come right here, put it there, and then put it there as well. So if I refresh the page, there is no problem. Everything is working. The other thing that I want to do is this layout. It shouldn't be within these components. The best practice, I should zoom this in a little bit more. I should create a folder and I'm going to call it layouts. And I'm going to put the layout there, move it, and then yes, change that as well. We still have some errors, localhost router. Okay, layout from layout. Yeah, it is okay. We just needed to save that. What else do I want to get out of here? So I got the types, I got the local storage, the edit modal, issue card, view modal. All of these are outside. If I go to my layout, close this side panel, if I take a look at this, you can see we have a header component here. And then what we have after the header is actually our main, which contains all of our main. So what I could do with this is I could extract the header component from here to some other component, and I could extract the dark mode functionality. I mean, take a look at this layout. Why should the layout component concern itself with the dark and light theme? Why should it concern itself? So we should extract this, all of this functionality, it's into its own file. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create a context. So right here, let's create a new folder. I'm going to call it contexts. We're going to use the, not contexts, context. We're going to use the React's context API. All right, and what do I want to put in here? I want to put the theme. So I'm going to say theme context dot TSX. So within the theme context, we are going to handle all the functionality that is referred to our theme. The first thing that I'm going to create is going to be our function. So export default, not default, export function, because we're going to export several things. I'm going to call this theme provider because this is going to provide the theme for us. And it is going to have some children, the children props, because we want to pass this theme. This is going to be the parent theme. We want to pass it to its children, which are the three different routes. That's why we need to use the children props. All right. And the way we, type annotate children is by just saying children react dot react node. Let's open that up. So in here, we need to take a look at what state it is that we are in. So we need to have some sort of a use state. Let's insert that as well. And if you remember, we have already implemented this. So let me close that. If I go to my layout right here, we checked which state it is. So I'm going to, keep in mind, I am going to cut this from here. I'm not going to copy it. I'm going to cut it from there and I'm going to put it right here, right? So that's the first thing that I did. The second thing is we had some sort of a use effect that basically checked the theme. It basically checked it with our local storage. We are going to cut that, again, cut it from there, and we're going to put that right here. We're going to save that. We need to insert use effect as well. Import it, not insert it, which is basically the same thing. And then if you remember, we have our function toggle theme. Let's cut it from there. Let's put it right here. Okay, so far everything is making sense. We have already talked about all of these. Now, we need to have some sort of a context provider. So we provide all of this dark theme to the rest of our application. Now, the way this context works is you wrap your entire application with this because it is going to apply that functionality. It wants to apply that functionality to the entirety of your app. And this context, the context API, is an important part of React. There are other ways of doing, but I think context is really important. It is the oldest way of actually providing something as a parent to the other parts of your application. Another example of context would be to avoid something called prop drilling. That's when you pass props several layers from one parent to the child, and then that child acts as a parent to another one, and then like several different layers, you put it inside a context and you make it available. In here, we just want to put the dark theme inside its own context and provide it to our entire application. So in here, this is a component. What does it return? It is going to return a context provider. This is a component that is given to us by the context API. So we need to insert the use context here as well. Sorry, the create context. It's not a hook, it's an API that React gives us to work with our application. So we have the theme context, and on it we have something called a provider. And let me close this. Since this is going to have some children, we need to have that ending tag or closing tag for this as well. So what is this context going to provide? This is going to provide a value, and the value is basically determine whether it is the dark mode or not, as well as some kind of functionality to toggle the theme. This is what the theme context is going to provide. We need to create this theme context. So let's go below here. I'm going to say const theme context. This is equal to create context. And I'm going to type annotate this. So this is going to have a theme context type, or it's going to be undefined. And I'm going to talk about why I am actually providing undefined here. And initially, it is going to be undefined. The theme context type. Let's go ahead and let's define this. As usual, I am going to define it as an interface theme context type. This is going to have an is dark, which is going to be of type Boolean, if you remember correctly. And then we have a toggle theme function or method, which is not going to receive anything, and it's going to return void. All right, so why did we provide it as undefined first? Now, there are three different reasons. The first one is delayed initialization. The second one is type safety. And the third one is error handling. So what is delayed initialization? When the context will only be properly initialized when the theme provider wraps our application. And in the process, it's going to ensure that there is no premature access to uninitialized values. That's why we put it to undefined first until it wraps the entire application. The type safety is so we know it can toggle from one type to the other type. All right. And if the context is being called outside of the theme provider, the undefined value is going to allow us to explicitly throw an error. And it is going to tell other developers to wrap the entire application with this context provider. Now, I did talk about the error. Let's go ahead and let's actually create a function that is going to throw that error. I'm going to say use theme. And in here, we're going to create a context. And I'm going to say we're going to use the use context hook right here. And we are going to pass in our theme context. This is because if anyone else, for example, you want to create a library, if anyone wants to access that library and they don't wrap their entire application with it, you want to throw an error. You say if a programmer actually comes and they change the provider, you need to tell them, okay, don't do this. This is not how it is supposed to work. We're going to say context. If context is equal to undefined, it means they have not used our provider. We're going to say throw. You could provide a more graceful error, but I'm not going to waste my time too much on it in this code. So I'm going to say use theme must be used within a theme provider, something generic. Otherwise, I mean, if it is not defined, if it is not undefined, we are just going to return the context. So nothing. So this part is done. Now what we need to do is we need to actually wrap. We need to do what we did here, what we said here. We need to wrap our entire application with this. So I need to go to here. And the first thing that I am going to do is we don't need this use state. We still need our use effect. Let's save everything. We need our location. We need to wrap our entire application with that theme provider, remember? So theme provider, theme provider right here. So I'm going to copy that. This is going to act as a component for us. So in here, I'm going to say theme provider, and let's close that. Let's get the closing tag, put it right here. And I don't think we need this anymore. We don't need that anymore. I could have just put it right there inside of there. So we have this theme provider. Let's import that as well. We imported it from here. Is it in this file? Yeah, on which line? Line 63 and 64. So it is within this header. Now it's okay because this header is something that I am going to extract to its own component as well. So I don't actually worry about it anymore. So in here, within this components folder, I'm going to say I'm going to create a new component. I'm going to call it navigation.tsx, export default function navigation. And okay, let's grab the entire header. So I'm going to cut this, keep in mind, cut it, but then I need to call that component. I need to call it here, right? And I'm going to save this. This is going to say, can it be a JSX element? It's okay. We're going to fix that. So right here, I just pasted everything. I shouldn't have done that. We're going to say return. And now I'm going to paste everything. It is going to ask for nav link. So let's insert that. We didn't insert it, did we? Okay, that's nav link. What else do we need to insert? In layout, we no longer need the nav link. So let's get rid of it. The layout is okay. What about the navigation? So inside the navigation, if I come down here, you can see we have the toggle theme. And then we have the is dark. And if I come right here inside of our theme context, we have the use theme context. This returns our context. So what we could do, we have already exported that. So we are going to import it right here. I'm going to say const. This is going to be an object. If I hover on it, you can see it's the theme context type, and that is basically an object. The object that has the dark boolean, the is dark, which is of type boolean, and the toggle theme. So this function returns these two things. So in here, we are going to have is dark as well as the toggle theme. And this is from use theme custom hook that we created. And yeah, let's save that. Let's reload the page. There we go. See? Navigation works, light mode works, dark mode works. And it looks better, doesn't it? I mean, it looks really better. Our files are more manageable now. So what else do I want to do here? What else? We have the edit, issue card, navigation, view modal, layout, pages. Now there is one last thing remaining that I want to do here, and that last thing is actually extracting. If I take a look at my all issues, we have these three states. If I go to closed issues, I have one of those states. If I come right here to the open, I have again one of those states. But then within open and closed, I have this state. So, and then I have we have this use effect here. Almost the same kind of use effect right here. And almost again the same kind of use effect right here. So what we need to do is we could hit the brakes right here, and we could say, okay, I don't want to do anything else. I don't want to like put it outside of here. I don't want to like create something else, some other kind of hook to wrap all of this. But what we could do is we could actually extract all of this into its own custom hook, and then we could import that right here. we could do that. When it comes to creating a custom hook, my suggestion for you is to have at least a rough idea of what you want the custom hook to do for you. Let's take a look at our pages and let's see what it is that we want to extract from this, basically abstract it away into its own hook. Inside of the all issues, the first thing that you will notice is that we have this state, this use state that we are basically reusing in here, inside the close pages and inside the open pages, the same state. And then we have the same sorting function. We have almost the same kind of use effect. So these are three things so far that we could abstract away. In here, so we have this use effect here as well. Then we have this add issue, which we could abstract away. Here is the create one, here is the delete one. This delete is actually being repeated in all three pages. Now, when it comes to creating a custom hook, what you need to take away is that the custom hook idea is to create one functionality so you can apply it in multiple places. And then that functionality has to become as flexible as possible. All right. Here, what I'm going to do is I am going to create another file that is basically going to contain our custom hook. And because I wanted to show that it is actually a custom hook, I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call it hook. And within this, I am going to create our custom hook. Now, since this is a custom hook, it is a best practice if you start the name with use. So I'm going to say use. Now the name, it doesn't really matter what you give it. I'm just going to say use issues.tsx. We're going to jump into our custom hook. Right here, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to export default function. And then the name of the custom hook, use issues. All right. Now, what do I want this function to return? This is what I meant by having at least a rough idea of what you want the function to do for you. And we want this custom hook to return issues for us, the ability to add an issue, delete an issue, update the issue status, as well as to edit an issue. So first off, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm just going to return all of these, even though we have not actually created them. Now, the issues that I want this to return, I want them to be flexible for all issues, closed issues, and open issues. So they will have some sort of a filtering system based on their status. That's why I'm going to call it filtered issues. Now, you could go this way, or you could just start copy pasting the functionalities and making them more flexible depending on which page you want to use this custom hook. But I think it's a good idea to, at least for beginners, to know what you want this custom hook to do. To even like have this idea, do you even need this or not? So I'm going to say add issue. I wanted to return this as well. I wanted to return the ability to delete an issue, as well as update issue status. And finally, I wanted to have the ability to edit an issue. And now we are going to go ahead and step-by-step implement it. The first thing that I'm going to grab, let's just zoom it out a little bit, is our sorting function. So I'm going to cut it from there. I am going to delete it from here, save that. I am going to delete our sorting function from here as well, save that. Let's save that file as well. And this, I'm going to go to the top and I'm going to put it right there. For that, what we need to do is we need to import our issue. Next up, let's take a look at our all issues page. Here we have this use state hook. Let's cut that. Let's put it right here. I'm going to save that there and I'm going to cut that from there. We no longer need the set refresh key, so I am going to get rid of that. And all right, what else we don't need here? We don't need these two states here as well, so let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of this import as well. save these files. I know there is a lot of errors, but we are going to fix them step by step. Now, how are we going to implement this? The first thing that I'm going to do, since we are talking about hooks, I'm just going to implement the use effect where we actually talk to the local storage. So the implementation of use effect here is we load the issues and then we sort them. That's how we implement use effect right here. And then within the close page, let me just order this. We have the open page. Within the open page, we load the issues again right here. Whoops. And let me do this. We load the issues again from the local storage. So that's 2 times talking to the local storage, but we just filter it based on the issue status because we want to show if the issue is open right there. And then inside the closed, we do the same thing. We load the issues and then we just get the ones that are closed. So to basically simplify this, I could get rid of all of this implementation from these hooks. I am going to get this and I'm going to cut that. Let's save all the changes inside here. So right here, I am going to talk to the local storage once, and I'm just going to load the issues, and that's it. Now keep in mind, when we talk to the local storage, we do that when we initialize this app on the first mount. That's why this dependency array is empty, because there is no need to actually keep communicating with the local storage. So here, the first thing I need to do is let's import this use state and let's import this use effect. All right. And now after we have communicated with the local storage, what we need to do is we need to filter the issues. And this is where our filtered issues comes into the picture. Now, if the issues have some sort of a status, we're going to filter based on that status. Now, keep in mind, this use issues hook or this custom hook has to be flexible. It has to work for our open issues as well as the closed issues. So we should not limit ourselves to one status. We should consider both of them. So if there is a status, we need to filter our issues based on the status. So where are all of our issues? Remember, they are within this use state hook, within this issues array. All of our issues are right there, right? So we are going to say filter, and we have already talked a lot about how the filter works. And the filter is only going to create a new array and return issues for which the status is the same. Otherwise, the filter method is not going to do anything, and we are basically going to return our issues. Cool. So the first part is done. And we are basically going to go step by step. Now here there is an error because we have not actually loaded our issues from the local storage. So we need to call that here as well. So I'm going to say load issues, and then I'm going to say save issues as well. Now, whenever we make a change to any part of our UI, I made a mistake and I saved it. That's why there is this error. Whenever we make a change to our UI, we need to make sure that we persist that change to the local storage as well. Next up, let's go ahead. We're going to get started again from the all issues page. I am going to grab this function, cut it, come right here, and I'm going to paste that here. Now keep in mind, I am going to change this function a little bit. So we have our add issue. We need to grab the current date. This is the first function that is going to create our issues, that is going to add our issues. Here we basically add an issue. There is the type annotation. We have talked about all of that. Now keep in mind, we need to persist the changes to local storage, and then we need to show those changes on the UI, inside the UI as well. Now for that, what I'm going to do is, instead of doing this, I am going to call our set issues function. This is the setter function for our issues state array in this scenario. And in here, the first thing that I'm going to do is I need to grab all the previous issues because I don't want to override anything. And then I am going to update our issues depending on when they were created. Updated issues. Let's sort them. Sort by updated at. Now, what am I going to pass here? We need to pass in here all the previous issues. Previous. And then we need to add our new issue. All right. So we do this basically here. But we update based on when the issue was created. And then we call our save issues function right there. And finally, what we do is we need to return something from this function. What do we want this function to create for us? We want this function at the end of the day to create an updated issue. And now we don't need this anymore. Cool. This part is also done. Let's take a look at the next part. This create issue. Now, this is something that we use only once. And that is, we use it inside of our all issues page. This, I'm not going to actually put it inside our custom hook. So let's grab the delete functionality from here. I'm just going to cut it and I am going to come to our custom hook. I could just go ahead down below and I could paste it right there. And everything remains the same except for we want to call this within our set issues, because now we just have one function, one method that is going to control everything. All right, and let me just cut that. We are going to say set issues. Again, the same thing. We need to grab all the previous issues. Now, when we click on one single issue, we don't want to delete all of them. So let's grab everything else. And I'm going to put that here. Now, what do we need here? What do we have here? We have our updated issue where we basically check the ID. We have already talked about that. We have the save issues. And then we don't need to call this issue, this set issues again. So what we need to do is we just have to return something from this function. And that is it. And let me modify this. This should be the previous. So however many issues that we have, we just want to filter through them. Cool. This part is also done. Now we seem to have some errors. Let's get rid of these things that we no longer use here. And what should we do? Let's import our custom hook. Use issues. And what do we need from this custom hook? From this custom hook, we want to grab the issues, the ability to add an issue and delete an issue. That's the only things that we need for our all issues page. So remember, this is a custom hook, so you need to initialize it at some point. We want to grab our issues. Now, when it comes to the open status or closed status, that is not going to affect the all issues page. So we don't need to worry about it. Add issue and the ability to delete an issue. Where do we bring this from? We bring it from our use issues custom hook. And let's go ahead and save that. So all the errors are gone right here. We still need a couple of things here. The reason this status is crossed out is because we have not actually passed it to our custom hook. So as I said, we don't care what the status is when we are on the all pages, on all issues page, but I still need to pass the status because we need it for our open page and then we need it for our closed page. Now, as soon as I do that, there is an error inside our all issues page. And the reason for that is because it requires one argument, but we didn't give it. We didn't give our custom hook. Remember, a hook is, at the end of the day, it's a function. So we didn't pass any argument for this function. But this argument, we don't need it. We don't have access to it inside of our all issues page. And we don't care about it. So what am I going to do here? What I'm going to do is I'm just going to make it optional because we don't need it inside our all issues page. All right, let's move forward. We still have to implement the update issue status and the edit issue. The update issue status, we have that inside of our open page. We have this edit issue. we no longer need this delete. Let's get rid of that delete. Here is the update issue status, and I'm going to get rid of the delete from here as well. So for this one, let's just cut this update issue status, and let's come right here. I could just put it at the end. I'm going to put it right there. So what do we have here? Most of the implementation for the function is going to stay the same, but keep in mind, we no longer communicate with the local storage inside of our individual functions. That's no longer necessary. Let's basically just get rid of it and rewrite it. So that's a lot easier for us to do. I'm going to grab our set issues. Remember, this is the function that is going to control everything. We're going to grab our previous issues, and I'm going to say updated issues. This is going to be equal to our previous issues dot map. Let's map over all of our issues. And what is it that I want to do for every individual issue? Now, I want to update their status. So I need to select all the properties for one single issue. Issue.id is equal to ID. Now, first, you need to keep in mind that you are selecting the correct issue here. And once I select the correct issue, I am going to spread all the properties of that issue, but I want to change a couple of them. One is the status. The status is going to be equal to new status. We have already implemented this, so this should not be something new. And the other one is updated at time. Updated at is going to be equal to now. Now, if the ID is not the same, we do not want to do anything to that issue. We simply return it. All right. This is an implicit return, so we no longer need that code block. Very good. Let's make sure we save changes to our local storage, updated issues. And then again, what do we return from this function? We return the updated issues. This part is also done. Let's save this. So we have actually implemented the updated issue. And then the only thing remaining, we could go ahead and complete the closed page, because within the closed page, we have the same update issue status as well. Now, the other good thing about this custom hook is we no longer need this set refresh key, this disposable hook that we created just to re-render the UI for us. So let me get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of this here as well. Let's get rid of that here. And let me bring this up. Let's import our use issues. This is our custom hook. And remember, we still have to initialize this custom hook. Now, we are within our closed page. So the status that I'm going to pass to it is the closed status. See? So flexible. Very good. Const. What do we want to get for our closed page? We still want to get all the issues, because within the closed page, we still want to show all the issues. And then we want to have the ability to update the issue status and as well as the delete issue. And that part is done as well. The only thing remaining is right here. And when it comes to this page, what I want to do here is I want to grab this edit issue and I want to put it inside of our custom hook as well. Now, you could argue that we don't need this to be put inside our custom hook because we didn't extract away this create issue. Now, the reason for that is the create issue happens once. It just happens once. You create issue in one page of your application. But this edit issue, maybe you want to be able to have this ability inside of your closed issues route as well. Maybe you want to have it there. So it's something that you might in the future have it in some other part of your app. Maybe once you created the issue, without going to the open issues, you just want to have the ability to edit the issue within the all issues. But the creation of the issue has to be in one point. All right, I'm going to cut that. Let's come right here, and that's the last one. We no longer need our render issues from the TypeScript version of this app. For this one, we still have all of these parameters. This date is extremely important, but we are going to modify this function. So let me get rid of this. We are going to implement something like this. Right. I am going to copy this and I'm going to put it right here. So we invoke our function. We say all the previous entries within our array. We check the ID. The reason that we do this is because we need to make sure that we are selecting or we're clicking on the right issue. So when I click on the issue 2, I should not be opening up issue 3 and editing that. Now, I want to edit the issue. So the status is no longer needed here. But the updated is going to be needed. Now, which properties of this issue I want to edit? I could edit the title, and it will be equal to new title. And then I could edit the description, which is going to be equal to new description. What else am I going to edit? Nothing. That is it. But remember, we need to send in a flag to our all issues route, just to indicate that this issue was edited. And in here, I'm going to say was edited in open page. Let's set it to true. And that is it. So we got the properties for, now keep in mind, map, it maps through all of the arrays, and it does this, it implements this function for one individual array, for one individual item within that array. So one individual item within our array is an object, which is an issue. So it's an object issue. It has several properties. We grab all of that properties. We change the title, we change description, we change this flag, and then we change the date. If the ID doesn't match, we return the issue. Now, we need to make sure that once we edit the issue, the time is actually taken into consideration. So we need to have our updated at function here. This is very important. Let me put that right here. And let's save that. And let's come here. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Let me bring this up. Now import use issues. What do we want from this use issues within our open page? For the open page, what we want is const. Again, all of our issues, we want to have the ability to, let's go one by one. We get all the issues. We should be able to update this issue status. What is the other one? Delete functionality. We should be able to delete an issue, and then we should be able to edit an issue. Where are these coming from? They come from our use issues. Now here, in which route we are? We are inside the open route. So I'm going to pass in the open flag. Let's save that. Now, how do we sort all these issues? Let me just reload the page. There we go. How do we sort all these issues? Once I pass this open string, it comes right here. The function, let me just collapse all these this implementation. This one, this one, this one. When I pass in that flag, it comes right here. And where do we pass it next? We filter the issues based on the status. So filtered issues, wherever I've used that, it is only going to return for me the issues whose status is open. And where do we use it? We use it right here. So we only pass in the issues that are open to our open issues. And we pass in the issues that are closed to our closed issues. But when it comes to all issues, we don't do anything. We pass all issues right there. And here we go. This is the refactoring part. So such a big component. This one as well. This one and this one, especially this one, it was too big, right? And we extracted away all of the functionality into its own custom issue. a custom hook. Now, it's time for the moment of truth. Is that how that saying goes? Let's say issue 1, description 1, let's say you can see it's by default open. This is issue 2, description 2, and then long issue. This is some text. I think these 3 are enough. So by default, all the issues are open, and the last issue is going to be shown first. All right, we have the view functionality. We should be able to delete an issue as well. So let's delete issue 2. There we go. Issue 2 is gone. Let's add it again. Issue 2.0. Let's add that. There we go. Let's go to our open pages, and everything seems to be in order. The issues are being ordered correctly. The items, we have the description, full description here. And then what else do we have? We should be able to edit something. Let's save that. And there we go. As soon as you edit it, it jumps and it goes to the top of the list. And I could close an issue, and the issue is closed. I could open that issue again. And the status has to, let's close one issue, come right here. There we go. The status changes. And once we change the status, the updated date is going to change as well. So if I close issue 1, it should come to the top. Very good. Now, there is something that I wanted to show you, and that is inside our edit issue. I told you that this is very important. Now, in case I get rid of this, if I save the changes, let's come into our open page. Let's go to first close. Let's open these issues. This issue 2.0. Let's say I try to edit this, edit it. And if I save it, it doesn't go to the top of the list, because in here where we are re-rendering the UI, we don't re-render the UI for this edit functionality. This is something that you might face. If you faced it, the only thing you need to do is basically just add that function. When you re-render the UI, you need to keep in mind that the UI re-rendering, it has to happen based on when the issue was edited. Now, if you don't add that, the way it would work is you have to refresh the page and then it goes up. But if you don't want to refresh the page and be able to do that, you just have to add that function. Now, if I were to edit this issue 1, I say edited and 3 dots. As soon as I save it, it is going to go to the top. And with this, our app comes to an end for the second render, or second, I could say second render or second version of the app. It has become a very, very long tutorial, but we are going to grind, we're going to persist, and we're going to convert this to TanStack. Before jumping and actually converting the routing of our application from React Router to TanStack Router, there is a couple of things that I'd like to mention. If you go to your issue tracker React Router version of the app, if you remember, we extracted away our types into this types.ts file, and we used it all over the place. But unfortunately, I forgot to use that inside our edit modal as well as issue card. So if you were following along, you should see an interface issue here. Get rid of that and import it from this types file. Do the same thing in here. Import the issue interface and just get rid of it from here, because we exported it. We put it somewhere else and we exported it so we could use it everywhere. Now, this is the React version of our application, the React Router version. And here I have the same app open. This is the TanStack Router version. Now, what we are going to do is we just want to change the routing. So if you take a look at the title, it says React TanStack. We just want to change the routing from React Router to TanStack Router. just because there are two different routings in React. And TanStack is getting way more popular. One of the reasons is its main focus is front-end routing, but when it comes to React Router, it is, I think it's merging with Remix. So it's going full stack. It's a full stack framework now. It will be a full stack framework. So that's why like TanStack is getting more and more popular, but still React Router works. And by the end of this video, you're going to see how React Router is still, in my opinion, the more uncomplicated version of routing for React. I still prefer React Router over TanStack. So here we have our project. It says TanStack, and everything is the same except for our package.json file. So what I did was I actually created new project, copy-pasted the source folder, but the rest is completely different. In here, this should be React. It doesn't really matter because we control this using our routing anyway, but still I'm going to put that there. So here we have our package.json file. Within the package.json, we can see we have our router, and then we have the router dev tools. There is something that you need to keep in mind to install. We have this Vite, which has a plugin for React. And then we have a Vite plugin for TanStack router as well. Make sure you install that, because if you don't install it, there is something called a route tree that is not going to be generated, and it's extremely difficult if you just write it by hand. It's the most difficult part of TanStack. But then after you installed all these dependencies, you can just get them from the GitHub. Make sure you copy paste this into your project. When you go ahead and scaffold a project with Vite, you're going to have the Vite plugin for React. What I did was I added the TanStack plugin as well, the Vite plugin for TanStack, and I added that here as well. So that's the only difference that I made here. All right. Let's close everything. Let's take a look at our structure. I'm not going to jump into the browser just yet because we don't have anything for routing when it comes to TanStack, and the packages are for TanStack here in our TanStack project, but the actual routing is implemented in React Router, so there's just a ton of errors. So let's forget all about that, and let's make sure we can convert both of these from one file to the other. The first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this router.tsx. We don't need this inside of our, you know what, I'm just going to keep it here, but we don't need it for our TanStack. If I come right here, we have our navigation there. We have the context, the hook, the layouts, the pages, the types, the utils. The components, we are going to change the navigation. We're not going to touch the theme context because it doesn't have anything to do with routing. We are not going to change the hook. It doesn't have anything to do with routing. Now, if you were to implement a TanStack query, you could change this because you could argue that we are communicating with the local storage. Then why do we need use effect? We could just use TanStack query. But I mean, for local storage, it doesn't really make sense to implement a TanStack query, because TanStack query is like for fetching data. It's for like more complicated interfaces, not like for local storage. So I'm not going to implement TanStack query. We're just going to talk about TanStack router, but I promise I will create a project eventually on query and how to use that. The pages are going to stay the same, and then we need to create some other files for our TanStack. The first thing that I'm going to create is folder, which is going to be routes. This is how you go about routes when you create them with TanStack. The first file that I'm going to create is make sure you provide _root. And this is the root of our file, of the routing of our application. Think of this _root.tsx as the router.tsx. And it almost does the same thing, but the structure is going to be different. Within the root, what we do is we do something that we did inside our layout. In fact, I'm going to grab the layout, cut everything. I could say don't save or save, doesn't matter. Put that here, and then I'm going to delete the layout folder along with the file. That's deleted because we don't need it. Now here we have the React router. Instead of this, we are going to go with TanStack router. The outlet is the same in TanStack as in React router. It is a placeholder for child routes. We don't have this use location. Instead of this, we have use router state, which is basically going to do the same thing. Use router state, as the name suggests, use, this is a hook, and it allows us to access the router's state. And we are going to use it to basically change the title of the page. And then we have something else, which is going to create the root route for us. This is the most important part of this. Now, the way we went with our React router was that we had a root path, and then we fed that root path a component or a page. And in this scenario, in the example of React router, it was this layout component that we gave to our basically the browser router right here. And the browser router was the main route or the root route. We do the same thing, but in a slightly different way. The idea is the same. So you have a root and you give to the root the main layout of your website. And we no longer need this location. Let's just come right here. Now, when it comes to use effect, we are going to keep it. The theme provider, as I said, we're going to keep it. The navigation we're going to keep, but we're going to change our active and inactive states a little bit. Now here, I have this, as the name suggests, this is going to create a route from me, a root route. Think of this as the create browser router for React router. Let me do this. In fact, let's put this on the side right here. I'm going to zoom it out a little bit so you can see that better. We had create browser router. Here we have create root route. The implementation is going to be a little bit different. Now, what did we have inside our browser router? We had an array of objects. In here, we have a single object. That's it. And now the object requires a component. And what is a component? A JavaScript function. It requires a component so it can read the layout from the component. Here is the component property, and then we need to pass in a layout. And the layout is called root layout. We have already created that here. So instead of root layout, I'm just going to say layout. Now, you could argue for like this. You could just create this component right here, or for readability purposes, what you can do is you could just call it there or reference it there and create it here so it is more readable. But both ways work fine. Now, what is this going to give us? What did React router give us? It gave us a router. This is going to give us a route. The same thing. See? Const route. And yeah. Now, this is something that we're going to export from this file, not this one. So I'm going to cut that and I'm going to put it right here. Because we already called this layout as a component inside of this route. Why should we export this function? It is already being exported from here. We just put it in two different locations just for readability purposes. And const, let me get rid of this default. There we go. Issue solved. Now, how are we going to implement this? We are no longer going to go this way, but we are going to go a different way. Now, when it comes to finding the title, what we did with our router was we said, okay, document title, there is a bunch of titles there, and we're going to get the location.pathname, which gave us one of these, depending on which location we were on. So if you take a look at this, we have this /, which is the index page. We have /open, which is the open child route. And then we have the closed one, which is the closed child route. And we implemented all three of them right here. So we need to implement these routes first. So we should be able to see the title. But before implementing this, I want to complete this file just to make sure that everything is finished here. Then we're going to move on to our next file or our next part of the app. So in here, what is it that I want to do? We already used the create root route, and I told you what that is. We have this use router state. Now this use router state is a hook that gives us access to the active state. The active state in TanStack router is called the state, the page or the route that you're on. And the way you can select it to be able to set the title is you need to take a look at the deepest state. The deepest state in this hook is the last item within a set of items. So if you have 3 routes, you know that every route is an object in an array. So the last object is going to be the object that you're on. So whenever you go to a page, that is going to be the deepest state. This is how it works in TanStack. All right, and this is how we can change the title. So we are going to grab our hook, use router state. And what is this going to give us? This is going to give us an object called matches. Let me initialize this as well. This matches, it contains all of our states. Now, I want to grab the active state. Why? Because I want to change its title to something that I want. And how am I going to get the active state? By getting the last item of an array. How do you get the last item of an array? You get the length and you say -1. It's JavaScript. So this is going to give you the deepest state, aka the active page, and then you can set the title for it. This is why I like router better. It's React Router. It's more intuitive than TanStack. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab our active match, and then on there we have something called a context property. And the title is inside the context property. Now, if I were to hover on this, it says we are not using it anywhere, but there is a convention that you could provide a default title here as well. And I could call that React TanStack router. I could just call it that. There we go. Now that I've gotten that, I no longer need this. So I'm going to get rid of this. And the only thing I need to do is just call this title. So instead of that, I'm just going to say title. Now, when do we actually run this use effect? Whenever the title changes. So let's say title. There we go. This part is done. Now, coming to the return. Theme provider is the same, as I said. Navigation is the same. There is a little bit of changes that we're going to bring in navigation. Outlet is literally the same thing. And the main is our element. We don't change our element. All right, that part is done. The next part of the app requires us to actually specify these titles. We just implemented which layout or which component we want to feed into this main root of our application. But we didn't actually specify what is the index of our application, what is the open, and what is the closed. We just said that this is the main layout, but where is the all issues page, where is the closed page, issues page, and where is the open issues page? For that, I'm going to come inside this routes again, right click, and I'm going to create a new file here. This is going to be index.tsx. This is our index page where we show all the open issues, no matter open or closed. Then we have open.tsx. Now keep in mind, this is not the actual page. This is how we implement the routing for that page. That's why it's called routes inside the routes folder. And then we have a closed.tsx. Whoops. Let me collapse that. So inside the index, what did we do for when we talked about, let me just zoom this out a little bit. What did we do when we talked about React Router? We said, okay, there is an index and then there is a component that feeds the index. The idea is the same in TanStack as well. So we say there is an index. But before talking about the index, you need to have some sort of a function to create that route for you. In the root, we used a create root route, but in the index, do we use the same method? Because we have already used it and it is used to create the root. No, we have a different method. It is called create file route. And this is going to create a child route for us. What is the route? The route is /, as is indicated right here. Now, when it is in /, when we are on this route, what do we want to show to the user? This is where we feed in that component. So we say, you can see the same thing. We can say component, and what do you want to feed it? You want to feed the all issues page and import it as well. Now, once you are on the all issues page, remember the context? I told you the title is available on the context right here. What should be the context? What is the context? The context is the title of the page, because title is actually existing on the context, as I said. We have, where did we specify that? We specified it in the layout, which I deleted. All issues, React, TanStack router. React TanStack router. Let's collapse that. All right, so this is the route that we created, but then we need to export it as well. Where should I save this? How should I save this? We save it the same way as we saved the other one. So const, and let's export it as well. Now, what do I need to import here? We need to import this create file route. What seems to be, we have the component, which is all issues. Oh, sorry. This is the problem. The problem is that this is an array, but this is not an array. This is an object, because each individual route, as I said, is an object in an array. It's an object item. Don't worry about this type error. It's going to go away, unlike other errors. So grab that, put it right here. Now, what do? We import the open issues page from the open issues. And where is that route going to go? It's the same thing. It goes to open. So let's just put it there. And then instead of all, we say open. What component do we feed into this route? So when the user clicks on this route, the user is going to see the open issues page, the same as this one. When the user clicks on the / or all issues page, they're going to see the all issues page. Same goes here. And then the same for closed. Let me just select all of that. Closed. And then let's just lowercase this c. Oh, this is remaining closed. Save that. It's the same type error. Don't worry about it. Let's save that as well. So we have open issues from open, issue, closed issues, closed, and closed. We should be good to go. Now that we have created that, let's get rid of our router.tsx. We no longer need that. What else am I going to do? Let's jump into our navigation. As I said, we're going to change this. The issue with this navigation is that we no longer have this is active. We have active props and inactive props, and that's how we basically tap into the TanStack version of the active state for a link and then the inactive state for a link. Inside of our navigation, we still have to make some changes. Here we have used React Router DOM, and we need to change that with TanStack. I'm going to change it to TanStack React Router, but then TanStack doesn't provide this nav link as a component. In TanStack, we just have a link. So let me select that. Let's Control D to select all instances of that, and I'm going to remove the nav. Next up, we no longer have this is active. What we have is two different functions that basically return objects. We have an active props function, and then we have an inactive props function. With the active props, we use it so we can apply some styles when the route is active. When you go to that route, then those styles will be applied on this link. Now, let's get rid of this. I'm going to delete that. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to keep the class name. I'm going to delete this is active. I'm going to go to the top. I'm going to say active props. And then beneath that, we have inactive props. Let's click inside both of them. So both of them are basically a function that return an object for us. Now, we want this to be an implicit return, so I'm going to open a parentheses, and then I'm going to put in the object in there. Here we have class name. The active props is where we put when we go to that state of the link. So whenever you click on this route and this route becomes active, we are going to apply these styles. And when you click away from it, meaning it is going to become inactive, then we are going to apply those styles. And now let's get rid of that. This is the first link. We need to do the same thing for the other two links as well. So we have active props and then inactive props. Click inside of them, open up the function syntax. We want to do an implicit return, an object. This is going to be class name. There we go. So when I go to this link, I want to apply these styles when we are on this route. But when I click away and go to some other route, I want to apply these styles. And now let's get rid of that. And finally, we are right here, active props, inactive props. Right click there, and let's just open up the function signature. I'm going to do class name right here. And for the closed issues, we have that green background. Let me cut this, put it for the inactive. All right, we are done in here as well. We have swapped everything that was relating to React Router DOM with TanStack version of it. And now we need to run this code, but there is something else that I need to basically modify this. Since we have used router, we have used the React Router DOM here, we need to modify our main file as well. Now here, we no longer receive this React Router from our React Router DOM. We get this from TanStack React Router. And yes, TanStack does provide us with this with this router provider. And then, yeah, basically we need to create our router, and to be able to create this router, we need to import it first. This is going to be create router from React Router. And the way we create our router is basically we have this create router function that is basically going to return for us a route tree. This route tree.gen.ts is going to be a file that will be generated automatically within the source directory. Right here, I believe it's going to be beneath, it's going to go beneath the main .tsx file. And there is going to be all of the configuration. You don't have to create that by hand. It's extremely complicated, especially for this app, and it's you don't really have to worry about it. It will be generated automatically. Now from this route tree, we get a router that we pass to our app right here. All right, what else do I want in here? We need to import route tree. Let me just take a look at my TanStack router Vite. All right, we have installed the plugin. We have configured the changes. Let me take a look at my package.json. Here we have Vite plugin, TanStack. All right. Let's import this file. I'm going to say import route tree. We are going to import it from, we don't have this, we're going to import route tree object from route tree file. We don't have this route tree file. This will be created for us. .gen. Let's save our changes. Let's see if there is something else that we need to fix. npm run dev. All right. We seem to have some issues. Let me take a look at this. Defined are important but could not be resolved. Components issue card. What is the problem there? Oh, we still use React router DOM in here. All right, let me swap this with TanStack React router. And now within the issue card, why do we even need this TanStack router? It's because we are taking a look at this location. If the location, because this issue card is basically the component that provides that issue card for all three pages, for all three routes. It's the all issues, the open issues, and the closed issues. And we basically signify if we are on all issues page that the path name for it should be this /. Now, the thing with TanStack is we no longer have access to this use location hook. We have something called use router hook. And then instead of location, we are going to say router, but this one has to be capital. And then the location.path name is basically available on router.state. As you remember, we go to the deepest state. That's why we need to get the state here as well. Oh, whoops. Let's save that. Let's terminate this. Let's say npm run dev. There we go. So there seems to be no other issues. And there we go. This is the file that I was talking about. Let me zoom this in. This is called routetree.gen.ts. And this is going to be generated automatically. You don't have to do anything. And here it says, this file is auto-generated by TanStack router. Here we import the routes, we update them. It's a bunch of configuration for our current application. So far, everything seems to be working. Let me just open up our application, and there we go. This is our app. Very good. Here we can see it says React TanStack router. And why is it saying that? If I remember correctly, let me zoom this out a little bit. If I go to my route tree, this is the default file. This is the default title that I actually provided. And it doesn't get it from the context. The title should come from the context. And we have actually implemented that. We have said the title is all issues React TanStack router. And then we did the same thing for basically all three routes that we had. And the reason that it is not showing that correctly is because of this. We are doing a return, but this has to be an object. Now we are basically opening up the function body. This is an arrow function. And this is the thing with arrow functions. If you open up the function body, you need to do you need to write explicitly the return keyword. But this function body, this is actually what I had in mind was the object notation, because title is a property inside an object. And the value for it is all issues. So the thing that I have to do here is just open up parentheses. That is going to basically return this for me implicitly. And now we have a problem here. Okay, yeah, let's get rid of that semicolon. We don't have semicolons in objects. Very good. And now let's jump into the closed and the open. Let's do that for both of them. It's just a slight syntax error. Here is the closed one. Let's select. Now keep in mind, you select the object and then you open a parenthesis around the object. Let's save this. Let's jump into here. And there we go. Very good. All issues React TanStack router. If I go to the open page, it says open issues React TanStack router. If I go to the closed page, it says closed issues React TanStack router. Let's see. Oh, that's too bright. Let's see if everything works. Yeah. Let's reload the page. Let's reload the page. Since when we apply the TanStack, we apply routing. We don't do page refresh. So I just want to make sure that everything stays. Let me delete these issues. There we go. Let's go dark. That's way better. And I believe we are done in this app. Let me close these pages. And I hope everything was clear. We did a lot of work. We did a lot of hours. We did a lot of work. We created this app with TypeScript and then React. And the routing we implemented with React Router. And then again, the same React, but we implemented the routing with TanStack Router. And now the final thing that I need to do is I need to check if it works properly. I have these two issues and then I have some long issue. This is a long issue. And I need to copy paste that. There we go. We need to check for the functionality of the app. We have the view button. Everything seems to be in order. The latest issue is going to be shown the first. Let's jump into the open issues. All of these are open issues and we see the entire text of the description. We could close an issue. It goes to the close tab. It's super fast, super snappy. It's not because it's like a very lightweight app. It's because it is React and TanStack. React is extremely fast. We could open the issue back up. It is going to come right here. Let's say edited issue. Save that. It goes to the front. And let's close this. Let's delete this. Let's come right here. This issue is closed and this issue is still open. Let's edit the open one. That's going to be enough. Save it. And now the open one comes to the front. We should be able to delete the issue from here. And the changes appear here as well. Let's go to the open issues, delete it from there, and there we go. I'm going to create one last issue. Let's close it. It is inside the closed route. And when I delete it from here, it should go away from here as well. Yeah, that's basically the entire application. Thank you very much for coming this far, and I see you in the next one.